Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship proudly presented by Electrical Group Training.
Good morning to everybody joining us on the live stream, thanks to Turn 7 Media and the West Australian Sporting Car Club here at carco.com.au Raceway. This is day number 2 of the last round of the season 2025. It is brought to you by Electrical Group Training. Our Formula Vs making their way out onto the circuit at the moment, and joining me in commentary for our qualifying session will be all the way from downtown Maldives is Miles Lockett.
G'day, mate. Good to see you again.
Mate, it looked like a sensational holiday.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Yeah, 4 weeks away. It flew in on late Friday night, so still feeling a little bit of jet lag, but of course had to come up and help Andrew, who's having a first run for the year. And but no, certainly a great time, and but always nice to be back home,
mate. Great surprise when I saw the final point scores coming into this round, with Kathy Lisson 3 points in front of her husband Rod Lisson, and then we go back to Paul Multoney, and he's only 7 points behind Rod Lisson, and Ben Wilkins on 229, Dave Casely on 220, and Ken Wyatt on 209, Callum Lamont on 205, 198 for Michael Lloyd. So it's very, very close. So really the top 8 are still in this.
Yep. Yeah, not actually sure whether these points actually, because with our championship we actually do drop our worst 3 results. So this could be the total points all up, but
this
not
is
100% sure.
The ones that we're concentrating on this weekend are the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championship points. Okay. So that's how it is at the moment.
Very
and
close.
I was so surprised to see Kathy up there. She hasn't had the best of runs the last couple of race meetings with a few electrical issues and being pushed right down into the midfield. But it just shows you consistency.
She's finishing every race.
Yeah, where
exactly
Rod's had a few mechanicals this year as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so
let's have a look at our 1200cc category as well. It's Jonathan Scarey from Campbell Gower having a ripper season. Then we go back to Jonathan's brother Isaac. Danny Chero is in the top 4, and Mackenzie Gower, one of our hard-working administration staff here at the West Australian Sporting Car Club, she's in the top 5.
Yeah, no, really great result from Team Scarey. And again, obviously, Campbell Gower, he's just like Maddie Mackenzie did, last year, very consistent, finished every race, and she ended up really high up on the podium. So Campbell having a really great meeting. I mean, the engine in that car is so old. It hasn't been tinkered with for, I reckon, probably 10 years, and it's still trucking along really nicely. He's just heading through turn 4 now ahead of, I think it's Isaac Scarey. As we go to our timing monitors after we've had our first couple of flying laps, and it's Dave Casely from Callum Lamont and Rod Lisson, Paul Multoney. Franz Esterbauer is running Jason Fowler's Jacer this weekend. I believe the plan with that is that that car is going to go to Phillip Island for the Isle of Magic, and Jason's got his new Sabre O2B sitting over with Borland Racing Cars. I should say Junior Racing Development. And over in Victoria, so they're also going to have a run at Phillip Island too. So, really good to see Franz back out again. He's been competing in Danny Chero's Sabre for majority of the season, and There was pretty much just the whole idea for him to run the car today, just to make sure he was comfortable in the car and everything was okay before they loaded in the transporter and send it east.
Send it east. But look at Kathy Lisson at P7 at the moment. And what we found yesterday, Rod, that none of our championships were actually decided until race number 3 late in the afternoon. And this one's going to be a nail biter with 3 points separating Kathy and Rod, and then only 7 points back to Paul Multoney in 3. Is Paul here this weekend?
Yes, he is. Yes, P4.
Oh, there he is,
Yep.
P4, yep.
Yes, and he's I mean, a great field of 18 cars, as you said earlier. And we've got obviously Sammy Casely back this weekend. We've got Matty Matthews back again this weekend. We've also got the return of Simon Bate. He's in the third of the Scary Motorsport 1600s, just coming across the start-finish line now. The orange, sponsored by BM Promotions, as he pulls to the inside to, oh, that was close, as he lets all the quicker 1600s through, and he's going to try and jump on the tail of somebody and hopefully get a decent tow. Just had a really good lap time. But again, this is the first time Simon's been out in that car for the whole year, so it's really good to see him back out there. We've got one of the Scary boys, looks like Jonathan Scary, is returning to the pit, so hopefully nothing too serious in that car. Obviously, both him and Isaac had a bit of a coming together at the previous round in the BM Graphics plate of all races, and the car did sustain a little bit of damage on the front end. So not sure whether that may be a bit of a reoccurrence of that issue there.
Well,
hopefully not.
Both the brothers down in 14 and 15 at the moment. Campbell Gow right down in 16. And we're going to have a quick look at our event schedule for today. So coming up very shortly, we're going to kick it off with the first of our races, and that will be for the Formula Classic. And then we have Holden HQ's Formula Ford, some time challenge racing for the Rob Janney Memorial, and then we round it out with our Formula Vs. So a great afternoon. Lunchtime, of course, we've got our grid walk and also our drifting demonstration, same as yesterday. And the guys really put on a great display of drifting skill yesterday. Smoked the place out as per usual.
They're amazing.
They certainly are. It shows a lot of skill. It's not just a matter about putting your foot down and turning the wheel. It's a lot of throttle control and actual behaviour of the car, getting as much angle on the car as you can. Let's have a look back here with our Formula Vs at the moment. It's still Casely. Multoney's moved up into P2, and Franz Esterbauer on the second row with Rod Lisson at the moment. Callum Lamont, he started well. He's now down into 5. Michael Lloyd into 6. Kenny Wyatt 7, Ben Wilkins in 8, Block in 9, and rounding out the 10 is Kathy Lisson, our championship leader.
Exactly, in the 1200 battle, looking further down in P12, the first of the 1200s, that's Andrew Lockett. Wow, you're beauty.
There you go.
on a 12-1, followed by Campbell Gow. He's second in the mix, and then you've got Isaac, followed by Jonathan Scary. Obviously, we saw Jonathan get up in the pits, and then we've got Sammy Casely and Mackenzie Gow rounding out the field. And again, Mackenzie slowly working on that car, new engine in the car. She came up here last week, I think, for practice, and she said she knocked off about 4 seconds off her PB, which was really great. So hopefully she can carry on that form today.
Because that did have some gearbox linkage issues there for a while.
Yeah, it was more actually Matty Matthews' car, the 1600, the Jacer, that was having a lot of gearbox problems. And as she comes through turn number 7 now, Maddie is currently in P12 on a 12 flat. Now that's a great time for Maddie, really, really quick. And every time she comes out, she just gets that, 1, 2, 3, 4 tenths, and it's really, really great to see. As we currently on screen at the moment, we're seeing Franz Esterbauer, car number 80 in the Jacer, run under the Giant Mandra stable. And that car is technically for sale at the moment, from what I understand. Speaking with the car owner Jason, now he's got his new car, the Sabre O2B. So if anybody's interested in a very, very rapid and probably one of the best presented Jacers in Australia, definitely go down and have a chat with Jason about that one. And a very, very good car. He's got Paul Multoney. Oh, look at Paul. Now this is typical Paul. He's hooked onto him, and he's now getting a great tow from him. Now the fastest lap, Dave Casely now down to a 67.5, so he's not too far away from the lap record, probably about 8 tenths. Franz is now in P2, Multoney still P3, Lisson 4, Lamont 5 from Lloyd, Wyatt, Kathy Lisson, Bill Wilkins, Ronald Block. And then it's back to the first of the 1200s, being Andrew Lockett in P11.
And there's another one of the BM Graphics cars heading up into the pit area too. I think that was the orange one.
That's Simon Bate, yep. Simon heading into the pits. Yeah, Simon's obviously has been a very, very long time mechanic for that team. Also does a lot of work in rallying, so that's why we haven't really seen him this year competing up here at carco.com.au Raceway. But again, really great to see him out here. Now, there is a little bit of rumours that possibly one of the scary boys, Jonathan, may be stepping up into 1600 next year in that car. So I think, again, it's a bit of a test session here for Simon just to check everything's okay before we possibly see young Jonathan getting unleashed in a 1600 for 2026, as we see Michael Lloyd going very, very wide through turn number 7 over the curb. I was noticing before in the historic touring cars, a lot of the cars were running very, very wide through there. Now, whether there's a tailwind coming down the hill or whether there may be something on the circuit, not sure, but there seemed to be a lot of cars that were tending to drift very, very wide and crash over the curb.
We did see a fan belt on the exit of turn number 6 that was being run over by our time challenge competitors a little bit earlier, but it's probably been removed in between the races, so that wouldn't have been causing any issues anyway. Car number 32 going through, that's Campbell Gow down in 15. Yep, that's all over for this one. So they're on their last lap at the moment. It's Dave Casely and Franz Esterbauer, separated by 0.4 of a second. So this will be Franz's last shot to get into P1 and go to the point. Moltoni and Rod Lisson on the second row, Lamont and Lloyd. But that could all change here in the next couple of seconds as they start to come out onto turn number 7. This is where it's going to get fairly frenetic. Then Dave Casely goes across the line. He's going to stay on the pole from Esterbauer and Moltoni. And Lamont stays in 4, so the top 2 rows will stay the same. Kathy Lisson's moved up to 8th from 10th.
And it's not too bad, tight. It's top 4 are separated by only 6/10, so less than 6/10. So it's shaping up to be some really, really good close battles for the Formula Vs all day.
Yep, looking forward to this one. And Miles, thanks very much, mate. We'll see you back for race 1 with all the goss about what's happened in qualifying.
Yeah, we'll go and find out what's happening with Team Scary and anybody else down there who's may have had a few little gremlins during this qualifying session. Cheers.
We're going to take a short break here at carco.com.au Raceway. Back with the official opening very shortly.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training and Sets.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to round 6, the last day of school here at the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships for 2025 here at Carco Raceway, the home of the WA Sporting Car Club. Championships will be decided throughout today, and if yesterday was anything to go by, we are in for a spectacular ending to the 2025 season. Would you please be all upstanding for the Australian National Anthem? Today sees the running of the Formula Classic, the Bob Creasy Memorial Trophy, because Bob was a multiple state racing car champion here, and not only in WA but around Australia and up into Asia, and that race will be closely contested. Time Challenge, they have their premier event here today, being the Rob Janney Memorial Trophy. This prestigious trophy celebrates Rob, who was a timeless worker for the WA Sporting Car Club, a fierce competitor, a mentor, but most of all, a great friend to everybody he met. He is sadly missed by us all here at the West Australian Sporting Car Club. Slight chance of a shower this morning, but after that it will be same as yesterday, fine with light winds from the southwest. Also on the program today, Holden HQs, historic touring cars, Formula Ford and Formula V. Joining me in commentary this morning, as per usual, when he's not out on the circuit, is Rob Haggerty. Good morning, Rob.
Good morning, Vaughan. Good morning, everybody. What a weekend we've had so far here at carco.com.au, and I'm sure it's going to continue as we've got the Formula Classics just coming out onto the circuit now, and these guys have had some pretty close lap times in qualifying, and looking forward to seeing these guys out on the track for their final run for 2025.
Yeah, don't move. It's going to be a fantastic day of motorsport, brought to you by Electrical Group Training. Buckle up. It's time to go racing with Formula Classic, and as per usual, Will Norman, car number 3 on pole position, from Marty Bullock in car number 20. Jason Yude swapping driving with his dad this weekend in the Tiga out in P3. David Dearden, car number 33, also on the second row. Third row, Brian Searles alongside Craig Thompson. Then we have Grove. Unfortunately for Lance Carwadine, backed it into the wall big time on the first lap of qualifying this morning, and will take no further part in the final round of racing here today. And Glenn Swarbrick in the ever reliable Macon from 1982. He rounds out a good field, small field, but a competitive field of Formula Classic.
Yeah, looking forward to the battle hopefully between William Norman and Marty Bullock off the front row. Jason Yude also very close to those guys, and of course he's in the little Sportz 2000. So
some 4 seconds quicker than Colin, I was told this morning by Colin.
Oh, okay. Yep.
But we're going to refer to Jason as Colin,
yeah,
just to pump Colin up a bit.
Okay, then. So Colin Jason. So they're coming down. They're only getting one warm-up lap this weekend for the Formula Classics. That was something that they asked for. So they're going to come down for a start straight away. So hopefully we're going to see Bullock get beside Norman before we take off. Otherwise, he's given himself too much of a disadvantage as he now starts to pull into the side. And they're very close together as they get the red light goes out, and they're away. So it's William Norman who's heads down in the the RT4 Rolt, and just in front of Marty Bullock, and then it's back to Dearden, who's managing to get in front of Jason Yude.
And 12 minutes plus 1 lap, and these guys, they're already down to under 10 minutes remaining in this one. So if they'd done a second warm-up lap, it eats into their racing times. So good decision from the Formula Classic guys to get an extra lap of racing in as they head over the top of the hill for the first time. And Marty Bullock in second place at the moment, trying to chase down the Rolt RT4 of Will Norman and Jason Yude in car number 94. They're down into turn number 6 already, and Will Norman exiting turn 6 and heading up the hill.
Yeah, he certainly is, and he's got a really good lead from Marty Bullock now, and Jason Yude's jumped into third place, so he's gotten over the top of Dearden over the other side of the circuit, so that will be good for him as he goes chasing after Marty Bullock in the lovely white, and I think that Marty's car may actually be a Chevron, and it is a Chevron B20, so good to see that out there as well. And Dearden slipping back now. He's just been passed also by Craig Thompson as they go across the line. So that's unfortunate for Dearden to be starting to slip back through the field.
A driver that we haven't seen much this year is Simon Alderson. He has gone missing this year.
He has indeed, and we've missed him too. He's a very spectacular driver, gets that car into a beautiful four-wheel drift, and that's another little Formula Ford 2000 that he runs. So hopefully we'll see him back up here again into season 2026. We've missed him.
As we said, Lance Carwadine unfortunately backed the Jane Brabham into the wall on the exit of turn number 6 in qualifying this morning. morning, and that looked like it had some fairly significant damage to the rear end.
Yeah, as I said, you can't just go to Spares Box or somewhere like that online and buy some new suspension components and wishbones and things. You've got to get them made. So very bespoke, most of these cars, and that's why we call it the moving museum. So yeah, it's not very nice when you see these cars damaged.
But the upside is that we've got a couple of months off now until we go racing again in late February, early March in 2026. So it'll give these guys and girls some time to do some maintenance on their cars and get them ready for what will be another ripper year of local motorsport here at Carco Raceway. Of course, this weekend brought to you by Electrical Group Training.
Absolutely, and Jason Yude's having a little bit of a problem there in the little yellow car that's in third position. Unfortunately, the Tiga looks like it's got some problems because he was only just dribbling past the pit start finishing line then. So hopefully Jason can sort that out. But yeah, these cars, they're like little Swiss watches. You've got to pull them apart pretty much between meetings and get them all fettled back again and look after them, because all the components are very highly strung, and you've got to, check obviously for things like, get things crack tested and all sorts of things like that, because a lot of these components are starting to get a little bit old and you don't want things to break on them, because that can cause obviously lots of other problems. So yeah, most of these guys are pulling these cars almost back to a bare shell between race meetings as well.
Yeah, we'll try and get maybe Jamie or Demelza to head down and have a chat with Lance Carwadine and see exactly what happened. Maybe that was exactly what you're saying. Maybe something broke on that car on the way out of turn number 6 and caused him to back it in.
It wouldn't be like him to have an accident, and particularly at the point where the accident happened, because it was quite a long way up the hill out of turn 6 that he actually ended up in the wall. So it does sort of like suggest that something did break. It's not like Lance to have an accident. He's a very experienced guy. He's been around racing here for many, many years, starting in street cars in a Fiat 124.
There's a good little battle over there. Just coming up through the bus stop at the moment. That's David Dearden in the red car, and he's chasing down Craig Thompson in the 182 just in front of him. They've been pretty much line astern since the start of this race. As they crest over the top of the hill, it's actually Thompson in front of David Dearden in car number 33. And what did we say that was? That was a...
Car 33?
Yeah, of David Dearden's?
Yeah, well, some sort of Toyota. It's a Reynard, sorry. It's a Reynard SF84. Yeah, it's a Reynard.
So a fairly modern car, isn't it, from 1984?
Well, if you're like 41 years ago being classified as modern, yeah, but Reynard were a big name in motorsport for many years. For many years, they were the chassis of choice for IndyCar racing, and they've been all through Europe racing in Formula Championships for many, many years. Reynard, very well-known brand, also running Formula Ford as well. Yep, the 2s and the 3s, the Formulas, and then Formula Ford, as you said. A few Reynards used to be around when they were with the V8 supercar support category and the feeder category back in the day. Yep, many, many years ago. And you look at the guys who are only just now starting to move out of the supercar championship. People like Tander and Courtney and people like that. They all did their apprenticeships in Formula Ford. Head over to the top of the hill and we go back to car number 3 of Bill Norman, and doesn't look like Marty Bullock's actually letting him drive away. There's still about 100 metres between both of those cars as they head up through the bus stop and then hard on the brakes for turn number 4. Well, their last laps were only 0.07 of a second apart, so obviously Norman was with it in a little bit of traffic. But the fastest lap that they've set is around about 1 second quicker for Norman than Bullock. So you'd expect after 5 or 6 laps for the gap to be 5 or 6 seconds, and I would suspect that that's probably around about what it is. Yeah, it's pretty close. As we see this beautiful Rolt RT4, only one here this weekend when we know that there's at least 10 or 12 of them in WA. Yeah, there's plenty of them out there. It's unfortunate that we don't have more of them on the track, but that is the nature of these cars again. They're very temperamental, let's say. Because these are after the ground effects were banned. They used to have the side skirts that really used to suck the cars to the ground. And they ended up making those illegal because if there was a failure, those cars had a very high rate of flying off the racetrack. Yeah, they certainly did. And these cars, they sound magnificent. Listen to Will Norman's car. It sounds absolutely magnificent with that 1600cc twin cam engine. And I remember as a little boy up here in the very early 70s, and we were talking today about the trophy that these guys are running for this weekend, the Bob Creasy Trophy. Bob Creasy used to run a car called a Fielding, which 2 or 3 of those were made by Roger Fielding here in Western Australia, a very successful guy and a really clever engineer. He used to run the Fielding, which started as a Formula Ford, but then afterwards he put a twin cam Formula 2 engine in it. And I remember being up here as a young tacker in probably about 1972 or 73 in the old pit area on a tuning day, and he was the only car that was on the track. In those days, the circuit was absolutely surrounded by trees. We've knocked most of them down to make spectator areas these days, unfortunately. But coming up from the bottom of the hill here at turn 1 all the way up through to turn 4, you could just hear that engine just bouncing off the trees and crackling off the trees. It was a cool winter's day, and very, very low barometric pressure. And I will remember that for the rest of my life. What an absolutely magnificent sound that was. So that was Bob Creasy in his Fielding, and of course, unfortunately, we lost Bob last year, and so we've now got the a perpetual trophy that's been started in his honour, which these guys are running for this weekend. I think he's around about an 8 or 9 times Western Australian racing car champion in both a Barana 273 as well as the Rolt RT4 in later days. And not only that, but Bob was an absolutely splendid guy, always happy to have a chat, and just a really nice guy. So it's lovely that they've decided to put this trophy together for him.
He was running car number 77. And that car was still participating in Formula Classic there while Bob was alive. And he was a very fierce competitor. I'm just trying to think of the livery that was on the 77.
He used to run a Rolt RT1 that was in Castrol colour schemes.
It. Yep,
yeah, white
that was
with the green and red stripes on it. And that was the car's original owners' sponsors. So, he used to always be sponsored by BP when he was racing himself. Always used to run car number 16 in the day.
So our leader still is Bill Norman as they're up and over the hill, down into 6. And Marty Bullock not too far behind him, only 7/10 of a second separating them last time across the stripe. And we go back to Jason Newton and just noticed that Tiga's got a little bit of flame happening out of the back of it on the downshifts. So they really turned the wick up on the little Tiga. And good to see Jason back, of course, one of our Formula Ford competitors in the ex-Home & Ho car.
Yep, absolutely, and also from years gone by, also a Formula Ford competitor in the past as well, before that Home & Ho car that he used to run. But I think he also used to run the ex-Chris Mitchell car at one stage as well. But nonetheless, a fierce competitor and a guy who knows his way around this circuit, that's for sure.
Yeah, that was the ex-Chris Mitchell car, and the ex-Pete Major car is what Brock Brewer is running around in car number 57 in Formula Ford.
Yeah, old Formula Fords don't die.
No, there's the Major Mitchell.
Yeah, the Major Mitchell move down in turn 7. Yep, absolutely. For those who don't know, Pete Major and Chris Mitchell used to be fierce competitors at the front of the Formula Ford, and they used to always be going around the outside of each other down in turn 7. So we decided to call that the Major Mitchell move, and that's what we're stuck with over the years.
And we saw a little bit of that being used yesterday in what was a sensational day of motorsport here at Carco Raceway yesterday. And hopefully it will carry over onto today. I'm pretty sure it will. Perfect conditions out there on the circuit at the moment with low UV and a fairly cool wind out there to keep the cars nice and cool. But we are now down into the last lap territory, I believe, for this one.
Yeah, and fastest lap on the last lap for Will Norman too. So he's gone out and done a 58.7. And I'm not surprised he's doing quite good lap times. As I said when I was out in the time challenge, the track's definitely got lots of grip. And my lap times are probably on average around about 0.7 of a second to a second faster than they were at the last race meeting. So there's plenty of grip out there on the circuit.
They're starting to negotiate some of the lap traffic. So that's David Dearden on the driver's left of Bill Norman, and that's allowed Marty Bullock to get within 4 or 5 car lengths of the Rolt RT4. So the slower cars of Thompson and Dearden stay right out of the way of the Rolt RT4, and Marty Bullock is right into the slipstream now as they come down in towards turn number 7. Unfortunately, there's another, that'll be Thompson in 182, just in front of Bill Norman. Last lap board on display this time. Marty Bullock had a bit of a sniff.
Actually.
Oh, there it is
flag.
too, yep. So there is checkered flag. So Bill Norman only takes that win by about half a second over Marty Bullock. Jason Huge should be next. Here he comes over the top of the hill and down into turn number 7. And the little fire-breathing Tiger. They'll be stoked if they get some photos of that happening through the day. Here he comes out onto the main straight. And across the line for 3rd place, Craig Thompson and David Dearden, they've finished. Grove out there in car number 4, and then Brian Searles in 83. Glenn Swarbrick's already come across the line, and unfortunately for Lance Carwadine, he was a DNS in this one and will be the same for the rest of the day. This is a car that I reckon is the ex-Craig Bradke car.
Yeah,
that was
it is.
Once driven by the legend Ayrton Senna back in the day. So that's got a lot of history to it, that car. And unfortunately, Craig's had a bit of a clean out over the last couple of months and sold all of his toys. And that was one of them. And that, I know, was his pride and joy because of that fact that Ayrton Senna has actually driven that car.
Well, if it's got some sort of certification or some sort of proof that has happened, then that car will probably be worth a lot more than what it would be just as a basic, chassis.
The Formula Ford 2000. Now that's the way they finished in the first race of the day. Holden HQs, they are next out on the circuit, and it's tight at the top. We're going to go into the point scores very, very shortly here when the HQs join us for race number 1 here at Carco Raceway.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/driftwest for more details.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group Training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
HQ Racing WA is brought to you by Electrical Group Training, Odysseus, and West Coast Car Transport.
Holden HQ's down on the dummy grid and on pole position. Car number 4, Grant Ord. Good to see him back on the pole position. Ryan Davis will start alongside him on the outside in car number 49. Second row, Mick Woodbridge and Michael Howlett, the current state champion and leader, coming into today by around about 29 points over Mick Woodbridge, and then we go back 3 points to Ryan Davis. So all of those 3 drivers in 2nd, 3rd and 4th, that's where your champion will come from for 2025. The return of Dennis Russell in car number 23, Stuart Kenny, Kyan Butler in car number 62, Todd Faulknell and Brad Butler, Laurie Marsh and Peter Marsh out there in 67 and 68, Phil Breen in 75, Mark Alfonsi in 47, and we'll have to wait and see whether Dave Kent, yes, he is back out there after having a failure after exiting pit lane. I've got Troy Kent up here, and unfortunately, Troy, you've broken the motor and you're out for this weekend.
Yeah, it unfortunately, I think it happened way back in Nationals, but she's a bit hurt, so just sit this one out and support Dad.
So we got Michael Howlett in 253, Woodbridge on 224, and then Ryan Davis on 221 and Stu Kenny on 201. There's 4 guys realistically that can win this. 75 points on offer today, and as we saw yesterday, the championships weren't being decided until the last race. So around about 3 o'clock onwards this afternoon is when we can start announcing some winners. But Holden HQ's a good field out there today and seems to be back on the upside again. It's they're getting some few more numbers out there.
Yeah, they've been working on a few things in the background, and it looks like a lot of guys got themselves sorted out. They're coming back and they're slowly getting back out there, and we're getting good grid numbers this year. So looking a bit better for next year as well to follow our nationals. So Yeah, it's good to see a lot of guys come back. Dennis coming back, always quick in his car, so it'll be good to see how he goes today with the rest.
A big shout out to Adam Butler up there in Darwin. I'm sure he's tuned in to the live stream this morning. And, of course, moved up to Darwin the last couple of months to take up his new role. And it'll be great if we can get Adam back down here occasionally to give the Mr. Whippy a run.
Yeah, it'd be good to see Mr. Whippy out here for our local nationals. That'll be good.
Of course, yeah, we do have the Holden HQ Nationals coming to Carco Raceway next year, and we also have the Improved Production Nationals here as well. So a big year of 2026 here at Carco Raceway. As they make their way down to their grid positions. It's been a long time, I think, since we've seen Grant Ord on pole position. He's always thereabouts, but it's normally Michael Howlett or Mick Woodbridge that find themselves on the front row.
Yeah, Grant's, I don't know, he just keeps every now and then having a little issue with the car, but today he seems to have found it, and he's just, yeah, he's setting it today. So it's going to be an interesting race, this one, with Ryan and Mick behind him. Can he hold on?
And Dennis Russell out there, first time back for 2025, so he's going to be out there. He's in about P5, so he'll be taking some points off these championship contenders.
Yeah, I think he's going to, by the end of this race, I reckon he's going to be back in form, and I reckon he's going to get up there for those top guys, and I reckon he's going to be putting some pressure on them.
Yeah, spoke to Dennis and Rocket this morning and pretty excited to be back at Carco Raceway. They've just recently started their own business, so they wanted to get that up off the ground, and of course the back racing had to take a back seat, and now back, and first day back, and he's on the third row alongside Stuart Kenny, another guy that started the season very well. He was quite dominant last year, but kind of drifted off as this season's come to a close.
Yeah, well, that's just the nature of the HQ beast, unfortunately. 1 minute she's on, next minute she's off.
Because these guys running the timing right at the limit to try and get as much timing spark and throw as much air into these as they can. It's a great start side by side on the front row, but now Grant hits second gear and drives over the top of Ryan Davis down into turn number 1, Mick Woodbridge into third, and Dennis Russell already up into fourth position with Michael Howlett in the yellow and white car running around the outside. Then we have Stuart Kenny, and behind them will be Kyan Butler in car number 62. Sorry, that's 24. That is Todd Faulknell, so he's made a great start. And look at up the inside there, Michael Howlett in P5 now, right behind Dennis Russell, who's already moved up one position as well. So they crest the top of the hill, and Howlett's gone really wide, and that's going to allow Kenny and the orange car of Faulknell to drive down the inside of him down into turn number 6. So we pick up with our live stream, and it's Ryan Davis all over the back of Grant Ord at the moment. This is where the bump drafting comes in, mate. You make some Morse code on the bumper bar of the car in front.
Yeah, it makes a big difference too, especially up over the hill there. If you can get in behind someone, 2 cars is always faster than 1, and you can see Ryan's really playing into it.
Yeah, with Grant Ord right in front of him. Then they back off just a half a car length on the braking area and get the corner over and done with, and then they're straight back into it again. And as you can see, Davis already starting to close in on the back, and actually he's going to fly it up the inside, sends it from downtown and drives right underneath Grant Ord. And Mick Woodbridge is not out of this one either. He's only a car length behind Grant Ord. So these top 3 starting to run away. A non-representative lap time, of course, with a 33.9 and a 34.0. So very close are these top 3. Then we go back to Dennis Russell, just starting to fall off the back of the pack of these fast 3. But Michael Howlett starting to go backwards. In little yellow and white car as they head up over the top of the hill.
He has been chasing some issues with that car, so maybe he's still got the little gremlins in there. So,
do you know if he's taken the engine out of the championship car and put it into this one?
No. This car is exactly as it came. So back when it was run, I think it was last 2016. So
yeah, Brownie's old car.
Yep, that's the one. So yeah, he's just trying to feel the car out, feel what it does, and he's got a few teething issues, but it's getting there. He's fighting back now, so it looks like Todd's up on the inside of Stuart Kenny now, so he's on the attack.
Stuart Kenny in 72 around, who runs that Major Mitchell line that Rob Haggerty and I were just talking about. 3 wide over the stripe here with Faulknell in the mini middle. Kenny on the outside, who now drops to the inside. And there's a big lock up there from Dennis Russell, and he's thrown it really wide. Keeps it on the apron, but that's going to allow Stuart Kenny now to be all over the back. So we've got a freight train for fourth place. 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 as they head up through into turn number 3. Good to see Dave Kent still circulating out there, mate.
Yeah, and it looks like Laurie Marsh is actually jumping into that second pack. He's starting to come in as well, so everyone's doing a bit of work out there today.
We'll pick them up on our live stream as they go down into turn number 6.
Jumped himself back up.
Yeah, he's moved one place forward. But yeah, something happened there on lap number 2 and Michael slipped right back. He's really out of touch with the leaders at the moment, so they will grab some points off him here.
He's got a good run out of 6 now behind Stewie, so it'd be good to see him come over the hill now.
A bit of bump drafting as they come up and over the top of the hill and down in towards turn number 7. But our leaders already negotiating turn number 7 as Ryan Davis, he's got 3 or 4 car lengths now over Grant Ord, who was our pole sitter for race number 1. Then we go back to Mick Woodbridge, the ever-reliable Mick Woodbridge. He's always there or thereabouts and very consistent. That car doesn't break very often.
Mate, it's not often you'll see Mick's car down the field, and if it's down the field, it's definitely something that's gone wrong.
Well, he likes to muck around too. We've seen him drop right back and then charge back through the field just for something to do.
Yes, he's like a cat with a mouse, that boy.
Now, these guys are down into the 16.2s. Ord qualified with a 16.0, so they're still doing qualifying times out there at the moment. Lap 4, we've got 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining here for the first race of the last race meeting of the year for our Holden HQs, and Michael Howlett starting to get very, very interested in the side of Stuart Kenny's car as they go down side by, and Michael's got it. And he's just about taken Faulkner with him as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Todd saw the opening there, but that's closed up now. And that'll be Kenny in 72 that slammed the door on Todd Faulkner after Michael Howlett got through. So the next car on the hit list will be Dennis Russell in car number 23 for Michael Howlett to do something about. Now he's in 5th place, so that's minimising the loss to these top 3, Davis, Ord and Woodbridge.
Yeah, you could see Michael closing big time down into turn 7 there under brakes, that's Michael's little thing. He's very, very good under brakes.
Whoop, there's a slide there from Dad.
Yeah,
just about lost it.
Dad's just testing the full limits of the track then. Nice work, Dad. Keep it on the black stuff.
Yeah, still going. What was the issue in qualifying?
So he went out as he was coming down the hill. He lost gears because the bolts come out of the gear shifter, and that was it. So he had nothing else to do. So yeah, just pulled off, got out of the way, managed to find a gear and at the end there and got it back in and put a new bolt in, and he's good to go.
Drove an endurance race up here many years ago now with Ryan Davis, and the same thing happened to me. The little bolt came off the side of the selector where it bolts onto the side of the gearbox, a little 10-cent part, and I think somebody else has gone AWOL up there as well. That might have been Brad Butler in 76, got it very wide up there in turn 4. A big cloud of dust.
Yeah,
yes, it certainly was. So Dave Kent moves up 1 position. And where is Michael Howlett now? And look at these guys really closing up. But it's closing up now. There was car lengths in between these guys, and now they are separated by half a car length back to each other. Then we go back to Dennis Russell in P4. Michael Howlett still holding on for 5 at the moment. Kenny in 6, and Todd Faulkner having a good run in car number 24.
Yeah, it looks like Michael's going to move on to Dennis Russell shortly. He's getting him lined up going into turn 1, so I reckon by turn 4, I reckon he might be right.
There it is.
Oh, here he goes. He's already into it. Dennis has run wide.
Yeah, but Dennis has got prime position here for turn number 4, although we have seen cars run around the outside, and that's exactly what Michael Howlett does. Really late on the brakes, uses the go-kart line out in all of the rubble and the sand out there, and it's pulled off. He's got that position.
Yep. It looks like Stewie's played into that a bit too, so he's going to capitalise. So it's going to be on going into 6, so it'll be interesting to see how they come out.
And it is going on down there in turn number 6 at the moment. Davis defending big time from Grant Ord. Car number 45 has just been given a bad sportsmanship flag for track limits. So that was your dad in car number 45. Davis coming under attack now, left and right. Woodbridge all over the back of him, and Grant Ord out wide. So he's nearly 3 wide on the entry into turn number 7. 3 wide around there is just not going to work. Davis now has to go defensive as the battle is on. Woodbridge has got up into second place now, and he looks for a run down the inside of Davis. Not going to work into turn number 1.
And Michael Howlett has jumped through. He's going quite well now.
Yeah, he's moved out 2 car lengths over Dennis Russell, but we go back to the front, and it's Ryan Davis by 1 car length over Mick Woodbridge, who drove around the outside of Grant Ward and then tried to throw it up the inside of Ryan Davis, and now he's making another move on Davis here. Davis runs wide on the exit of turn number 4, and that's going to cost him down here in 6. Look at Grant Ward, goes to the inside now, and then swaps to driver's right, but Woodbridge looks like he's going to drive right underneath Ryan Davis. Davis holds the throttle on, gets it all sideways and goes out to the concrete. That's going to cost him big time. Grant Ord now drives straight up the inside of Davis, so Woodbridge takes the lead from Grant Ord, and then 3 car lengths back is now car 49 of Ryan Davis as Grant Ord coming under attack and takes over first place from Mick Woodbridge. What great racing for our Holden HQs. Awesome race to start off their last day of school. And it's Grant Ord as he comes across the line. And last lap board on display as Ryan Davis now sends it up the inside and it takes over second place from Mick Woodbridge. Now these guys have come together before. Hopefully we're not going to get another repetition of that during today's play.
No, hopefully not. It's been some interesting close racing this year, and it's really been turned on by these boys, so I think they'll keep it clean.
Heading up turn number 4 for the last time. And Davis now getting all racy around the back end of Grant Ord. He'll be looking to put a move on down here as they crest the top of the hill. They're still line astern. There's 0.154 of a second difference between Grant Ord and Davis fires it up the inside. Oh, just a little bit of contact there on the entry into turn number 6, but Grant Ord hangs on. So there's one more chance. And Davis again tries to go up driver's right of Grant Ord, and it's not worked. He blocked that move beautifully, and it's actually cost Davis about 3 car lengths as they head down into turn number 7 for the last time. Grant Ord by 2 car lengths. If he can just keep this one straight, he's going to take the win. But here comes Davis and Woodbridge up the inside. A drag race to the line. It's Ord from Davis and Woodbridge. What a great finish. Coming across the line, Michael Howlett moving from left to right. So I don't know whether that's an indication that Michael thinks he might have wrapped the championship up. He certainly hasn't wrapped up the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championship, so that may have cemented him your own championship for the West Australian HQ Association.
Yeah, I think that pretty much just locks it in for him. He's only got to finish races at this point, and to be that far up in this race, I think that might have sealed the deal.
All right, yeah, it looks like it, because you don't normally do zigzags down the main straight at 100 mile an hour in a HQ.
He seemed awfully excited.
Mate, Troy, thanks very much for helping us out on that awesome race to start off the Holden HQs, brought to you by Tyre Co this weekend, and look forward to seeing you later on through the day. Go down to the pits there, grab us all the goss on that one, and we'll catch you a little bit later on this morning.
Not a problem, thank you very much.
Our Formula Fords getting ready down there in the dummy grid, and this is going to be an awesome weekend for our Formula Fords and our Formula Vs, and we're going to have a look at some replay action for our live stream viewers from what occurred here yesterday. A sensational day of racing. Enjoy some replays. We'll be back very shortly with the Formula Fords. 5 cars involved in that one, and there were some big hits in there.
Yeah, Alex Ambrosio, but into the lead once more is Zane Rhodes. Not much that Callo's been able to do over the last lap or so. Right up onto his tail under brakes. But again,
you're not going to stick your car in there. There is no room.
There, absolutely.
There's Andrew Eldridge up the inside.
Slips in the inside there. Look at the way the back end of that car went into a drift as he went into that corner.
Grant Hill trying to run around the outside of the Trans Am of Ron Moller. And Moller going to hold him off, I reckon. But they're still set over the top of the hill. We know that Ron Moller's got the better brakes on that Trans Am Camaro as they tilted in and come out off turn number 7.
Race runner on the start, and Trent got the whole shot, which is good. He was shooting flames even on the start line.
And Matt Cherry trying to get underneath Steve Turpin and Trent Hookham now in the RX-7.
Oh, Trent, he gets a bit wild, Steve.
Does it again. Now he's got to hold the car onto the circuit. He cannot afford to run to driver's left. We'll be pushing on each other as they come down the hill for a run up the inside from Zane Rhodes, and he does it again. Now he's got to hold the car onto the circuit.
And maybe take that position as they're under brakes down there, and he's trying very hard to do that, and he has done that. They're going to come together, and that forces Mercer wide. So
an outside pass, then swaps to the inside on the way out of turn.
Down to turn one.
No, Baxter cuts.
Gets the gate closed in front of him.
As they come down the hill and the power of the V8 gets unloaded, but under brakes again, Barry just keeps that nice protected line.
Marklin on the outside, so he's got a lot of work to do out there. Nisi on the inside, he's got the easier trick. He's going to slow it right down so they can't get back down the inside and do the over and under.
Jackson
Callow's trying to come down the inside. It's going to be 3 wide almost as they come across the line.
Whoa.
Just going to be Nisi across the line in front of Markon back to Callow.
Wow. He's got their hand out the window. He's happy. Boy, Adam's finished.
But I tell you what, doesn't matter which side of the fence you're on, you're pretty happy this weekend because you've got a win for Falcon and a win for Commodore. So you've got the Holden and the
Now Formula Fords on the circuit for their race number 1 here at Carco Raceway. And it's Brock Brewer coming into the last round of this championship with a 16-point margin over Xavier Henderson. 247 to Brewer, 231 to Xavier Henderson, and then 9 points behind them in third place is Jensen Marold. And Jensen will start this one on pole position from Xavier Henderson. On the second row will be Brock Brewer and Begley in car number 3. Fourth row will be Josh Matthews and Will Hall, car number 55, and then rounding out 8 cars is Garrett Piper in car 6 and the 29 of Glenn Swarbrick. Straight out of Formula Classic, straight into Formula Ford racing. Glenn Swarbrick has already stitched up the silver category for our Formula Fords, but our Gold Star category still open for our top 3. It'll come down to Marold, Henderson or Brewer. At the end of this afternoon, somebody is going to go home with the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championship for 2025. One of the standout categories all year have the Formula Fords been. Some very tight wheel-to-wheel racing and great minimal contact all year. There has been the occasional coming together, but all drivers being able to walk away and get their cars back out for the next race. So you see them starting to line up, and Marold and Xavier Henderson very, very close to the white lines in their starting grids. And same with Brewer and Begley as well. They're not giving away an inch. Red lights on. Away we go, and it's a great start from car number 8, but as soon as he hits second gear, car number 31 of Jensen Marold just drives straight around the outside of young Xavier as they head into turn number 1 for the first time. It's Marold, Henderson, then we go back to Brewer, Begley, and behind them it was Hall has got in front of Josh Matthews in car number 55 as they head up through turn number 4 and over the top of the hill for the first time. And already Marold and Henderson starting to drive away from Brewer. They've got 3 or 4 car lengths already as they crest the top of the hill and head down towards the bowl here at Carco Raceway. Marold doing an outstanding job in season 2025, first year into a Formula Ford. And car number 31 coming out and over the top of the hill. Xavier Henderson right in the gearbox as they come down into the braking area, and this is where it gets really exciting for Formula Fords. They're hard on the brakes. They're sometimes side by side as they enter into turn number 7. Out onto the main straight, and car number 31 gets credited with leading lap number 1 from Xavier Henderson in 8. Brock Brewer in 3rd place at the moment. About 3 car lengths off the back of the top 2. Then we go back to Begley in 4th, William Hall in 5, Josh Matthews back in 6. Actually, he's moved in front of Will Hall, so he takes over P5, Hall in 6. And then we have Matthews, Piper and Glenn Swarbrick, unfortunately not out there in the ever-reliable Macon, car number 29. So 7 cars out there on the circuit at the moment. And Xavier Henderson starting to get very racy on the gearbox of Jensen Marold as they come out of turn number 6. 1 car length difference as they come over the top of the hill. And now Marold coming under a lot of pressure from Xavier Henderson as he ducks to the outside. And this is the Peter Major, Chris Mitchell move. And Brock Brewer as well has now joined on to the back. So we now have a 3-way battle for the front running. P1 will get 25 points, P2 will get 20 points, and 3rd place will get 19, and then it tails off 18, 17, 16, and so on. A 16-point advantage to Brock Brewer, currently running in 3rd position at the moment. Jensen Marold and Xavier Henderson hot on his heels as far as the championship goes. Now Brewer starting to get racy, looks for a run down the inside into turn number 6 and gets his nose taken off by Xavier Henderson in car number 8. And it's Marold, he's actually moved out in about 3 or 4 car lengths now as they crest the top of the hill. But Brewer all over the back of Xavier Henderson as he looks for a move down the inside. He sends it from downtown and then gets back on the brakes again. Not going to happen that time, just sizing Xavier Henderson up, and Xavier's clipped the curb on the way out of turn number 7. That's going to give Brewer the opportunity to run around the outside of him down here in turn number 6. He decides to try and go on with it, straightens the car up. He should get a good run out of here. Xavier Henderson is in all types of problems now with the 57 all over that Hewland gearbox as they go into turn number 4 to reel off another lap. 5 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this one. You can forget about Jensen Marold. He's in the next postcode. He is gone. Xavier Henderson under pressure now from the 57 of Brewer as they crest the top of the hill. Again, Brewer tries to go to the inside, then goes to the outside. They're side by side on the entry into turn number 6, but Xavier Henderson holds on. He just drifts the car right out to driver's left on the exit of turn number 6. Chops Brewer's nose off yet again. Now the fight back. Brewer drops to the outside. Driver's left of Xavier Henderson tries to outbrake Xavier Henderson, and again, not going to work. Xavier extremely late on the brakes, but Brewer goes to the inside and drives up into 2nd place. So Jensen Marold currently sitting on 25 points. Brewer now on 20 points and 19 for Xavier Henderson. They are our top 3. And Begley doing a great job up there in P4 as well. Now, if Brewer and Henderson keep fighting like that, it's going to allow Begley to jump onto the back of them and possibly Josh Matthews getting involved in this as well. On our live stream, we have a look at what is happening. Brewer going defensive down into turn number 6, but not good enough. Xavier Henderson drives right up the inside and takes back 2nd place. Now they're side by side on the exit of turn number 6. As they crest the top of the hill, they will be side by side, but Brewer with the extra horsepower and better drive out of turn number 6. He should be able to take over 2nd again, but no. Xavier Henderson fights back again, goes back into 2nd. Great battle here for 2nd place. Brewer now goes to the outside and again will try to drive around the outside of Xavier Henderson in 1. Not going to work for him this time, but look at Begley. He's closing in on the back of these two while they're arguing over 2nd place. Begley is now part of the 2nd place battle, and we go back to Josh Matthews in the yellow car and then Will Hall in car number 55. But up and over the top of the hill, it's still Merrold. He's already down into the entry into turn number 6. And Brewer tries for a run up the inside. It's not going to happen on this occasion. But now he's coming under attack now from Begley in car number 3. So he'll be looking forward and backwards. He's got Xavier Henderson in front of him and Begley right behind him as they fan out again over the top of the hill and down into turn number 7. Brewer tries the outside run. Not going to work on this occasion. Xavier Henderson now goes defensive again, but Begley is right involved in this one in car number 3. He's going to go around the outside into turn number 1. Brewer's going to have to hang on to the apex of the corner here, and that's going to cost him on the exit. This is Begley's chance now into turn number 4. Can he drive around the outside of Xavier Henderson and Brewer? Brewer easy onto the brakes there into turn number 4, hugging that curb as they head up towards the blind right-hander at the top of the hill. We are down to 2 minutes 30 seconds remaining in this one, and Brewer again has another crack at Xavier Henderson as they top over the top of turn number 5 and down into 6. Henderson down onto the apex. Brewer mid-track at the moment, trying to keep some momentum and horsepower as they come out of turn number 6. Looks like Brewer's got the better run. They're side by side yet again over the top of the hill. Sensational Formula Ford action here at carco.com.au Raceway, but Xavier Henderson slips up the inside. Brewer runs wide, and that's going to allow Begley a chance to drive up the inside of Brock Brewer in 57. He's going to get it done. So Brewer now down into 4th position as Begley gets a big slide happening into turn number 1. Brewer back into 4th place now, and Josh Matthews now starting to make a run at Brock Brewer. Jensen Merrold already up and over the hill. He is left the building. Then we go back to Xavier Henderson, who has a good break now between Jensen Merrold in front of him and Brewer and Begley. As Brewer slides it up the inside, drives straight underneath car number 3 on the entry into turn number 6. Can he hang on to this position? Car number 3 fighting back, gets his nose taken off. Brewer just chops the nose straight off in front of him. Will maintain 3rd position down into turn number 6 on this occasion. We're down to 60 seconds remaining in this one. 2 more laps of the 2.41 kilometre Carco Raceway here for Formula Fords as Begley now starting to come under attack from Josh Matthews in the yellow car. Matthews, a long-time runner in Formula Ford and a fairly consistent runner. And he is all over the back of car number 3 at the moment. So a decent gap now for Henderson and Brewer. And there's the move from Josh Matthews. Side by side over turn number 5. In the yellow car, slides it around the outside, and you don't see passes taken up there, but that's exactly what Josh Matthews has done. Takes over that position from Begley, who was looking good there, up into 3rd place for a while, and now finds himself back into P5. Up and over the top of the hill, our leader already out onto the main straight. And with 8 seconds remaining, we're going to get another 2 laps of racing here in race number 1 for the Formula Fords. So it's Brewer again, all over the back of Xavier Henderson. He's got very, very close to him on the entry into turn number 1. So currently on lap number 10 for our Formula Fords. Heading up through the bus stop section now. It kind of calms itself down at the moment, but there'll be a move on here for sure, down into turn number 6. With Xavier Henderson holding on for 2nd place at the moment from Brock Brewer. And then we go back to Matthews now up into P4, Begley in 5, Will Hall in 6, and Garrett Piper rounds out our 7 cars on the circuit at the moment. For our live streaming customers, that is Josh Matthews in the yellow car, holding off Begley in car number 3. He's actually starting to drive away about 3 car lengths now And we go back to this battle for second place. And they are weaving from one side of the racetrack to the other. Brewer trying to look for a way through. He tries to go defensive here with the over and under, and it looks like he may get through up the inside on the entry into turn number 1. That's exactly what he does. A great drive there down the main straight from Brock Brewer in car number 57. Takes over second place from Xavier Henderson, although Xavier's still fighting back all the way up through turn number 3. Hard on the brakes into turn number 4. Get that left front wheel right up alongside the curb as you pull up and over. Flip the car to the right-hand side at the top of the hill here at Carco Raceway and down into turn number 6. Brewer's moved away by 1.5 car lengths over the top of the hill and down into turn number 6. A yellow flag, or the last lap board will come out this time through as our leader down into turn number 7. It's Jensen Marold running around in 61 second laps. Brewer and Henderson also in the 61s as well. There's only 0.4 of a second difference between the lap times. Actually, it's checkered flag. So Jensen Marold gets the checkered flag. Brock Brewer will take out second place over a hard finishing Xavier Henderson. Then we go back to Matthews and Begley. Will Hall will be next across the line in car number 55. Then Garrett Piper in car number 6, just coming out of turn number 7 at the moment. What a race to start race number 1 for season 2025, the last race meeting here at carco.com.au Raceway. So if we have a look at the points now, it will be Jensen Marold with 25 points, so he will go to 247. Brock Brewer will get 20 points. He'll go to 267. And then we go to Xavier Henderson on 19 points. That puts him up onto 250 points. We'll keep you abreast of what's happening with Formula Ford. We're going to throw down to Jamie McCanty and Demelza Leonard in the pit area.
We're down here at Lane, lots going on. We've just seen the running of the HQ Holden category, and I'm with Grant, who came first in the first race for today. Grant, congratulations, great start to the day. But you're telling me you're sort of making your way with a good win today after a bit of a disruptive year.
A pretty bad accident about 3 rounds ago. The car to where it is, and today it seems to be coming pretty good.
Do you feel that the car today in particular sort of like hit its peak for all the issues you've had throughout the season?
Yeah, definitely. Tried a few things last round, but with the wet, it's really hard to try anything. With the dry track, it's coming on really good.
And tell us about the category itself. I mean, this club is always, this category, or this club of HQ Holders, you guys are a really supportive group. You all look out for each other. You help each other with any issues you've got with your cars and so forth. It must be a pleasure to be a part of this sort of club in a car like yours.
It certainly is. We always get around each other. You break something on a Friday, everyone will get around you to fix it for the Sunday, ready for the race. You break it in a race, you'll have 20 people underneath the car trying to get it ready for you. It's a really good club.
Last day of championships, which means you've got nothing to sort of hold back on. You give it everything you've got today. So what was it like in the first race? Was the competition pretty hot in track?
Oh, the competition's always hot at the front of our field. You make one wrong move and you're 10 cars back. It's really good.
Even with 75 points on the table today, I mean, no chance of you coming through if you get 3 wins in a row?
No, the champion's pretty good. These guys are going to go pretty hard, and they're the 2 competitors racing within that race.
You look forward to the Nationals next year, Grant?
Definitely. We're going to try and show these guys what we got.
And what's the competition like across Australia when it comes to the HQ Holden category?
I just had 50-odd cars at Sydney Motorsport Park for the Nationals over there, so pretty good.
Look, good luck today, mate. Good luck for the Nationals. I'm sure you'll do well and really enjoy this championship racing here at Carco Raceway. That's all from me. We're going to a break. Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training.
Of course, today's race meeting brought to you by Electrical Group Training. We thank those guys for their ongoing support of motor racing here at carco.com.au Raceway. And this is one of our 2 prestigious events out on the circuit today for day 2 of round 6, 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Racing Championships. This is the Rob Janney Memorial Trophy for our time challenge competitors. It's not door-to-door handle racing. Those guys have been out in their practice session. They have now nominated a lap time, and it is up to them to hit that lap time for the next 5 laps of racing. So this is event number 1 for the Rob Janney Memorial. A good field of cars out there with Peter Toey, Justin Chaffee, Joe Douglas. He is the leader of the championship coming into this final event. So a good result today. We'll see Joe take out a second time challenge West Australian Sporting Car Club Championship. We have Michael Clark out there, Ellis in car number 47, Ryan Holtz in 98, Young Hills in car number 7 making his debut, and what a debut that is going to be. Most prestigious time challenge event in Western Australia. Young 14-year-old kid driving car number 7 for the Matty Galton, who had a spin in the little Honda Civic, the KYP Honda Civic, out of turn number 7 in our practice session this morning. Then we have Rob Haggerty, a super quick little Mazda MX-5. Fairly happy with where he was sitting in the practice session. So he'll be a car to keep an eye on as the overall result. And we have Ivan Mickelson in car number 170. Peter Dybel is out there as well. Sean Ellis, happy birthday to Sean Ellis. He is competing in car number 87. Then we have Jamie Scott in the Mark II Escort. Heath Malkin in car number 84. Mick Moylan in the big Ford Galaxy. I can see him just coming down into turn number 7 at the moment. And behind him will be Panizza and Carroll round out our field. So they are green flag conditions now. This is the first of their timed laps. And good to see everybody's got a little bit of margin between the car in front. So that's one less thing that you have to worry about while you're circulating around in time challenge. You don't want to come into contact with the car in front because it'll slow you down, or you'll go too fast trying to get around that car. The idea is to use the same throttle increments around the circuit, apply the same brake pressure at the same brake marker on every corner, and of course shift the gears up and down at the same time on the racetrack, lap after lap. Peter Toey, as I said earlier today, a previous winner in the time challenge round here at Carco Raceway, and he is first across the line with Justin Chaffee in the Gibson Motorsport branded Holden Commodore. And then we have Joe Douglas in car number 88, the Toyota or the Subaru BRZ. Very similar car to the Toyota 86. And let's have a look. And Rob Haggerty briefly goes to the top from Mick Moylan, who now goes over the top. And Carroll now goes to the top. So it's moving around quite significantly already, and we're only on lap number 1. So as the rest of our competitors come through, our last 2 cars go over the timing marker. It's Carroll from the birthday boy in Sean Ellis in second place at the moment. The big Ford Galaxy and Mick Moylan in third. Rob Haggerty in the MX-5 in fourth. And rounding out our top 5 on lap 1, Justin Chaffee in the Holden Commodore, coming down into turn number 7. Across the line again to reel off another lap. And we have Toey right down in position 14. He's leader on the road, already down into turn number 1, but not doing so well on the scoreboard at the moment. Now I can see Rob Haggerty coming through right behind Matty Galton in car number 24, the Honda Civic. So they cross the line. And Rob Haggerty stays, he moves up into third place now. So it's still Carroll, and he'll be going across the line now in the orange VN Commodore. And good news for Sean Ellis fans. He's now gone to the point in car number 87 takes the lead on 27 points. Rob Haggerty in second place on 57 points. Maddie Galton in the Honda Civic in car 24. She is in third. Chaffee in fourth. And one of the guys to keep an eye on, Jamie Scott in the Mark II Escort, just sneaking his way up into P5 as Towie exits turn number 7. A reel off lap number 3. 29 points last time through. And obviously you're trying to get 0 demerit points on every lap. At 29 points is pretty good. Rob Haggerty went through with 20 points. Maddie Galton came through on 12. And Michael Clark on 9 points. So very, very close. Our top 5, only 51 points separating our top 5. So Ellis now goes to the top, or stays on the top. Maddie Galton up into second. Michael Clark into third. Chaffee into fourth. Haggerty into 5. And Haggerty's blown it. He'd done 104 points last time through. And there's a perfect score for Clark in car number 28. 0 demerit points. And that's exactly what you're looking for. So he is moving up the board. He's just climbed from third up into second. Maddie Galton now takes the lead on 98 from Clark on 107, Chaffee on 145, and Rob Haggerty on 161. Joe Douglas rounds out our top 5, equal with Jamie Scott. So P5 and P6 locked together on 189. Peter Towie goes through with a 0 as well. So there's 2 perfect scores out there at the moment. Clark in car 28 and Peter Towie. Towie back in 8th position. Clark sitting in 2nd at the moment as Rob Haggerty moves through. That's a better one for Rob Haggerty. No, it wasn't. It was a 66. So he has dropped right down to P7 now. They're starting to move the wrong way on the scoreboard. It's Clark from Chaffee, Maddie Galton and Ellis. Carroll over in the bus stop area at the moment in the Holden Commodore. So we pick up on Madison Galton coming across the top of the hill in car number 24, the Honda Civic. It's now Justin Chaffee by 4 points over Maddie Galton, who we have on screen for our live stream customers. And it looks like Mick Moylan has slowed the field up big time on the way into turn number 7. So he's retiring from the event, and unfortunately for these 3 cars, and it looks like that was Joe Douglas and the 47 of Ellis. They got held up big time there. Yeah, Mick Moylan's dropped down to position 16 now. It should be a checkered flag any time now. But it's Galton from Jamie Scott in that Mark II Escort. Moved himself up into second. Chaffee into third. Panizza into fourth. And as we say that, it updates again. Now Clark down to 5. Clark in fourth. Scott in 5. Ellis in 6. But it's Maddie Galton by 27 points. Checkered flag on display. And then our system will take a couple of minutes to just update itself. Maddie Galton, 6 demerit points last time through. Ivan Mickelson, 2,800. And Mick Moylan, 5,100 points on one single lap. So our winner looks like he's going to take it out with around about 200 points. And down the other end of the scale, Mick Moylan, 17th position on 6,189. So we've got Madison Galton coming out onto the main straight. Rob Haggerty in the MX-5 as well, not far off the bumper bar of her car. This is the Rob Janney Memorial Time Challenge, event number 1. Here comes Jamie Scott as well in car number 51, currently sitting in 4th position. We'll wait now. Final calculations being done by our scoring system. And it's looking pretty good for Maddie Galton in car number 24, the Honda Civic. from Justin Chaffee in the Holden Commodore and Panizza in the Hyundai XL, which raced yesterday in the Retrovision XL series. So there's another update now. So it's Galton, Chaffee, Scott. I think this may be just about finalising. We wait for our timing system to turn grey. Galton on 190 points, Justin Chaffee on 217, then Jamie Scott on 323. So it's just a matter of first and second to sort out. Jamie Scott will take home third place in event number 1. Who will it be, the Honda Civic or the Holden Commodore? Six points last time through for Matty Galton, 37 points for Justin Chaffee, and Jamie Scott finished that last lap on 112 demerit points. Still waiting on our timing officials just to put in the final calculations for event number 1, the Rob Janney Memorial. 2 more events coming up later on this afternoon for that particular trophy. For our live stream customers, we've got some messages from all of our proud sponsors and partners here at Carco Raceway.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the Cool Down Lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and a hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the Cool Down Lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results, and upcoming rounds, plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship. Historic touring car racing, proudly presented by Axis Hire, Moylan Grain Silos, Perth Brake Parts, and iWrite Signs.
While we're away at our ad break, it is now confirmed that Madison Galton, driving the Honda Civic, takes out event number 1 for the Rob Janney Memorial Trophy. For Access Hire, our historic touring cars still sitting down here in pit lane at the moment, ready to get going. And joining me in commentary this morning, Martin Dennis. Good morning, Martin.
Yeah, good morning, Vaughan. It's another lovely day at Carco Raceway.
We had Grant Johnson down on the entry list, but unfortunately the XY not here.
No, I had to talk with Peter on Friday night. They did a couple of hours of running out here during the week, and the clutch has failed, which is very frustrating.
Yeah, no drive to the back wheels, so obviously not going to be racing this weekend. No. Mark Cates set a good time in qualifying this morning. It's all top 4 cars, the top 2 rows, they're all Fords.
Mate, it's nothing like seeing a good Ford front row.
We need some Camaros back out there to mix it up, don't we? Put some Chev products back out there. We've got a grid coming up on the board at the moment, and it's Mark Cates in the fastback car number 69, Brian Edhouse, another fastback 79, second row Peter Piscaneri, and alongside him will be Don Behetz. And kind of lost our timing screens at the moment, so we've kind of lost everything. We'll call them as they come out.
Simon Northey,
Yeah, we had Simon Northey there. Also
Mal Bowden.
behind him, Bowden.
Yep, Bowden, Gary Edwards, Bill Skipper, Ken Waller, Ian Brown, Trevor Fairs, Nathan Hadlow, Wendy Cover and Bob O'Neill.
Yeah, Bob very slow in qualifying this morning in that Holden Monaro. He's just recently purchased that this year and still got a lot of teething problems with it by the look of it.
Yeah, he's got to come to grips with it a bit. It's just taking a while. Yeah, like any car.
Is that the old Martinovich car?
Yes, it's one Gary.
Yeah.
It's the second one Gary built actually.
Yep.
And he's had changed hands a few times when Gary got out of it. It's a nice tidy vehicle. I guess like anything, you've got to be able to get the best out of the beast.
Yeah, and Wendy Cover out there in Bob's second car, his original car, the EH Holden.
Yep.
And Wendy's done a great job all year, hasn't she? She got a little bit frightened in those horrendous conditions at the last race meeting, and she decided not to go out there in those.
Yeah, a bit of discretion from Wendy. Ultimately, Wendy's got nothing to prove. It's just have some fun. So, and that's what it's about. It's about having fun in the cars.
As far as the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championship is involved, so this is total points. It's Brian Edhouse on 223, and he is 27 points in front of Simon Northey in the BMW. Then we go back to the Mini of Mal Bowden on 190, so 6 points separating second and third. Stuart Young on 147. Now, he's not here today, so he's out of the equation, but Mark Cates is sitting back there in what effectively will be fourth position on 140. Bill Skipper in 127. Realistically, it's going to come down to our top three drivers. Edhouse 223, Northey on 196, and Mal Bowden in the Mini in third place on 190.
Wow.
That's a bit of a turn up for the books to have a Mini that high up.
Yes, absolutely. Even Simon with the Beamer. That's really great to have some of the smaller cars shaking the tree a bit.
Then, of course, we go to the West Australian Historic Touring Car Club trophies, and there's so many different categories there. We believe that Laurie Lapsley, who unfortunately was involved in a road traffic accident the other night and has some damage to the Mark II Jag, he won't be here this weekend, but we believe that Laurie has already stitched up his particular category for the WA Historic Touring Car Club.
Okay, I actually haven't checked the standings. I'll leave that until...
There's so many. We'll just wait for the presentation day.
Absolutely, Vaughan. That's the way.
Side by side on the front row, two beautifully presented and very quick Mustangs, and another one on the third row as well.
Yep. So Pete missed the last race, last meeting, because of a back injury, a bit of a strain, and decided he wouldn't push his luck. So he's back today, having a good old crack. So Bob's just rolled in, green flag.
Green flag, but unfortunately it doesn't look like our timing boards are going to be working for this one. They're doing a bit of a Control-Alt-Delete at the moment. Red lights away and away we go. And look at the start from Brian Edhouse. Just drives away from Mark Cates. Don Behet's got a good start, but unfortunately for Peter Piscaneri going backwards. Northey's already gone past him, and Mal Bowden looking very threatening around the outside.
The old Mini's going to have a good old hard hit at the outside run there. But Edhouse got a great start, plenty of traction, no wheel spin. Mark obviously turned the tyres a bit. Don obviously always gets a pretty good start with the Galaxy. He's
Don
sliding it up the hill.
Sideways. And Piscaneri was sideways as well as they headed up towards turn number 5. We go on board with Trevor Fairs for our live stream viewers, and a little Mini. And going around the outside, he's got the Volvo of Ken Waller in car number 142, right in front of our camera car.
Right in his sights.
Oh, look at Mark Cates is already sideways coming out of turn number 6. Really lighting up those tyres.
Yeah, lighting up those. The boys have just streaked out a bit, the 269 fastbacks.
As you would expect. Oh, now Brian Edhouse just lays a couple of pieces of licorice down there on the extras of turn number 7.
Yep. Plenty of horsepower, these guys.
Down into turn number 1, Edhouse and Cates driving away from Peter Piscaneri and Don Behet. Then we go back to the BMW 2002 of Simon Northey, then Mal Bowden, and we go back to Gary Edwards having a second day of competition this weekend. Drove his improved production Holden Commodore yesterday and got third for the day. Then we go back to Bill Skipper in the 1600.
Yep. And
right behind him, Ian Brown in the first of the Cortinas.
Yep.
And then Nathan Hadlow in the second of the Cortinas. Then the Volvo. Mini of Trevor Fairs, and it looks like Bob's actually found the accelerator pedal, that thing on the right-hand side of the floor, and he's driving away from Wendy Cover in the EH.
Yeah, it's not a footrest after all.
So we do have our timing back on board, and as you would expect, it's Brian Edhouse, fast time across for lap number 1, as they come across the line and reel off lap number 2 here into 3. And the update is a 105.7, and he's got 0.8 of a second over Mark Cates.
Yep, that's he's just driving it well. I mean, he's got a good history of racing. It's not like he's a new racer.
No,
just not in this category as much. He's done this year. He's had a good run. Took a couple of years to get to have a good run though. There's some damage, unfortunately.
Yeah, with that big one over there in the entry into turn number 4 with Stuart Young.
Well, that was the second one.
That was the second one.
Yeah, the first one was a side swipe by a Jaguar. Mate Laurie got him and did a whole lot of damage to a brand new car. Jag survived really well, actually.
Actually, I think that was first time out.
And it was actually in qualifying, it was even worse.
It wasn't a good way to debut a brand new car.
Not at all.
As up and over the top of the hill, currently on lap 3, we've got 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this one, and Brian Edhouse looking pretty comfortable out in front. Mark Cates keeping the second of the Mustangs nice and straight on the exit of turn number 7.
Mark's chasing, he's concentrating. You can see the way he's driving. He's keeping it straight and tidy.
There's only 0.3 of a second difference on that lap. So, yes, he has actually improved by half a second on that previous lap. We go back to Piscaneri in 3rd, Behetz in 4th, Northey in 5, and Mel Bowden round out our top 6.
Gary Edwards in the other Beamer, Phil Skipper, Ian Brown, Nathan Adlow, Ken Waller in the Volvo, Trevor with the camera, Wendy and Bob.
What's
Hang
happening?
On. What happened there? No, it's the timing screen's calling the wrong way around.
What is happening with Mike Gallagher's Jag?
Engine, he's got the cylinder head's been off. The cylinder head's been off the engine, and it's just not been. It's not finished.
Not finished. Yep.
Not bolted back together. The guy that's doing all the work had been away, so you can't work while you're away.
No.
And so unfortunately the Jag's not being completed.
Trying to see where he is on our list of points for the year. And the Vandenright's not here this weekend in the Mark IIIs. Oh, look, Mal Bowden's come to a stop. Actually, I think he's run off the track. That's down in turn number 6, so it looks like he's understeered straight off. He's got the front wheels buried up to the axles.
Which is not hard to mini.
Well, Wendy just about ran off in turn number 4 then as well. Got a big lot of understeer and went out onto the concrete.
I wonder if there's not something on the track there, actually. It's a couple of the guys have had slides and stuff like that, and you go, ooh, that's uncharacteristic for some of them.
I did see a big puff of dust up there on lap number 1. So somebody's hooked over put the left fronts or the left rears over the curb over near the Perth signs. It may have dragged some sand out onto the circuit. It's just a local yellow down there in turn number 6.
Oh, okay. It's good. Well, that keeps the race going.
It does. We're down to 3 minutes remaining in this one.
It's a couple laps.
Still Edhouse over Cates, and now we've gone safety car.
Oh.
So unfortunately, that will probably be it for this race. So Brian Edhouse, just when Mark Cates was really starting to catch.
Actually, he was coming down the hill there. I was watching and go, well, he's closed the gap up by several car lengths.
Well, there was only 1/10 of a second difference last time across the stripe. So Mark Cates probably left his run a little bit late, but got off to a very tardy start.
So he's, Mark's fast lap there's only .11, 0.11, whatever you want to call it. It's not much difference between him and Brian, so that's good.
So with 2.5 minutes remaining, our recovery team cannot get to that stricken car of Mel Bowden at the moment, but it's probably going to be the end of this race, unfortunately, Dennis.
Yep. Yeah, I think so. Vaughan, it's the way it goes in the game.
We'll jump back on board for our live stream viewers. Jump on board what it's like to drive that little number 95
little mini,
of Trevor Fairs. Well, I think he lost an engine earlier on in the year too. Our safety car slowing down there with Alan and Karen on board today. We had Ducky driving yesterday, but Mr. Hornsby's back today, so thanks very much, Al, for giving the bowls away today and come out and play in the safety car. And Karen, your communicator alongside of her, another one of our hard-working officials up here at carco.com.au Raceway. And must mention that this month is the FIA Official Appreciation Month for all of the officials worldwide who are involved in motorsport. So a big thank you to all of our officials here at Carco. And hope you've enjoyed season 2025. Plenty more to come today, including our lunch break. We're going to have our Formula V and free Formula grid walk, and we're going to bring some drift cars back out there as well to smoke the bags out of their tyres. And they only got 2 laps out of their tyres yesterday, so what, $300 a tyre?
Oh no, that
pretty expensive sport.
Yeah, no, the actual the tyres aren't that dear. They don't use the expensive ones that most of us run.
Oh, I wouldn't.
One of the friends, they're into it, and they $100 a tyre is about it, 120 maybe, because you can turn them to nothing pretty quick. Mind you, a big weekend, a big run for them. They'll chuck $1,000 worth of tyres away.
Yeah, easy. That's probably their biggest part of their budget would be the tyres.
Once you've got the car running, yeah, absolutely it is.
Because those things are right on the limiter as well. They're banging off the rev limiter, and it just abuses the car from the front rego plate to the rear rego plate.
Oh, yeah.
Everything in between just gets a good rattling. We are down to 5 seconds remaining. We'll get checkered flag next time through for these guys, unfortunately, as our recovery team trying to make their way down to the Mini that's gone in head first. And luckily it wasn't like the V8 supercar event where we had a little Mini go in head first and then just kept going with the back coming straight over the front.
Well, it's Mel's son.
Yes, it was. Yep.
And Matthew.
Very close to the same position as well.
Yeah, it's not much further around, is it?
No, I think it's down here on the left-hand side as we will get a view of Mel Bowden's little Mini there on the left-hand side. He's just driven straight in. And, we can see our crash crew down there at the moment, but I think they're going to run out of time for this one.
Absolutely, we've run out of time, unfortunately.
So Ed House will take the win from Mark Cates and Peter Piscaneri in P18, car number 18.
Yep, and we'll have Don, Simon, Gary Edwards, Bill Skipper, Ian Brown, Nathan Hadlow, Trevor Fairs, Ken Waller, Bob O'Neill and Wendy, and of course Mal's a non-finisher, so in the Mini,
I think the
takes the bottom spot.
The last lap board is out, but I think they'll probably throw the checkers on this one. We'll leave that up to Motorsport Australia.
Yep.
They're in the room just down the road or down the building from us.
Yep.
And they had a fairly busy day up here yesterday, so they'll be hoping for a very smooth day.
A quieter day today.
Yeah, to round out season 2025. And just wait and see.
Still yellow still out.
Yeah, it's still yellow.
Check it.
So they're going to go through. This is the last lap now. And they're playing by the rules. They've gone through. So this is the last lap for our historic touring cars, brought to you by Access Hire. It's great to have Mark Cates' company, Access Hire, back on board again for season 2025. And is Mark signed on the dotted line for 2026?
We haven't talked to him about it yet. That's one of my tasks in the next couple of weeks. Have a talk to Mark, talk to Mike Moylan about his ongoing commitment, Perth Brake Parts, of course, and also I write songs.
Blake Watson?
Yeah, young Blake out of Albany there. Fantastic supporters of the category.
All right, so that's the way that they're going to finish up. We're going to throw down to Jamie McCanty. Thanks very much, Martin. We'll catch you for race number 2. We'll throw down to Jamie and Demelza.
Thanks a lot, Vaughan. I really appreciate it. Now, we're joined by Rob Haggerty, who just competed in the time challenge category. Rob, congratulations. You did pretty well, but you're pretty happy with your effort on the track for today's race?
Yeah, I think so. The car seems to be fairly consistent, which is the main thing you want for a time challenge. And I followed Maddie Golden around, and she won the event. So I don't think I was losing very much time to her, and we set pretty similar lap times. So whilst the results have not yet been finalised, I'm thinking that I might be somewhere towards the top of the field field. Fingers crossed.
Now, today is a special Rob Janney Memorial. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Rob Janney was an absolute legend of the WA Sporting Car Club. He began up here in the early 70s and mucked in and helped to build the place with a whole pile of other very hard-working volunteers at the time. And then in 1973, he started to be a commentator up here. And he took that commentary role right the way through until the year of his death, unfortunately, which was late 2019, early 2020. So that was Rob. But during that time, he also had so many other activities that he got involved in. He was a member of our committee for, I think, around about 30 plus years. During that time, he spent a stint as the president of the club as well. He also was the club manager on a couple of occasions in between the times when new club managers were being employed. And he did just about everything at circuit. He was a friend to everyone. He was one of those guys who just naturally was able to connect with people and was very interested in people. And by goodness, he's a sad loss to this club, and he's a sad loss to a lot of people like myself who were very good friends with him. I'm very, very proud now to say that I spent 10 years commentating with Rob, and that I still have the opportunity to commentate in the Rob Janney Media Centre upstairs, which was named after Rob. So yeah, a big hole in our club when Rob sadly passed about 6 years ago.
I was going to say to you, Rob, I mean, you were very close to Rob Janney. And, of course, people like that are like the essence of the club, aren't they? They sort of galvanise everybody together. They sort of motivate people to do the right thing by the club, which is exactly what the WA Sporting Car Club needs, those sort of people.
You're absolutely correct. And, we still have 3 or 4 people from that era who are around, who have been here for, since the circuit was built, who are still doing that job of basically, keeping the club together and helping out. A couple of them are still on committee. And we're very, very happy to have people like that, because without it, the club would have by now most likely have split just into the different associations that run the different categories that run up here, and there wouldn't really be this nucleus of the WA Sporting Car Club as it is today.
2 more races to go. How are you feeling? You think you might be able to take out the championship today for time challenge?
I don't know. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I'm more interested. I mean, I'd love to get my name on Rob's trophy. That's something that I'd really love. But I've also want to make sure that I actually win the championship for my category, which I'm leading at the moment. So that's the priority. And the other priority is to have fun. I mean, really, that's what it's all about. And I'd come up here and I'll just have a ball. It's just brilliant.
Rob, who gives you all your support when you're racing? Who helps you with the car, helps you with your driving skills and so forth, give you a chance to get out in the track with the car in tip-top order?
It used to be my father, but he passed away the same year Rob Janney did, sadly. But I've got my eldest brother Peter helps out quite a lot. But I do most of the work these days myself. And as far as the driving coaching, I probably reckon by now I've done about 5,000 laps around this place since I started in the mid-1980s. I started racing up here. So yeah, I mean, I basically could go blindfolded around the track these days, to be honest with you, but nonetheless, the car it's the factor that's going to determine how well you do, rather than yourself when you've had that much experience, and it depends on whether the car's going to hold together or not. So that's where we're at the moment.
But you know the track pretty intimately well. Do you go home and dream about your time challenge and what you're going to be able to pull out of yourself on the day?
I do that more the night before, to be honest. I go home and go straight to sleep these days, because it's a pretty challenging thing to run up here. It really drains your nerves and everything. So you tend to sleep pretty well when you go home at night. But yes, the night before you tend to not go to sleep because you're running through the whole event and what you're going to do and all that sort of thing. So, but yeah, no, it's all good fun. Same for everyone.
As we come into the end of the season, what are your aspirations for next year? Have you thought about that yet, Rob?
I have got a second MX-5, which is a turbocharged MX-5, which is it's exactly the same as this car but black, and I'm hoping to have that up here next year. I've been trying to get it here for the whole season this year, but everything just keeps going wrong and running out of time. You know what it's like. So yeah, hopefully I'll have that car up here and be able to go 5 or 6 seconds a lap faster and have a bit more fun.
Something to look forward to next year.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot, and good luck for the remainder of today.
Thanks to Mel's and thanks Jamie.
That's it from us here at Pit Lane for now. We'll be right back with more racing after these messages.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. Interested in competitive motorsport but not quite wanting to go door-to-door racing? The Tarmac Sports Series features events such as Hill Climb, Time Attack, Point to Point and Time Challenge. Find out more at wascc.com.au/Tarmac Sports.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the electrical group training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training and Sets. Formula V Racing, proudly presented by Home Chef, Lytech Systems, EM Graphics and Promotions, Giant Mandra, Arrivo Rentals, Straight Edge Steel Frame Homes and Perth Motorsport Tyres.
Welcome back to carco.com.au Raceway and Formula V action out on the circuit on their warm-up lap at the moment. Leading into this round in the far as the 1600s, it's Kathy Lisson on 258 from Rod Lisson on 255 and Paul Moltoni on 248. It's starting on the front row for this one will be Dave Casely alongside Franz Esterbauer. Second row, Moltoni and Lamont, then Lisson and Lloyd, Ken Wyatt and Kathy Lisson, Ronald Block and Mackenzie Matthews. Then we have Wilkins and Andrew Lockett, the first of the silver category cars, the 1200s. Then Simon Bate, Isaac Scarey, Campbell Gow, Jonathan Scarey, Samantha Casely and Mackenzie Gow. And joining us in commentary again is Miles Lockett.
G'day, mate.
What's going on with the Scarey cars?
Actually, not really a lot. Jonathan had a slight brake problem during qualifying, so they've now rectified that. And Simon Bate, the car was just a little bit too fuely, so they've lowered the jet down. Some have actually gone the other way and had to actually increase their jet size, again just due to the atmospheric conditions out there. So should be a good one, this one, especially with Dave Casely and Franz off the front row. Paul Moltoni, obviously, we always know that he's going to be thereabouts in the mix. Callum Lamont, so he's gone up a jet size. Just found that the data, his lambda settings, it was just a little bit too lean, so he's now gone up a jet size in that one. Back to Rod Lisson, Michael Lloyd in the GAC, or the GAC, and then it's back to Kenny White, Kathy Lisson, then it's Block, followed by Matty Matthews, and then Ben Wilkins, as you said, Andrew Lockett, first of the 1200s, and Simon Bate, Isaac Scarey, Campbell Gow, and Jonathan Scarey, and the final row of the grid.
Green flag on display. We'll get red light happening very shortly. Just our 1200s. It's 3:36 for Jonathan Scarey, 3:04 to Campbell Gow, and 2:76 to Isaac Scarey as the red light is away, and away we go racing.
Good even start.
It is Franz Esterbauer on the left-hand side, Dave Casely on the right-hand side, and Dave Casely takes back first place. I think Moltoni's one car length behind the back of the Jacer in car number 80 of Franz Esterbauer, and behind him is Callum Lamont and Rod Lisson. The yellow car is Michael Lloyd. Of course, that's your old car out there, car number 5.
No, that's not.
Oh, no, it's not?
No, my car's
is down here.
No, it's not out there at the moment. Quinny's unfortunately broken his wrist.
Quinn, yep.
And so he's unfortunately had to sit this one out, which is a great shame. But he'll be back next year, and really looking forward to it.
So Andrew Lockett is the first of the silver cars, the 1200s, number 14, and then Simon Bate and Isaac Scarey. So it all goes pretty quiet over this side of the world. We wait for them to come up and over the top of the hill, and it more than likely, and it is Dave Casely, car number 7.
Yeah, Franz is right there. Like, look him right in the toe. Got a great slipstream over the top of the hill. Then it's Moltoni, followed by Lamont. Then it's Lisson. Then it's Lloyd, followed by Kathy Lisson doing a great job. Matty Matthews is next through, followed by Kenny White. Ronald Block runs very, very wide through turn number 7. Then it's back to Andrew Lockett trying to make the inside move now down on the Stinger into turn number 1. And then we have Ben Wilkins followed by Bates. And then it's Isaac followed by Jonathan Scarey.
Andrew Lockett's got that done. He's put the pass on Block in car number 70. So he should start to be able to drive forward. I wonder whether he can close the gap to the second of the giant cars, about 50 metres in front.
Yeah, tough task obviously, being he's only a 1200 compared to the two cars up in front, which are 1600. So, but look, let's see how he goes. He was really pleased with the way the car was just hooked up straight away in qualifying, which was really nice to see, being it hasn't been out there for 12 months. So always nice to have that sort of feedback from your driver.
Certainly is. Dave Casely, and we haven't seen a great deal of Dave this year. He finds himself in P5 on 220 points as far as the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championship is concerned. And Liam Multoney getting the car sideways on the entry into turn number 7. That's still Casely from Esterbauer and Multoney, 19 of Callum Lamont in 4th, and Rod Lisson. And Rod will be taking some points away from Kathy here, but at the moment there's only 3 points. No, 3 points. And there's only 3 points the difference in the championship. So they are level pegging right now.
Absolutely. No, good to see. And really great to see a battle of 6 cars out the front here. It's very tight today. So, and we've got to obviously commend Rod, Kathy and Michael, and also Jason Fowler on their efforts over in South Australia. Between the last race meeting, this meeting, the National Series and the National Challenge, they certainly did us proud over there. And I think certainly looking the way Michael Lloyd, he's tweaking that little GAC very nicely, and it's getting quicker and quicker each run that he's coming out here. As we see on screen, the battle for we've got Reynolds Block followed by Andrew Lockett, and then we've got Ben Wilkins behind. So again, this is a 1600 battle versus a 1200 battle here, with another 1600 behind, as they come out of turn number 6 and over the top of the hill. And this is where the 1600 will pull away, although Andrew's hanging on pretty well in the draft and getting a bit of toe assistance as he comes down the hill. And try and close up on the brakes, but can't make the move on that occasion.
We'll look at our top 2, Casely and Esterbauer, starting to move away from Paul Multoney and Callum Lamont, and then we have Rod Lisson about 20 metres back. And then we go back to the yellow car of Lloyd, and Kathy Lisson a long way back here and stuck in no man's land. Nobody in front, nobody behind.
Yeah, not really getting any better from anybody's toe, unfortunately. There's a good battle just at the top of the hill. I think it was Rod Lisson trying to go around the outside of Callum Lamont at turn 5. That's a very brave move to try and pull that one off.
We did see that move come off in the Formula Fords earlier on today. Driven right around the outside. It was Josh Matthews that put that move on, and there's the green car was just trying to do the same thing, and the orange car as well.
We've got Team Scary.
There's a bit of grip out there wide.
There certainly is. Yeah, we've got Simon Bate followed by Jonathan and Isaac. 1, 2, 3 for Scary Racing as they head into turn number 6 on our monitors as we speak. And a great bit of racing between those three. Isaac ran just a little bit wide onto the concrete verge, but ruled it back in. Now let's see if Jonathan can try and make anything with the toe coming down the hill, and see if he can try and make a move on to Simon as they head into turn number 7. He's certainly trying, and yes, he's going to make the move. Good driving there from Jonathan. Simon tries to do the switchback move and take the run down the inside. We've got Isaac now trying to thread the needle between the pair of them. Some tremendous battling there between Scary Racing.
3 wide on the entry into turn number 1. It's the 23 from the 44 and the 43. As they come out of turn number 1, still line astern, but our leaders already down in towards turn number 6, and they're running around in 67.8s.
Yeah, some good lap times out there. 67.8 is the fastest time from Franz Esterbauer and the Jacer. Followed very closely 67.9 from Dave Casely. Multoney's in the 68.1s with Lamont, and also Lisson in the 68.1s, 2s as well. So some very respectable lap times at this time of the race. As we see a move for the race lead. Actually, Franz Esterbauer is going to, just passing our start-finish line, he's actually going to take the lead from Dave Casely, and here comes Callum Lamont charging down the inside of Multoney into turn 1 as well. So we've had a couple of lead swap positions in this last lap at the front of the field in the 1600s.
Yeah, we've got 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in this one. And Ken Wyatt is in the second of the giant cars, the blue and white car number 55.
Yeah, he's got Matty Matthews just starting to range up on the back of his gearbox. Kathy Lisson starting to make an impression now on Michael Lloyd. So I don't know whether Michael's made a mistake on one of the laps, but he's certainly dropped well back from the leading pack.
We're about 0.8 of a second away from a lap record here. So with the direct sunshine now bathing Carco Raceway. It won't happen in this event, unfortunately. We had beautiful conditions for qualifying, and all of the lap times were really respectable. Absolutely. In qualifying.
Yep, we're watching the leaders now as Dave Casely pulls out of the draft from Esteban down into turn number 7. We've got Callum Lamont off the road at turn number 6, so he's made an error. That's a shame. He was in P3 when that happened. A massive slide from, I think it was Casely, as he came out of turn number 7 and had to correct it before he came over the curb, and that's allowed Esteban down the inside of him into turn number 1 again. Tony, a very lonely P3, and then it's a long... Oh, Rod Liston's just come into the pits. I've just noticed out of the corner of my eye, so there's a problem with the Sabre. And great shame for Rod, because again he was up in about 5th position. That's going to make a big difference to the points championship as well.
As far as the championship, that's going to have big implications, because now Kathy will move away by around about 17 or 18 points in front of her husband Rod, who's currently in 2nd place. Moltoni's still out there and circulating. He's on 248 at the moment, so he now effectively moves up into 2nd place, and that takes Ben Wilkins up into 3rd place overall, and Dave Casely up into 4th.
Wow, amazing, isn't it? As you said, each championship so far has come down to this final round, which is absolutely fantastic for the WA Sporting Car Club Championship.
Yesterday it was coming down to the final race in the final rounds. We weren't able to actually disclose the winners until around about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I'm pretty much expecting the same thing to be happening here.
Absolutely,
because Rod can still fight back. He can still get that those 18 points if he has a good one in race number 2.
The only problem is he's going to be starting from rear of field, and he's got a lot of cars to try and get through to get up to the points positions. As our race leaders are still going at it hard, it's Casely from Franz Esteban. We're down to 30 seconds, so I reckon we're going to have one more lap after this one possibly.
Yeah, so Lamont was very lucky. He's only lost 3 positions. He's back into 6th now. And chasing down Kathy Lisson.
Yeah, not sure what happened, say, rejoining from the inside of the track at turn number 6 is very, very strange. We did see that from Rod Lisson at the last round, where he got it all wrong under brakes into 6, and the car sort of speared right onto the infield, and he managed to rejoin as they came out of turn 6.
You're lucky they're not little lightweight cars, because it's pretty boggy sand down there. And the 2 Isaac boys, the 2 Scary boys, are having a good crack at each other through turn number 4.
And that's very close too in terms of the club championship, the Formula V Association Club Championship. I think there's only 1 or 2 points between them as well. So it's on for the Scary boys for that one. As we see, last lap board is out for our race leader, and it's Casely who's in the lead into turn number 1. They're about to come up on Mackenzie Gow. And Mackenzie's doing a good job out there down into the 16, so doing a great job. And they'll probably time it quite well. She'll get through turn number 4, and they'll get in. They'll get to her, just as they head down into turn 6. So really, really good timing for the race leaders. And look, Mackenzie is a great driver. Boys, hands in the mirrors.
Sorry, mate. There was a big throw from downtown on one of the Isaacs.
Yeah, it was Isaac. Yep.
Up the inside of Jonathan there. He had all smoke pouring off all 4 tyres. But he's got it done.
He does. Well, the difference between those 2 cars is you've got one which is disc brake, which is Isaac's car, and you've got a drum brake car of Jonathan. So you can sort of see the strengths and weaknesses of both cars. But saying that, I mean, I've always run a drum brake car when it comes to a 1200. I find the stopping power of a drum brake car, once they get hot, they're okay. As we see our race leaders into the final corner for the final time, side by side, sliding through the corner. Wow, Franz Esteban, and he's going to take the race lead by the looks of it, and the race win. Yes, race 1 goes to Franz. Isn't he happy? From Dave Casely, then it's back to Paul Moltoni in P number 3 in the Jacer. As further back, we've got Michael Lloyd from Callum Lamont in 4th and 5th positions respectively. Then it's back to Kathy Lisson. Kenny White made a bit of an error coming through the final corner. That's allowed Maddie Matthews a bit of a run up the inside. And is she going to make it? Oh, I think she did, just.
Pretty close.
I think, the timing monitor's given it to Cam, but I reckon it's probably a dead heat. Back to Renault Block, then it's back to Ben Wilkins. First of the 1200s is Andrew Lockett, and then it's back to Isaac Scary from Jonathan Scary, back to Simon Bates. And then next across the line will be Sammy Casely. And I'm not sure what's happened with Campbell Gow. I think he's actually gone to the pits by the looks of it. He's only registered 2, a couple of laps. There he is across the line now. So he's had some issues, unfortunately, often during that one. But certainly a great dice there from the lead for between Franz and and Dave Casely there. It's separated by, oh crikey, 0.1565 over the line. And I'm just looking down the order, and Kenny White just got Maddie Matthews by 0.0032. Wow.
That's pretty close.
That's close. How close do you want your Formula V racing?
So just having a look now, Kathy Lisson scores 15 points there. Rod Lisson scores 8 points, and Paul Moltoni 18. So very, very close. It now puts Paul Moltoni up into second place, Rod Lisson down to third. And yeah, Kathy has got a little bit of work to do to take this 2025 championship in race 2 and 3.
Interesting.
Now, why are they all coming back to the line?
Grid walk time.
It is. It's lunchtime.
It is
Gee,
lunchtime, and it's grid walk time, mate. Yep.
All right, I better head off
Time
and
to get the
go down
roving
and meet
microphone.
with Jamie and Demelza. And for our live stream customers, we're going to go and have a highlights package while I go down and meet with Jamie and Demelza down on the grid. Enjoy your lunch break. We'll be back with our grid walk very shortly.
William Norman, whose head's down in the the RT4 Rolt, and just in front of Marty Bullock, and then it's back. You don't want things to break on them, because that can cause obviously lots of other problems. So yeah, most of these guys are pulling these cars almost back to a bare shell. You see twin cam engine, and I remember as a little boy up here in the very early 70s, and we were talking today about the trophy that these guys are running for this week. We knocked most of them down to make spectator areas these days, unfortunately. But coming up from the bottom of the hill here at turn 1 all the way up through to turn 4, you could just
today. I'm pretty sure it will. Perfect conditions out there on the circuit at the moment with low UV and a fairly cool wind out there to keep the cars nice and cool. But we are now down, and that's allowed Marty Bullock to get within 4 or 5 car lengths of the Rolt RT4, so the slower cars of Thompson and Dearden stay right out of the way of the Rolt RT4, and Marty Bullock now as they come down in towards turn number 7. Unfortunately, there's another, that'll be Thompson in 182, just in front of Bill Norman. Last lap board on display this time. Marty Bullock had a bit of a sniff.
Actually.
Oh, there it is
flag.
too, yep. So there is checkered flag time. Marty Bullock had a bit of a sniff.
Actually.
Oh, there it is
flag.
too, yep. So there is checkered flag. So Bill Norman only takes that win by about half a second over Marty Bullock. Jason Hughes should be next. Here he comes over the top of the hill and down into turn number 7. And the little fire-breathing Tiger. They'll be stoked if they get some photos of that happening through the day. There he comes out onto the main straight. And across the line for third place, Craig Thompson and side by side on the front row, but now Grant hits second gear and drives over the top of Ryan Davis down into turn number 1. Mick Woodbridge into third, and Dennis Russell already up into 4th position with Michael Howlett in the yellow and white car running around the outside. Then we have Stuart Kenny, and behind them will be Kyan Butt live stream, and it's Ryan Davis all over the back of Grant Ord at the moment. This is where the bump drafting comes in, mate. You make some Morse code on the bumper bar of the car in front.
Yeah, it makes a big difference.
The inside sends it from downtown and drives right underneath Grant Ord, and Mick Woodbridge is not out of this one either. He's only a car length behind Grant Ord, so these top 3 starting to run away. A non-representative lap time, of course, with a 33.9 and a 34.0. So very close are these top 3. 2 around who runs that Major Mitchell line that Rob Haggerty and I were just talking about. 3 wide over the stripe here with Faulkner in the middle, Kenny on the outside, who now drops to the inside, and there's a big lock up there from Dennis Russell, and he's thrown it really wide, keeps it on the apron, but that's going to allow Stuart starting to get very, very interested in the side of Stuart Kenny's car as they go down side by, and Michael's got it. And he's just about taken Faulkner with him as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Todd saw the opening there, but that's closed up now. And
Michael's little thing, he's very, very good under brakes.
Whoop, there's a slide there from Dad.
Yeah,
just about lost it.
Dad's just testing the full limits of the track then. Nice work, Dad. Keep it on the black stuff.
Yeah, still going. What was the issue when the bolt came off the side of the selector where it bolts onto the side of the gearbox? A little 10-cent part, and I think somebody else has gone AWOL up there as well. That might have been Brad Butler in 7. And right, Woodbridge all over the back of him, and Grant Ord out wide. So he's nearly 3 wide on the entry into turn number 7. 3 wide around there is just not going to work. But Davis now has to go defensive as the battle is on. Woodbridge now, and then swaps to driver's right. But Woodbridge looks like he's going to drive right underneath Ryan Davis. Davis holds the throttle on, gets it all sideways and goes out to the concrete. That's going to cost him big time. Grant Ord now drives straight up as Grant Ord coming under attack and takes over first place from Mick Woodbridge. What
Wow,
great racing for our Holden
there.
HQs. Awesome race to start off their last day of school. And it's Grant Ord, the line. And last lap board on display as Ryan Davis now sends it up the inside and it takes over second place from Mick Woodbridge. Now these guys have come together before. Hopefully we're not going to get another repetition of that difference between Grant Ord and Davis fires it up the inside. Now just a little bit of contact there on the entry into turn number 6, but Grant Ord hangs on. So there's one more chance. And Davis again tries 7 for the last time. Grant Ord by 2 car lengths. If he can just keep this one straight, he's going to take the win. But here comes Davis and Woodbridge up the inside. A drag race to the line. It's Ord from Davis and Woodbridge. What a great win. But here comes Davis and Woodbridge up the inside. A drag race to the line. It's Ord from Davis and Woodbridge. What a great finish. Coming across the line, Michael Howlett moving from...
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training.
We've just seen the completion of the Formula V category down here on the track. We're on the grid right now with the number 1 place getter, Franz Esterbauer. Franz, congratulations. You must be really happy with today's result.
Thank you. Yeah, quite a few months out of the saddle. I didn't think I would be here anywhere near this quickly. Tough competition with Dave. Fair racing. I thought I would just sit there and cruise behind him and then just see what happens, but we turned it into a bit of a race a little bit earlier than I planned to, but here we are. It was an awesome race.
Well, it's the last day of championship, so I'm sort of assuming that everybody's going out there and giving a really good flog, especially the last couple of opportunities to be able to race here at Carco.
For sure. I mean, it's last day of school, right? So you always want to finish on a high. That's what you carry through the off season, and that's what motivates you for the following season.
Franz, you were telling me off camera that you had an accident early on in the season, which is sort of like kept you out of the championship points. But I mean, today you got 3 races and the first one you've obviously won. So this is obviously a pretty good indicator for what you look forward to in 2026.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. Before that, the whole purpose of today was a shakedown for Phillip Island next month. So it's looking really positive now, and we'll see if the car owner lets me use the car next year.
And it's a new car as well.
New car for me. Jason's been running it for the last, 18 months or so, and he's also had a bit of success with it. So,
and now you have as well.
I have too.
Yeah. Well done, Franz. Congratulations. Look forward to the rest of the day, and I hope you do really well the next 2 races.
Great, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Franz. Over to you, Melza.
Thanks a lot, Jamie. Now I have Dave Casely with me right now. Dave came in second in that race. How are you feeling with the track?
Well, the track itself is, we've all got the same conditions. I would say after that race I was elated. It was a really good race.
And how's the car travelling for you today?
Well, it's not too bad, not at all. Balance is good. I just couldn't get away from France.
It was quite. Would you utilise the slipstream in a situation like that, or you just couldn't get yourself close enough?
Well, absolutely, you have to utilise the slipstream in our class. It's very important. The same that France did to me. You sit in the toe, you wait for your gap, and you take it.
And how have you found the season this year?
Good. I've enjoyed this season because I've got a new car, so it's been a little bit of a learning experience, and I'm really loving the new car.
And how do you adjust to something like that? Because how long have you been driving for?
Oh, good question. I think I've been racing for about 14 years, and this is my 3rd car. How do you adjust to it? Well, you just get in it and see what it does. And from there, you learn what you need to do.
And how that's going. And any plans for the remainder of the year in terms of getting on the track again?
No big plans this year, but next year I want to go do some national events.
Fantastic. Awesome. Well, that's it from me over here. Jamie, I think we are over to you.
Oh, it's my turn now. I'm actually with the 3rd place getter, Paul Boltoni. Paul, got to be happy with the race. I mean, really good indicator for the rest of the day. So 2 more races to go. This is the final chance to get on the track and show what you're made of.
Yeah, sure it is. It's last meeting of the season is always good. The track's really nice today, actually. The grip's great. Grip level's really good. The car wasn't behaving as much as I'd like it to do. The front's not turning in, so a bit of tweaking.
Bit of tyre issue?
No, a bit of tyre. Tyre's a bit tired, but I think just a bit of setup, just a bit of tweaking for the day.
You had a good year, mate?
I've had a great year. Had a fantastic year. We're sort of, I think I'm second for the club championship at the moment. So, we'll see how we go today, but I had a great race. I mean, Callum and I swapped places a few times. We were pretty close there, good tussle. Two front guys are pretty quick today, but we'll sort that out next race.
As Fran said, it's like last day of school, so everybody's not playing up so much, but giving it a red-hot go. So you've got 2 more races to go. 3rd place, how are you going with the points, and what do you think you'll be like at the end of the next 2 races?
Well, let's hope I'm on top, eh? Let's see how we go.
Can't get much better than that.
But at the moment, I'm running second by about 7 points, I think, after that race. So, yeah.
And 50 points still on the card to be able to pick up.
Yes.
Mate, wish you luck, Paul. Have a great day today, but more importantly, look forward to next year as well. Look forward to that immensely.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Be back. Cheers.
Good to see you, mate.
Now, Jamie, I believe we are going to do a bit of a walk, so we'll get the camera in front of us and we can see exactly where we are going to find our next
I love the Formula V category, Demel, so it's great to see so many cars that just, not only on the grid, but also the way these drivers go about their racing. They're so competitive, but the atmosphere with this club in particular is fantastic.
That's
Albeit it's a friendly sort of competition, but at least it's competition.
It is.
They're giving it a red-hot go today, that's for sure.
Today's race, that last race was fantastic.
It was fantastic, especially amongst the 16s.
That's
Incredible.
exactly. Oh,
indeed.
We've got a little one.
It's okay, you're all right. No worries.
Welcome to the grid walk, where anything can happen, right?
Exactly right.
So we've got quite a lot of activity happening just
a lot of support for the Formula V.
behind us.
A lot of people down
there is a lot of
look
support.
At the cars.
Yes, absolutely. And the two types of cars within the actual category.
12s,
yeah.
Big distinction when it comes to the race itself, because realistically, the 1600s will always be out front, but when you sort of see the 2 different pockets of competition, you sort of know that 16s are obviously vying off against each other, and same with the 12s.
And
so,
that's exactly it.
Great club. This great part of the club, I should say. Great category.
So we're
just wandering through the grid just to see who might be available for a bit of a chat.
There's a lot of activity coming around here. I think we spot one of the scaries.
The scary
we
motoring dynasty. Good to see you, mate. How are you? How'd you go today?
Yeah, good, thanks.
I'll come over to the other side so we can get in front of the camera. How'd you place today?
I had a brake pedal cylinder thing snapped, so once I fixed that, I was back out there and got up a few positions and was battling with Isaac for the second.
Talking to your dad earlier, and he was sort of saying you've had a few problems with the cars this year, but is it like a constant maintenance thing when it comes to looking after the car as well as trying to tweak it, making sure it's ready for competition day?
Look, I think because we push them a lot and stuff, so and they haven't mine was built in 2000 and stuff, so you just don't know when stuff was replaced last.
Heading into the remainder of today, how do you think you'll go?
Yeah, good. So after getting comfortable back in the car, because I had the accident last round, still getting there. I had a massive lock up earlier, but once I fix those few things, I should be competitive.
Where are you placed at the moment with the championship points?
So stay currently first, which I've won. The current battle is for the WA Sporting Car Club with Campbell, and Isaac for the club championships, which is 2 points. So
you're going to be okay. Tally at the moment regarding the next 2 races. Change? Could the lead of the ladder change?
Yeah, it can for WA Sporting Car Club, so I need to just finish for that to win that, and I just got to beat Isaac for the next 2 races to take the club championship.
Not just for the championship points, more like the sibling rivalry.
Yes, that's correct.
The brownie points, right?
Well done. Listen, good luck for the rest of the day. Hope it goes really well.
Yeah.
And let's hope you keep that position at the top of the ladder when it comes to your championship points.
Thanks.
That's great.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot for joining us. I really appreciate it.
Oh, who else do we have around here? Let's.
We haven't mentioned today that we are proudly sponsored this weekend by Electrical Group Training, EGT. So make sure if people are there listening, if you need any help with the electricals, make sure you get hold of EGT. They're doing a great job. I'm really happy they're supporting us this weekend as well.
Absolutely. And I believe we might have one of their representatives taking to the passenger seat of the drifting demonstration.
Really? Well, they're going to
very, very shortly.
Well what that's like.
I do know exactly what that is like.
So how do you think they're going to handle?
It depends whether they're a bit of a thrill rider, like they love their thrills and they're a bit of an adrenaline junkie, or they're doing something very much out of their comfort zone. You know, you take a passenger like Nikki yesterday who loves that type of thing, and she was absolutely... the adrenaline was pumping. She was having a fantastic time.
It's not adrenaline, it's sheer fear. Come on, I remember seeing your face on camera, and I could not believe you were looking really cool as a cucumber when you got out in the car. But when you got out in the track, the GoPro inside the car told a totally different story to Melza.
Do you know what? I do not think I will be a great poker player. I think I will be an absolute horrible poker player because, my face that day gave everything.
But it was an experience of a lifetime. First time for you, wasn't it?
Absolutely. And I'm not actually somebody who likes things out of control. So, you know, to be able to get into a car, be able... It's all about see what it's like out on that track. It was just phenomenal, and I think it's definitely one of the most amazing experiences I've had of my life.
And of course, people can come and join. I think Drift West is the name of the business.
Drift West, so they can actually learn and take lessons and practice and get involved
and be a passenger and have the same experience that you had
as well to see what it is all about and whether they like it or not.
Exactly right. We should mention the fact we've got the cool down lap coming up very soon, which is going to be the huge celebration at the end of the year. I mean, we're coming to the end of the first stanza of today, but of course, by the end of the day, there'll be no more championship rounds for the year.
No, that's
but the chance for the cool down lap. So what date is the cool down lap happening?
November 8th, I think.
You're right. Absolutely right. Plenty of kids' entertainment, plenty of music entertainment.
There is lots.
Plenty of food as well. Apparently, there's a huge roast package available for that situation as well. So if you want to get online and get your tickets for the cool down lap, which is coming up in November, a great way to celebrate the 2025 championship here at Carco Raceway. That will be the best way to do it, is get online and get your tickets right now.
That is
and here we are.
So we're going to head back to the front of the grid walk now, see if we can find some more drivers and see what action is happening. Now, of course, this is the grid walk that happens every lunchtime when we are here on track. So you can actually come out and see the vehicles, have a look and get up close and personal, chat to the drivers.
Exactly. Exactly how they felt about the race and what they encountered while they were racing.
Lots of families here. If you've got kids who are getting into motorsport, it's a great, or they do go-karting, it's a great way to actually come check out the vehicles and see how you can be part of the action. So,
There seems to be a lot of family members and so forth joining everybody on the track, which is just fantastic. Having a bit of a debrief about the racing, which is good. Incredible. We're coming past and we're getting closer to Vaughan. We have a chat to Vaughan in a couple of minutes as well.
We will have a chat to Vaughan.
In the morning.
You know what?
Vaughan, let's get together and have a chat, buddy. How are you, mate? You well?
Oh, I'm going great. Hi, Jamie.
How was the competition this morning? How did you feel?
It's going pretty good. Same as yesterday. Not going to know who's going to win these championships until race 3 later on this afternoon.
Incredible, though. And can I say, though, everybody's been really competitive today. As someone mentioned, I think Franz mentioned at the top of the grid, he said last day of school, everybody's out there having a red-hot go.
They certainly are. And after that Formula V race, there is now only 7 points between Kathy Lisson and Paul Moltoni, who you interviewed a while ago. Right. So 7 points. It's eyes wide open and looking forward for the Formula V.
Still 50 points for 2 races available, isn't there?
Yes, there is. So it's far from over. And 4 o'clock to find out who's going to win what in 2025.
What did you see in the Formula Classic run?
Formula Classic run, it was out there, Will Norman in the Roll RT4, just drove off. We had a car trying to chase him down for second, but then they got into some traffic and it enabled Bill Norman to drive forward in the Roll RT4. So I think he's pretty much got it in the bag as far as today's round win. Overall, I'm not too sure on where he stands as far as the Formula Classic, but Bill Norman's a guy to keep an eye on this afternoon.
HQ Holden's was an interesting race. Grant Ord, out of the blue, takes out first place. Hasn't performed much this year because of issues with the car and so forth. But what a great win.
Yeah, and also his FIFO roster as well doesn't allow him to compete as much as he would like to in season 2025. But the real battle was on between Davis and Woodbridge. There was only 3 points separating them going into that race. So, yeah, it's going to be game on. Michael Howlett, the current state champion, he's up into 5th position at the moment. So he'll start out a P5 for this second race coming up. He has a slender lead from Davis and Woodbridge. So again, that's another category that'll come down to the last race this afternoon.
Yeah. So can I also ask, when it comes to the HQs, I mean, for Grant to come out of the blue with a drive like that today, I mean, if his car was cherry ripe throughout the year, he would be in the top of the championship ladder.
Oh, definitely. And as I said, unfortunately, his FIFO roster doesn't allow him to participate in every race meeting. But, yeah, if he was here for every race meeting, he'd certainly be up the top challenging Michael Howlett, Ryan Davis and Mick Woodbridge.
Let's talk about Formula Ford. Vaughan, what did you think about that race today?
Formula Ford, it was great. Brock Brewer in P3 for the start of that race managed to come home in second. So he's only lost 5 points in the championship. He is still 20 points in front of Jensen Marold and Xavier Henderson, who are separated by 2 points. So it's all to play for. These last 2 races, nobody needs to do anything stupid. They need to finish the race, clock up those points, 25 points for first, 20 for second, and then 18, and then 17, 16, all the way down to the bottom of the field. So
that's something to look forward to, for sure.
Definitely. The whole afternoon's racing is going to be worth looking for. Hopefully you can stick around.
Talk about the time challenge.
Time challenge, a big day today for all of our time challenge competitors.
Is it close in the points?
Yes, it is up the top there with Rob Haggerty, and we also have Joe Douglas fighting it out as well. Prestigious trophy on offer today, the Rob Janney Memorial.
Yeah.
A guy that's very close to me. He was my mentor up here for many years and a fellow competitor. And Rod used to take out the modern, I used to take out the historic regularity, and we used to have some great banter up there, and yeah, he's sorely missed.
Historic touring cars, they had a good run?
Yes, we did, until we had Mal Bowden in for, well, he 6 on the downhill run into turn 6, and unfortunately brought the safety car out with about 2 minutes. That one finished under safety car. Brian Edhouse and Mark Cates both under investigation because they accelerated past the safety car on the way to the checkered flag. So that is in the hands of Motorsport Australia right now.
A massive no-no in the track, right?
Oh, definitely. You're not allowed to go past the safety car, and Motorsport Australia, they will obviously, if it's proven to be the case, then they will hand down their judgment before we go out for race number 2. So I can update you that a little bit later on.
In a situation like that, what could potentially be a penalty? Do they lose points? Do they have to start at the back of the grid? What do they have?
It's up to the discretion of Motorsport Australia, but more than likely there'll probably be a time penalty applied. Maybe it's 5, 10 or 15 seconds. If it's extremely bad, they might be a loss of championship points. It's solely determined by a hearing up there at Motorsport Australia.
There's no, penalty box for drivers that go past the safety car.
No, mate,
there's no red card.
No, it's not ice hockey. It's definitely not ice hockey. No, these guys, it's play on from the green flag until the checkered flag. So we'll have to wait and see what their decision is. We'll give you an update prior to race 2.
One more category to talk about, that's obviously Formula Vs that are on the grid right now. So what did you think about that race between the 16s and the 12s?
Oh, great. The 1600s have certainly got an advantage with horsepower-wise, but some of these 1200s, they get up in the slipstream of the 1600s. They're getting dragged around by the highly powerful, or the more powerful car in front. So, yeah, as long as these young guys, Andrew Lockett, car number 14, making a return on the last day of school, he's here and he's had a win in that one. So, very good for Andrew Lockett.
very competitive category, really, isn't it? And the thing is that there's such a wonderful category as a club as well. I mean, they're so friendly, they're so accommodating and so forth. But when on the track, it's all boots in.
And what's really good today, guys, is that if Kathy Lisson can keep going, it looks like we may have a female winner for the WA Sporting Car Club Championship for 2025. How cool will that be?
What a great way to finish the absolute year. Really incredible. Well, that's about all the wrap-up that we've got to offer at the moment. We've gone through all the categories and so forth. So we're going to a break and be back very, very soon. Here at Carco Raceway, this is round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championships for 2025, proudly sponsored by Electrical Group Training.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training.
Now, you would have heard on the grid walk that we do have drifting demonstrations almost every lunch break, and there's usually someone in the passenger hot seat. Now, today we have Stuart from Electrical Group Training. Stuart, how are you feeling about to head off on this track?
Look, I've been in the passenger seat before, but yeah, this will be faster, a lot faster on this track.
So a bit of a, not quite an expert, but definitely it's not the first time that you've gone through. How did you find last time and your expectations this time around?
Yeah, last time was really good, really fun. If you get a chance to do it, you should. So yeah, heaps of fun. This time I think it'll be much faster, so more fun.
It's quite an adrenaline pumping experience. Is that something that you enjoy doing?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's always good fun to get out with people who drive well and, have a good time while they're doing it.
Now, you are here as part of our sponsor for this round, Electrical Group Training, so go and check them out. Can you tell us a little bit about what you guys do?
Yeah, so we employ electrical apprentices and then we host them out with electrical contractors to get their on-the-job experience. So, we look after off-the-job training, mentoring to get them through.
And if people are interested in learning more about what you do and being a part of that, how can they do that?
The website is always best, so egt.net.au.
Fantastic, and thank you so much for sponsoring today, because we can't run amazing races like we do without the wonderful sponsors that we have.
Awesome, thanks.
And good luck for today. Now, we also have the driver who will be taking this lovely beast out onto the track, Will Maycock. How are you going today?
Say that again, sorry?
How are you going today?
Oh, pretty good. Looking forward to a bit of fun. Go out there, do some laps and put a smile on people's face.
And when you have someone in the passenger seat who doesn't do drifting on the regular, what do you have to do in terms of your driving and your demonstration? Do you go easy on them or you give them everything?
We tell them we go easy. We don't. We try and find the life out of them. It's way more fun. It's just good fun. You terrorise them slightly and a lot of the time they think you're definitely not going to make it. But the track today, which is the plan.
And what's the speed that a car like this would be going on the track today?
Today we won't be going massively fast, probably about 140, 150 entry, about 130 through the S's and sort of in around there.
And how long have you been drifting and going in drift cars?
About 6 years now. I bought this car about 6 years ago and the son got into it. We both do, we both love it and we have fun.
Fantastic. Well, let's get you in the car and let's see what you're going to put Stuart through.
Yeah, no problem. Stuart's been out with me before, so he knows what to expect.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Will. Let's go. Now, if you do want any more information on drifting or getting involved, then you can check out Drift West for more information. But we've got 3 cars on the track now, and they're all about to take over.
Great car, great package. Nice job there, entering full commitment, nice module up. Bit too early there on initiation, but still getting fluid on the outside there now and starting to wander up and holding it flat away through the S's. Rightio, here's our second pairing. Like I say, they're going to reverse the positions. Obviously, Luke was in the chase position before. He's going to lead now, so they'll take off. Obviously, that there, straight away, we can see the commitment by both drivers right on the door. Damo a little bit shallow there. We're looking for as a judging line. Should be on the outside there, but still very, very close proximity. Yeah, the boys giving it their all. That's one of the big things you guys will probably say how long these tyres last, and unfortunately 2 laps is it, guys. 2 laps is it, so we'll come in for a quick pit change tyres, and we'll do the same thing again. Obviously, a lot of consumables in this sport, very, very different to grip driving. We have obviously panel damage left, right and centre. These cars are full contact all the time. Our tyre wear is huge, but apart from that, brake wear, all that kind of stuff is not really an issue. Couple of interesting things we have in drift cars compared to your grip drivers. These cars are configured with up to probably at least 80 degrees of steering angle. Obviously, obviously with that, there's a lot of accurate adjustment in these cars to keep the car fluid and also not decelerate at angle. So obviously, more angle you carry, normally you decelerate. We're trying to, with these cars, trying to accelerate, so and drive away from the chase car. So although it's not a race, it is a race. Just going to do a bit of a hot pit action here, guys. We'll be back in 5 minutes, and we'll do it all again.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship proudly presented by Electrical Group Training.
Welcome back to carco.com.au Raceway for day 2 of round 6 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships. And Rob, some great racing already this morning, and as we predicted, these championships are going right down to the wire.
Yeah, track's in excellent condition, and we've got lovely sunny conditions here at carco.com this afternoon. And so far today, it's been very, very smooth running for all of the categories, and some magnificent racing that we've seen as well.
And having a look at our Formula V 1600s, that's really closed up there, and there's been some massive moves as far as the WA Sporting Car Club Championship. Kathy Lisson scored 15 points in that one, so she goes out to 273. Unfortunately for Rod Lisson, he was a DNF and he was second in the championship. He's going to slip to around about 5 or 6 now, because Paul Moltoni has jumped from third to second and is now only 7 points away from Kathy Lisson.
Yeah, it would be great to see Kathy take that one out. With nothing against Paul Moltoni whatsoever, but it'd be great to see Kathy take that out, because I think that would be the first female that we would see winning the 1600cc championship.
Yeah, so it'll be a first for local motorsport here in Western Australia. If we have a quick look at our Formula Fords, Brock Brewer came into today 16 points in front. He has now extended that out to 18 points from Xavier Henderson, but there are 2 points separating Xavier Henderson from Jensen Marold, so it's going to be pretty close with that championship as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a magnificent battle for the last 2 races for those guys later this afternoon, so really looking forward to the Formula Fords. They're always putting on a good show. So we're going to have a quick replay in a moment of the drifting that we saw at lunchtime. So we were very privileged here at the circuit during our lunch break to see some drifting happening on the circuit, and some guys went out and had themselves a little bit of a drive in the drifting. So here we go with some replays of what we saw live, and they actually put on a demonstration of an actual drift event. So you can see the guys are looking at angle, and they're looking at how they mirror the other person who's in front, and all sorts of different things that they look at. Here's one of the other Nissan R33s, I think that might be, showing us how to do it around turn 1.
It's all eventuated from a couple of guys doing some skids up Mount Fuji in Japan.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it is now, it's taken the world by storm, hasn't it? And it's, as the guys from Drift West were saying, it's getting more and more popular as the years go on here at Carco. We've got a great track. It lends itself to skidding.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are 2 S13 Nissans, I think, and they've both got V8 engines in them. They sounded absolutely magnificent, and just the sort of thing the crowds like to see. Lots and lots of smoke, lots and lots of sideways actions, and lots of really great V8 noise. So so that it's got all 3 of the boxes ticked.
As race car drivers, it kind of goes against the grain, doesn't it? We try and keep the cars as straight as possible and look after the tyres, and these guys are doing exactly the opposite.
2 laps, they reckon they last. So 2 laps for a tyre. So so there you go. That was the drift presentation that we had during our lunch break, and we all very much enjoyed that as well. And thanks to the drift guys for coming up here and entertaining us during that time. So
Formula Classic.
Yeah, Formula Classics get back out on the track, and got to wonder whether or not Marty Bullock's got something up his sleeve to be able to do something about Bill Norman, who's absolutely dominated this category for the entire season.
Of course, these guys racing for Densford Civil this year, and they are participating today in the Bob Creasy Memorial Trophy, which I'll be presenting to the winner after race number 3 a little bit later on this afternoon. that was the second of our feature events this weekend. Of course, the Rob Janney Memorial Trophy for Time Challenge as well. Race number 1 taken out by Matty Galton. You finished in 6th, mate, so you got a bit of work to do.
Oh, yeah, I've got a bit of work to do. I enjoyed my stuff, though, but that's the main thing. But, yeah, Maddie's been brilliant in that in this category for Time Challenge in 2025. She's a newcomer this year to that category, and she's done very, very well. Very, very consistent. She was in front of me on the entire event, and I know that she had nominated a lap time that was about 3/10 faster than mine, and I was unfortunately catching her, so I went too quick.
Yeah, but you can always redeem yourself in the next event coming up very shortly, actually, as our car's rolling out onto the grid. It's Bill Norman from Marty Bullock. And we have Jason Yu driving for his dad this weekend in the Tiga, and then we have Craig Thompson, car number 182. Dave Dearden out there in the beautifully presented red car number 33. Grove out there in the ex-Craig Bradke Formula Ford Searles in car number 83. Glenn Swarbrick, yes, he's back out there for this one. He missed the Formula Ford race, so it looks like he's just concentrating on the Formula Classic today. And unfortunately for Lance Carbondine, he's gone into the wall very heavily this morning in qualifying. First time out of turn number 6, and unfortunately something's gone wrong with the car, I'd suggest, and he's backed it into the wall and done some significant damage, so that car will be missing for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I had a look at the witness marks on the wall as I was out there in my event, and it is quite a way out of the exit of turn 3 that's actually gone in, so something must have broken on that car, because I wouldn't have thought that he'd be out of control at that point in the circuit. So
possibly an axle and it biased to one direction.
Yeah, who knows? It's well, I do know who knows, and that would be Lance Carbondine. But yeah, very, very sad for him and for the car and for the Western Australian Racing Museum who own that vehicle, but they'll get that back together again, and I'm sure we'll see it out here in next season.
Yes, you said, can anything be done about Bill Norman? He's, I believe he took out this Bob Creasy trophy last year, and he'll be looking for a repeat later on this afternoon. But the only person I think that's got a half a sniff will be Marty Bullock as they come out onto the Carco main straight here and waiting for the red lights to drop, and away we go. And this one is actually over 15 minutes and 1 lap.
Yeah, absolutely, and Bill Norman straight there into the lead again in front of Marty Bullock. Marty Bullock swings into second place, but he's already given up about 10 to 15 car lengths before they've even got through turn 3. So he's already given up probably a second on the circuit, and it's going to be hard to try to get back on someone who's so experienced and been so quick all season like Will Norman.
Yes, he's certainly bolted away already. He's got nearly 100 metres already over Marty Bullock in the Chevron.
Yeah,
I believe that's a Chevron.
Yeah, it is a Chevron B20, beautiful little car, and a car from the 1970s that would have been Formula 2 in the day.
I think the Tiga from Jason Yude in the yellow car, I think that's about a 1984.
Yeah, I think it might be a 1984. It is a 1984, the SC80 Tiga.
So they were running a 1600 or a 2-litre in that?
I believe it's a 2-litre, yep.
Down into turn number 7 is that particular car that we were just talking about. Jason Yude driving for his dad this weekend.
Yeah, and very nicely presented car. Used to be in the S-Cargo team, as we've mentioned earlier in the season, and beautifully presented then, and also beautifully presented now by the Yudes. And he's doing a great job back there. But very, very stretched out already now, only out in their second lap, only into their 3rd minute on the circuit, and they've got a lot of distance between 1st, 2nd and 3rd already.
And then Dave Dearden was having a battle with Craig Thompson in that first race, and he's about 20 metres off the gearbox of Craig Thompson as they disappear up and over the top of the hill. And Craig Thompson running, I think that's a Formula 2000 as well.
Yep, Formula Ford 2000, Wings and Slicks Formula Ford, with the 2-litre engine rather than the 1600cc Kent engine that they were running in the era.
Of course, our Formula Ford travellers from Fastlane and a few of the independent teams off to Mallala Raceway in a couple of weeks to contest the Australian National 1600cc title that Tom Chapman won last year at up there in Queensland, Morgan Park.
And they run the Z-Tech engine.
Yes, they do over there.
In the 1600s over there, whereas we're still running the Kent engine here in Western Australia. So that'll be a nice change of channel for the fast lane guys, but they'll be well and truly towards the pointing end of the field, as they always are. A great representation of Western Australia is the fast lane crew, and have been for decades now.
And that is 1 week before the Adelaide 500 to round out the Repco V8 supercars. a very busy couple of weeks coming up for motorsport fans in South Australia.
Having a look last night at the supercars, and I was very, very tired, as I'm sure you were last night when we'd gone home from commentating a day of exciting racing here. And I have to be honest, I gave up on the Repco supercars after around about half an hour. Once the third safety car came out and they'd done about 3 laps under racing conditions, I thought, look, I might just turn the light off and roll over and have myself a snooze. So I think it's...
Sorry, mate, we can just see David Dearden getting closer to the back of Craig Thompson as they come down into turn number 7. He's really starting to get into the back of Craig Thompson now. That gap has halved in the last lap.
Yeah, so 16 seconds now between first and third position, and 2.5 seconds between first and second, and yet they're doing similar lap times. The fastest lap of the race is actually Marty Bullock with a 60.3, and Will Norman's done a 60.6. So it's a real shame that he gave up that distance on the first lap or two, because otherwise they'd be quite close together and we might be able to see a bit of a battle between them.
But Bill Norman's always been good on cold tyres, and you know, today they're only doing 1 warm-up lap instead of 2, which is similar to what the FSR guys did yesterday. So they've cut it down to allow themselves more racing laps. And,
however, Marty Bullock is an international driver. He races all the way through Europe and races in machinery as exotic as a Williams FW06 that used to be Clay Regazzoni's Formula One seat for 1978, which he owns and runs in historic races over in Europe, as well as several other cars. So it's not like Marty's any slouch either.
No, he just seems to look after the Chevron a bit. Because I remember when Dick Ward was running his Chevron, he was saying that trying to get parts and the maintenance on these things is just huge.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's what I was saying also in the last event, is that these vehicles are bespoke. You can't just go to a service station or to a Repco shop or somewhere like that and just buy a part over the counter. They've all got to be made. And the guys who make them are becoming thin on the ground as well, not just the parts, because the expertise required to use the milling machines and all the lathes and all that sort of stuff, that's the sort of stuff that's starting to fade out of our society.
Yeah, because it's all computerised now. So you just plug in a few keystrokes and spits it out on CNC machines and 3D printers and things like that.
Yep, absolutely, and they all cost a fortune because they've got to pay for their hundreds of thousands of dollars of machinery. So yeah, you don't want to bend these, and when you do, it's usually quite a lot of work to get them back straight again and back on the track.
So Will Norman really storming away with this one. We've got 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining plus 1 lap. So you start going through some of the slower traffic very shortly, but this is the only battle that's actually happening out on the circuit at the moment as they come past the start-finish line. And it is David Dearden trying to get in front of Craig Thompson.
Yeah, that's a good battle back there, isn't it? They're separated, not by very much at all. So a pretty good battle back there. It is all the way back there for 4th and 5th position as they're coming up to lap car 29, being driven well, as always, by Glenn Swarbrick. He'll have his eyes in the mirror because of a very experienced guy.
Look at the speed difference between those two other cars running around the outside at the moment and Glenn Swarbrick's 82 Macon.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the Macon, as far as the Formula Ford goes, is sort of like original, what we used to call the Silver Series, original style of Formula Ford before they went all technical in the 1990s and late 1980s and started to get wheels that were able to fly off the side of the chassis without causing damage to the chassis and all that sort of thing. So you got to look after those cars. So he's probably not pushing it to 100% either.
No, definitely not. A big afternoon of action still coming with HQ Holden's Formula Ford Time Challenge and, of course, the historic touring cars and Formula V. Hope you can stick around on the Turn 7 Media and WA Sporting Car Club live stream. Hope you're enjoying wherever you may be watching all the way around the world. We're located in Wanneroo, not far out of the Perth CBD to the north. And beautiful weather conditions here today. We're getting a fair bit of sunshine out on the circuit at the moment. So no chance of a track record this afternoon, I don't think, Rob.
No, definitely not. Not when the lap record for this particular category is a 55.1 set by Ray Stubber in 2002. And these guys currently, the quickest lap time they've done is a 59.9. So These guys are about 4 seconds outside of that lap record, so I don't think we're going to be seeing too much action in the Formula Classics, and most of the other categories will most likely struggle as well.
What I'd like to see is our president of the West Australian Sporting Car Club, Russell Sewell, get that Indy car out of the garage and might come close to that 55-second lap.
Yeah, he had a couple of them. He had one of them up for sale recently too. I don't know whether he sold that or not, but yeah, he's had a couple of Indy cars, but he's also got several other cars in his garage as well that he could drag out, and it'd be great to see some of those out on the circuit.
The last time we saw Russell, I think he lost an engine at the end of the main straight here. That was the Lola that he bought out on that particular day.
He's a very busy man, is Russell. He's not only the club president, but he's also works very, very hard in his business that he runs as well, making jetties and things like that for the state government. And he's also very busily going overseas on holidays quite frequently too, I noticed. But yeah, great bloke is Russell Sewell, a great ambassador of the WA Sporting Car Club. He's been president now for almost 10 years.
Yeah, it's gone quick, hasn't it?
It has indeed, and he's done a very good job at bringing the club back together, and what we see today in the WA Sporting Car Club is largely due to his leadership, so that's outstanding for Russell.
4.5 minutes plus 1 lap on this one as we pick up with, that's the ex-Craig Bradkey car just moving through turn number 4, and that will be, here. It is Phil Grove, car number 4.
I've actually got your sheet here. Someone put it with my pile. I was wondering how I managed to get 2 of them. So just give me a minute and I'll see if I can find it for you.
That's another one of the 2-litre Formula Fords.
Yeah, there you go.
With the wings and slicks. Car number 4 as he's coming up and over the top of the hill.
Yep, we've got 4 minutes still left in this event.
So another 5 laps?
Yeah, probably around about another 5 laps, and Will Norman currently leading by 4.5 seconds, and once again Marty Bullock's got the fastest lap of the race, so he's gone a 10th faster. So Bullock then got into the Norman got into the 59s and got the fastest lap for a couple of laps, and then Marty Bullock on the last lap has done a 59.8. So they're getting a little close, a little faster as they go, but that gap is out to 4.5 seconds now between first and second.
Well, what used to be our sprint distance was 8 laps and then 10 laps for a feature. We're on lap 10 at the moment, and they're still reeling off fastest lap time. So yeah, they've obviously set their cars up to get stronger and stronger as this race progresses.
And going to the timed events instead of the lapped races is actually been a big bonus for all the competitors, because they all get more time on track.
Yes, a couple of extra laps every race.
Except for time challenge, it's still pinged at 5 laps, unfortunately, but that's okay. I think most road cars have probably had enough by then anyway.
Yeah, it's certainly a hard ask. 5 laps around here 3 times in an afternoon, and then you've got to try and drive the vehicle home.
If you're lucky.
Yeah, if you've got any brake pads left.
Yep.
Who are we picking up on now? That's Craig Thompson. David Dearden's fallen off the back of that battle now, but Will Norman is starting to go through.
He's being absolutely eaten up at the moment. I looked at 3.3 seconds when they went across the line last time, but going up through the traffic then up through turn 4, Will Norman was well and truly held up, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Marty Bullock quite close to the tail of that Rolt RT4 when they come back over the hill.
Yeah, David Dearden's using the normal driving line and making these faster drivers drive around him. Marty Bullock's gone up the inside now, following the line. Oh, he's moved straight back across into the slipstream now of Craig Thompson, as he is definitely closing up, and you can see he's trying. The front end was all over the place then under brakes.
Yep, so that gap's now down to probably around about a second, I'd say. The 9/10 to a second, and 7/10 in fact. So yeah, that gap's come down by 2.5 seconds in that last lap.
2 minutes remaining, and the distance itself is probably 30-40 metres. So Marty Bullock getting another opportunity to do something about Bill Norman. We saw this in race number 1, and then the gap just drifted out again towards the end of the race.
Yeah, so it was a 63 dead that Norman did on the last lap, and it was a 1 minute 0.4 for Marty Bullock. So that ends up being around about, 2.5 seconds or thereabouts. Yep. Yeah, so let's see what happens on this lap as they go over the top of the hill. I think Norman's just done the fastest first sector on this lap that we've seen. So he can see that white chevron looming large in his mirrors, and he's decided to put the hammer down.
Well, these two are going to lap Jason Yude, who's running in 3rd place at the moment. So Jason goes a lap down, and Marty Bullock will be next to go past the Tiger 84, the SC80 model.
Yep. And here he goes now as they cross the line. And fastest lap of the race by Will Norman. So, yeah, he's seen that chevron in his mirrors and thought, nah, I'm going to just put a couple of quick laps in here and open up that gap again. And it's out once more to 1.4 seconds.
And he's 7/10 of a second quicker that time through on Marty Bullock. So the 0.7 of a second difference, he's probably opened up the margin by another 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah. He's doubled it to 1.4, yeah.
Across the top of the hill.
I think there might be something wrong with car 29. He's certainly not going as fast as what he would normally go in that Macon as Glenn Swarbrick. So I think he's actually got a little bit of a problem on board with that. Or he's got very, very old tyres and is just deciding just to drive around the back of the field to make up the numbers.
Because as we saw yesterday, the guy's a bit loath to put a brand new set of tyres on for this afternoon or today's race meeting. Having a look at Dave Casely's tyres in the Formula V on the grid walk, they are just about down to the threads. There is nothing on that left rear at all, and he said, put it on and let the crowd come to him.
Yep.
So having a bit of fun on the last day.
So 0.3 of a second has been whittled out of the lead on the last lap by Marty Bullock, but they're out on their last lap now. The last lap board has been shown. So here they are through turn 4 for the final time, and they come up on the back of that car number 4, which is Philip Grove in the Van Diemen 82 Formula Ford 2000. Clear him as they come out of turn 5 and head down into turn 6.
I don't know what Marty Bullock was doing. He was right out just about on the concrete on the apex through turn number 4. Then seemed to come back over onto the middle of the circuit for turn 5. It looks like Bill Norman's going to hang on here as long as he can get up and over the hill.
Yep, here he comes, and about the same gap as he had on the last lap, so around about a second thereabouts. So on to turn 7 and the pit straight for the final time to receive the checkered flag. Will Norman, that's 2 from 2 today in car number 3, the Rolt RT4, and he finishes just about a second in front, 1.3 seconds in front of Marty Bullock in the Chevron, and then it's going to be back to car number 94, and that's Jason Hughes coming across the line now in the Tiga Sportz 2000.
One lap down.
One lap down, absolutely. Craig Thompson's next across the line, and that wasn't too far adrift from them as well, so they were all a lap down as well. Dave Dearden in 5th place, and Phil Grove's already crossed the line. We're just waiting for Brian Searles and Glenn Swarbrick to close out our second Formula Classic or free Formula event for today.
Because they have one more coming up this afternoon for the Bob Creasy Memorial Trophy, and current winner of that one is Bill Norman. He won that here last year on the last day of racing for 2024, and looking very keen to go and get it again this year.
Yeah, it'd be a good trophy to have your name on, that's for sure. A very prestigious trophy is the Bob Creasy Memorial Trophy. So so here comes car number 83 of Brian Searles to come across the line. And then we're going to have car 29 coming across the line, the Macon Formula Ford of Glenn Swarbrick.
Definitely driving very slowly, isn't it?
He is indeed, and the Macon was the manufacturer which was started by the guy who actually was behind the entrance of Formula Ford into Western Australian motorsport, and that's Tony Horton. So he was the guy behind the Macon Formula cars, and we lost Tony many, many years ago in a boating accident of all things. And but he was the guy who was behind bringing Formula Ford to Western Australia in the first place in the early 1980s.
As the cars returning up to the pit area for our live stream customers, we're going to view some messages from our partners and sponsors. Don't forget, today is day 2 of the last race meeting for 2025, round 6 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships here, brought to you by EGT. We'll be back very shortly with some Holden HQ action.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/driftwest for more details.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group Training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
HQ Racing WA is brought to you by Electrical Group Training, Odysseus, and West Coast Car Transport.
Welcome back to Carco Raceway. Holden HQ's about to make their way out on the circuit, joined up in commentary by a driver who unfortunately not here this weekend. He's hurt the motor and too busy running your security business, mate. It's Troy Kent.
Yeah, how are we, Vaughan? How are we?
I'm good, mate. Let us know what's been happening down there in the Holden HQ pits.
Quite a bit coming off of race one, actually. So there's quite a few people making changes. We've had guys turning the wick up, getting ready to put in some faster laps, I reckon, and a couple of brake issues. And one car had a clutch issue, and as we all know, Dad was having a grip issue, so we've tended to that one. So everyone should be ready to rock and roll on this one and put together a bit more entertainment.
Mark Alfonsi, I didn't see him actually in that first race because we were looking at all the action happening up the front, but I did see him leave. There he is over there. So it looks like Mark's out this time behind Phil Breen.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was out there. I can't remember myself.
No, we were too busy looking at the front. So here's our grid order. It's Grant Ord on pole from Ryan Davis, then Mick Woodbridge and Michael Howlett. Dennis Russell will start in car number 23 alongside Stuart Kenny. Then Todd Faulkner and Laurie Marsh, Phil Breen and Big Bopper Racing, Mark Alfonsi, car number 47, Kyan Butler and Brad Butler, and then Dave Kent and Peter Marsh round out our field. A good field of HQs, 14 of them here this weekend. Would have been 15 if you hadn't have broke it.
Yeah, let's not get too much into that. I'm suffering a bit watching these boys have fun. I'd like to be out there door to door with them, but not getting the opportunity today, but that's all right because I'll get ready for next year and
Just trying to work out where our on-car camera is for this one. It looks like it's around the middle of the pack, so that's probably where you want to be, and it's on board with car number 24 for Todd Faulkner, sponsored by Sight Century. And we can actually see I believe that would be kilometres an hour coming up on the front windscreen. So that'll give us an indication of how fast Todd Faulkner is going in car number 24.
He's going pretty good actually in that race. I was having a good look at the car and how he was handling, and he's definitely moved his game up, which is great to see. So I think he might be a bit of a diamond in the rough in this one.
Yeah, well, I remember he took out Rookie of the Year a couple of years ago in his first foray into HQ Holden racing. And since then, he's always been like a midfielder. But today, as you said, he's definitely stepped it up. And he will find himself still kind of mid-pack. But the guy to keep an eye on is Michael Howlett. He is not in trouble, but he has to be very careful about what happens in this race. He needs to finish to take out this championship. It's very close. There were 3 points coming into today between Mick Woodbridge and Ryan Davis, and I think Ryan has probably extended that by about 3 points after the first race this morning.
Yes, they've definitely been keeping an eye on that back in the pits too, because I think Michael said he's got a little bit of a buffer going at the moment, but he's still got to put in some effort. So
yep, he cannot afford to have a DNF. That will undo his championship. As red light is off and away we go, and a Grant Ord gets the best of the start this time from Ryan Davis. Ryan's going to have to run around the outside, so he's going to keep some momentum up here down into turn number 1 for the first time.
He's going to tuck under.
Yeah, well, they're trying to look for a run here. Look at this, they're already starting the bump drafting straight into the bumper of Grant Ord to push him along. And while these guys are having their little scrap at the front, it's going to allow Mick Woodbridge and Michael Howlett to come up even closer. Stuart Kenny on the inside of Todd Faulkner with our camera car. And look at Michael Howlett starting to get racy all over the back of Michael Woodbridge as they crest the hill for the first time.
Yeah, and I can see in the back there that both the Butlers, father and son, are having a bit of a battle in this one. So it looks like Kyan's got some pace going and he's jumping up on Dad.
So our leaders making their way out of turn number 6. Woodbridge uses the concrete, and so does Dennis Russell as well. There was a car that went very, very wide out onto the concrete. I couldn't see who that was. It may have been Stuart Kenny, but he had all 4 wheels out on the concrete as they crest the top of the hill and come down into the braking section for the first time. It's still Grant Ord in car number 4 from 49 of Brian Davis, then Mick Woodbridge in 74. Michael Howlett, the current and multiple state champion, car number 34, not his usual race car again this weekend after a big collision at the Nationals probably 2 months ago now at Grant Ord, holding on for first at the moment, and Ryan Davis right in the bumper.
I think Michael might have turned it up just enough, because he seems to be a bit more in touch with the boys out the front there this time. So he's looks like for sort of give it a couple of laps, I reckon he might get up there and start challenging Mick Woodbridge.
Well, with all of our championships, as we go on board now, and we can see with Todd Faulkner, we went into turn number 4 at about 100 kilometres an hour. We're just cresting over the top of the hill now. He's doing 125 kilometres an hour down into turn number 6. And now the big, long, hard climb up out of the bowl down there at turn number 6. 108 kilometres an hour through the apex of turn number 6. And it doesn't seem like a lot of speed, really, but these are big, heavy cars with not a great deal of grip. As we catch Ryan Davis side by side with Ord, and look at Mick Woodbridge trying to go down the inside. Now he separates both of the cars and takes over second place, and is having a look now at Ryan Davis.
Michael as well. Michael's timing into this one.
So Ord still hanging on for second. Woodbridge is going to have to run around the outside if he wants to go back to second. But Ryan Davis would be stoked with this right now. If he can run away and put some more points between himself and Mick Woodbridge, he might be able to settle in for second in the championship come race 3 this afternoon. So Grant Ord takes a big bit of the bus stop chicane on the way through to turn number 4. And Davis moving out to 2 car lengths now, but those 3, you were right, mate. Michael Howlett is right into this.
Run that time. He's right up and through turn 4 and over and over.
He'll probably have a crack down here at turn number 6, although Woodbridge goes defensive. We pick up with car number 62. That's Brian Pangler's usual ride.
Yeah, which Kyan Butler owns now.
So he has sold that one.
Yeah, he has sold it to Kyan Butler, and he's now racing that this year. So he's having a good time in that car too. So Scotty Haynes raced that one for a little while, but Kyan's settled into it now.
Here comes Woodbridge in car number 74 again, down the inside of Grant Ord. He won't be able to get in front of Davis this time around. Michael Howlett, yeah, he's all over the back of these 2 in front of him. Grant Ord on driver's left, Mick Woodbridge down the middle. And you can see him starting to size up and getting into both of the rear vision mirrors of the car in front. And this goes well for Davis because he's extended the lead. Now it's Woodbridge up into second. And he's going to push Grant Ord back to 4th if he's not careful here.
Michael's got the inside run into... Grant's got the inside run going into 4. So
you watch Michael Howlett run right around the outside here.
Braking.
We've seen this so many times from Michael Howlett. He's out in the boonies out there in the side of the circuit. But there is grip out there. We have seen it, although we have had the drift cars out there and they leave a lot of silicon deposit around at the outside of the circuit, but it looks like it's going to pay off. And Grant Ord just moves back across in front of Michael Howlett and regains P3 on the way into turn 6.
Looks like Michael's going to try and come down the inside of 6 and try and get the run out to stay in touch with Grant coming up and over the hill.
Very close now. He's tucked back in and start doing some more of the bump drafting, and it looks like Woodbridge is closing in on the back of 49 of Ryan Davis as Ryan goes from one side of the racetrack to the other and now tries to keep as much momentum as he can to try and get a good run down the main straight. Further back, it looks like that is Stuart Kenny having a great run with Dennis Russell in the Aquarius colour Holden HQ.
Yeah, which looks like he was having a little bit of an issue with the car, but it looks like he might actually have that sorted now, so got a bit more pace going.
So Ryan Davis on track to take 25 points here if he can stay where he is. Woodbridge will take 20 where he is, and then Grant Ord will take 18, and then 17 for Michael Howlett. So Michael's still doing a good job, but he, as we said, he must finish this race.
Yeah, with all that pressure that Mike was putting on Grant Ord, you can see them just falling out of touch at the front two, and Ryan and Mick are just driving away from them at the moment. So
here's the battle with Dennis Russell and Stuart Kenny in car number 72 as they go down into turn number 6. Nothing Kenny can do about it right now. He's 1 or 2 car lengths behind him. Dennis goes to the middle of the track, which is a bit unusual, and that's going to allow a run up the inside for Stuart Kenny, and that's exactly what he does. So side by side over the top of the hill now, the Aquarius colour Holden HQ with Dennis Russell trying to fend off Stuart Kenny in 72. Meanwhile, back up towards the front, it's still Ryan Davis, but Michael Woodbridge now down to 1 car length difference. We've got 5 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in this one, plus 1 lap. Michael Woodbridge ducked to the right-hand side of the Davis car, just trying to fake a move down into turn number 1. But yes, Ryan was awake up to that one.
He's pretty notorious for that. He plays what we like to call tennis in your mirrors, and he pops from side to side to put you off your game.
It works quite well for him. Of course, Mike Woodbridge is a former multiple state champion in the Holden HQs.
Yes.
He's been doing it for a long, long time. And again, Davis has now extended that distance between himself and 74 of Mick Woodbridge. Driving for Jack's Garage.
A little bit of knowledge on Mick Woodbridge. This is his 25th year racing in the HQ category as well. So with that experience, you can see it on track right here with Ryan Davis.
See what happens here. Like, Mick likes to play a lot of games during a race. He'll catch you up and then he'll fall back and he'll catch you up again. And just when you think, oh, he's just having a bit of a play, then he'll put a move on and he's gone into the sunset.
He taunts the hell out of you, trust me.
He does, and all 4 of these guys are starting to close up again. They're getting away from Dennis Russell and Kenny, as Kenny just wipes the nose out of Dennis Russell there, and Dennis getting all sideways trying to keep it straight. And the fastest lap goes to Grant Ord. There's a 1:16.58. Fastest man in Sector 1 for the race so far has been Michael Howlett with a 32.8, 32.9 for Ryan Davis, and then a 33 flat for Grant Ord. So
looks like Michael's sort of let off the leash a bit on Grant so they can catch back up, so they can get back in this fight for the last couple of laps, I think.
Well, they're down to 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap. And it's still Grant Ord holding the lap, or fastest lap for this race, set on the last time through, the 1:16.5. They all qualified, well, one qualified at a 1:16 even.
That was Grant Ord?
Yep. So they're half a second away from where they were, which is not too bad now because it was very cloudy and overcast this morning. Now we've got direct sunlight and a lot of UV on the track, and of course that makes all of the existing rubber out on the track get very soft, and you would think that, oh yeah, great, the rubber's gone soft, but it actually works against you because you can't get any grip and it starts to slide. The little blocks and tread patterns start to move sideways on the tyre, and you just don't get the adhesion that you're looking for.
No, especially with these tyres, because these are a radial tyre that we get from Kendra, and these tyres, we like a clean track. When there's rubber on the track and it starts getting greasy like this, the cars get way too slippery and you just lose all that traction.
So we're going to do a lap on board now with Todd Faulknell, car number 24, as he negotiates turn number 1. Only a 3-speed gearbox. They are on the floor now instead of 3 on the tree as he heads up into turn number 4. Back down. Some guys will hold third. Some guys will go into second for this long left-hander. Again, 108 kilometres an hour through turn number 4. Up and over the top of the hill. Let the car come right out to that concrete ripple strip on the exit. 130 kilometres an hour on the exit. 146, 151. And then hard on the brakes for turn number 6. We drop right down to around about 110 kilometres out of turn number 6, and now the long climb. We're already doing 120 kilometres an hour in a Holden HQ as we pull out of turn number 6. And just have a look, Mick Woodbridge has taken over the lead. 143, 147, 159. So yeah, nearly 160 kilometres an hour down the hill in a Holden HQ.
Yeah, and that's we can get a little bit more out of them sometimes. He didn't have the greatest run coming out of 6 on that one, so he lost a little bit on that. But if you start doing your bump drafting down there, you're in the high 170s. So it starts getting pretty crazy.
Speaking of bump drafting, Ryan Davis is trying to put a move back on Mick Woodbridge, who has taken over the lead while we were on board with Todd Faulknell. Oh, there's just about a touch there on the entry into turn number 4 for Davis on the back end of Woodbridge. He's still getting racy. He hasn't given up here. There could be a move on down here into 6th. And you watch Mick Woodbridge will go over to the right-hand side just as Ryan Davis moves over to the right-hand side. Mick Woodbridge does the same. Here we go. And Davis goes up the inside of 74. So back out to the front of this race with 40 seconds remaining. We'll probably get another 2 laps on this one, Troy.
I think we will, yeah. And it's going to come down to the wire now.
Oh, look at
Grant and Michael Hallett are moving themselves back up into this. Grant's right on the tail of Mick Woodbridge. So he's going to look at going down the run on the 7, so Michael's come right up into the bumper of Grant Ord there now. So it should be interesting in the 1. Who's got the run?
Very close. Michael Howlett doing the right thing in 34 is not really getting involved in this. He doesn't have to. He just needs to finish where he is and just keep clocking up the points, and he should take home the WA Sporting Car Club Championship after race 3 later on this afternoon. So looking at 25 points for Ryan Davis at the moment, remembering there was only 3 points difference separating these two coming into this event today between himself and Mick Woodbridge, so he may be able to extend this out a little bit further. He finished in front of Mick Woodbridge in race number 1, so he's already got some sort of an advantage over Mick Woodbridge. But for all of these runners, they must finish this race. They can't have a mechanical or get involved in an incident. They've got to finish.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the final race, I think, with this one. So it's really close. They really changed it up in this race. So it's good to see the boys putting on the show. And, yeah, hopefully Michael can hold on.
Well, Michael Howlett is all over the back of Grant Ord. They've slipped away off the back of Michael Woodbridge, who's getting very racy on the inside now into turn number 7 on Ryan Davis. So just as we said that, Michael, just calm your farm, mate. You don't have to go and do anything stupid. He's starting to apply the thumb screws to the back of Grant Ord as they cross the line. We think that's his last lap this time through. So Ryan Davis in car number 49 driving for Kevrek. He's got 2 cars advantage over Mick Woodbridge. Then we go back 4 car lengths to Grant Ord, who's still having that attack on the rear bumper by car number 34 of Michael Howlett. And then a long way back to Dennis Russell, who's still fending off Stuart Kenny and Todd Faulknell back there with our on-car camera. And then a little battle back here for last position with Dave Kent, and that'll be Peter Marsh in 68.
The Marshmallow.
And there's a good battle over there happening with Phil Breen at the moment as well, with Brad Butler. Then we have Laurie Marsh over there as well, and the big bopper in Mark Alfonsi. Oh, here we go, as we go back on board with Todd Faulknell for the last time, down into turn number 6. Dennis Russell on the inside, and look at the run here, right behind. He's tried to get up. Oh, there's a bit of contact there.
Too, so.
Yeah, there's a bit of contact there on the exit, so that was Dennis Russell on Stuart Kenny. Kenny and Russell, they're side by side as they come over the top of the hill, and this is going to be a drag race to the finish here for these guys, but our leader crosses the line. It's Ryan Davis, who takes 25 points from Mick Woodbridge in car 74, who will take home 20 points after this one. And this is a great battle here. Kenny's got in front.
Contact.
Dennis Russell all sideways and just about drove into the side of Todd Faulknell on the way out of turn number 7.
And fiery Phil Breen, he's holding in the front there, so he's done well.
Yeah, he's going to hold off this 4-car train as they come through, and that would be Brad Butler in 76. 67 was the second of the Marsh brothers, and then Mark Alfonsi. And coming back, this is Peter Marsh and Dave Kent. Oh, and Dave Kent stole a position there.
I think Pete might have had a bit of a gear shift issue then.
Yeah, he missed third gear because he come out of there in second. And Hans coming out of Kyan Butler's car, so he's fairly happy for some reason down there. He's probably going to stitch up the rookie title for 2025.
Yeah, I think rookie's going to go out for, believe it or not, Dad, oldest rookie in the category. So I think Dad's just got to finish in front of Kyan for the next race, and he gets Rookie of the Year, and Kyan's only just behind him.
All right, mate, can you sort that out for us? And when we get you back up here for race number 3 later on this afternoon, thanks very much, Troy, for your informative info about the Holden HQs. We'll catch you again a bit later on this afternoon.
Awesome, thank you very much.
As our HQ drivers, they normally line up side by side on the way back into the pit area. And it's just a bit of a thank you to all of our officials and to all of our spectators. And thanks very much for hanging out with us on your Sunday. So we're just going to have a look at a bit of a look at Dave Kent's car number 45. The exhaust is hanging right out of the bottom of that car. So lucky it wasn't making some excessive noise and getting pinged for a noise pollution infringement, but he'll make it through, and those guys will go back to the pit now. And yes, we can always see the number plate hanging off as well. So there's been some sort of significant contact there for car number 45 of Dave Kent. And we are going to roll some adverts for our live stream customers. We will be back here at carco.com.au Raceway. Formula Ford, some open wheel action coming your way very shortly here at day 2 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships for 2025, brought to you by EGT.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the Cool Down Lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and a hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the Cool Down Lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets. This broadcast supported by Turn 7 Media, Streamer, Real Human Photos, Unlabeled Photography, Top Step Designs, and New Start Finance.
Welcome back to carco.com.au Raceway. Don't forget the Cool Down Lap coming up on Saturday, the 8th of November from 5:30 to 9 p.m. Great news, we've got a free bus shuttle from Clarkson train station out to McCracken House, and then they will return you back to the Clarkson train station at the conclusion of the event. One of the most spectacular open wheel categories here at Carco Raceway have been the Formula Fords for the last couple of years. Been some sensational open wheel racing and very close. And speaking of close, it's still Brock Brewer on 267 points in the lead. He has an 18-point lead over Xavier Henderson in car number 8, but the difference between Xavier Henderson and Jensen Marold has been narrowed up. It is only 2 points the difference now for second place. So it is game on here as we see Jensen Marold, car number 31, on pole position. Alongside him in the 57 is a Brock Brewer. Second row will be Xavier Henderson, car number 8, and alongside him the yellow car of Josh Matthews. Then we have Begley in car number 3, Will Hall in car number 55, Garrett Piper out there, and again no Glenn Swarbrick. Red lights are extinguished and away we go racing, and a very even start as both of our front running cars head down into turn number 1 for the first time. Brewer looking for a run around the outside. He's just understeered a fraction, and that's allowed Josh Matthews to come right up alongside of him, and Xavier Henderson now gets to the inside of Josh Matthews and goes into third place, and really sideways on the entrance was Xavier Henderson. Jensen Marold, 3 car lengths already as they head up and over the top of the hill. Car number 31, a 12... Well, that's wrong. It got 3 car lengths already over the 57 of Brewer as they head down into turn number 6 for the first time. Marold, car number 31, Brewer in 57, and then we have Matthews, who has just been overtaken again now by Xavier Henderson. So Henderson fighting back into third place as they come down into the second hardest braking zone in Australia down there at the end of turn number 7. Marold goes defensive, Brewer goes to the outside, and it goes back to the inside again, moving from left to right, filling both of those mirrors of Jensen Marold. And meanwhile, Xavier Henderson right up into the gearbox of Brewer. There was just about contact there through into turn number 1, and already this top 3 group starting to move away temporarily from Josh Matthews and Begley. They make their climb up and over the top of No Name, turn number 5 here at carco.com.au Raceway. Xavier Henderson 1 car length back from the 57 of Brewer. They have 3 or 4 car lengths to try and negotiate to get back up onto the tail of Jensen Marold. This time looks like Marold out in the fresh air. The best run out of turn number 6 came from Xavier Henderson. So we'll see whether there's going to be a send down into turn number 7. Not on this occasion. He's closed right up and tries to go to the inside of Brewer, who's going to stay on the outside this time. He's not going to fall for it and go defensive as Xavier Henderson does that. He moves over and fills the mirrors of the 57. Down into turn number 1. It's starting to close up and get very, very tasty here at the front of this field. It's still Jensen Marold on the point from Brewer and Xavier Henderson. And these guys, the cream of the crop this year, they are starting to drive away from the rest of the field, which is Matthews, Begley and Hall. And we go back a long way to Garrett Piper in car number 6. Over the top of the hill and down into the bowl again, and Xavier Henderson puts a move on Brewer and goes up the inside, takes over second place, and we wait and see what the 57's going to do. He comes out to driver's left, so again they will crest the hill side by side, and Brewer drives right around the outside of him on the crest of the hill and takes back that second position. There's a little bit of a slide on the exit of turn number 7 there for Xavier Henderson. A great battle further back here for 4th, 5th and 6th. It's Begley, Matthews and Hall as they go down into turn number 1. It looks like Begley's going to come out the best of this one, although Josh Matthews right in the gearbox of car number 3 of Begley, and they've moved away just a tad from the car of Hall. Back up to the front. Brewer gets a big 4-wheel slide right through the middle of turn number 4, and that's going to cost him big time up and over the top of the hill. It's still Jensen Marold, car number 31 from Brewer, Henderson, Begley, Matthews, Hall and Piper. Our leaders coming out of turn number 6, and Jensen starting to drive away now from these two who are stuck in a fierce fight. Xavier Henderson to the inside, Brewer to the outside. Brewer again to get held out wide this time, and that's allowed Xavier Henderson up the inside. They both move to the inside of the track, right over the pole position line, and watch for the Brewer run around the outside. He won't be able to do it from back there. He lost a car length on the way into turn number 1. He gets right under the gearbox of Xavier Henderson again on the way out of turn number 1. And go up through the bus stop area. Meanwhile, Josh Matthews has been able to get in front of Begley, and Begley fighting back now as they drop off William Hall in the white car, and Josh Matthews has run wide. Here's a chance for Begley to come down the inside as they go over the top of No Name. Meanwhile, back in second position again, it's Xavier Henderson and Brock Brewer fighting tooth and nail for that second position. We see them coming out of turn number 6. And again, it's Brewer 1 car length back, but starting to reel him in again is Xavier Henderson. And a Brewer again down the outside. He's got to try and get to the inside of the race circuit, but Xavier Henderson just holding his line. Very fair driving for both of these drivers as they come down and over the stripe again. We have 7 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this one. Xavier Henderson up the inside again, takes over second place from Brock Brewer in the orange and black car as they exit turn number 1 and head up through the bus stop. Josh Matthews having a great battle with Begley for 4th position, and then we go back to Will Hall in the white 55. As per race number 1, Jensen Marold, he is gone. He is halfway down into turn number 6 as our second and third place getter, Brewer and Henderson. There might have been some form of contact back there. Looks like Henderson has got away from Brewer by 4 or 5 car lengths this time. So something's happened on the way down into turn number 6. We've just missed that on our turn 7 media cameras. But up and over the top of the hill, it's Jensen Marold already out onto the main straight. Xavier Henderson, car number 8, hanging on for second. Brock Brewer in car number 57, holding on for third here, but trying to make a move down the inside. Gets back into the slipstream again and pulls right up onto the gearbox on the entry into turn number 1, and we're down to 5 minutes and 50 seconds plus 1 lap. Josh Matthews still holding off Begley. This has been a great drive from Josh Matthews back there in 4th position at the moment. Begley cannot get through. We've got a replay for our live stream customers, maybe what happened down there in turn number 6. On the way down into turn number 6, we're just going to wait for our replay to come up and have a look and see what happened. There was definitely something happened that was out of the ordinary as we catch the cars coming across the top of the hill. Now Brewer right into the gearbox, and he's actually looks like he's made, oh yes he did, he's made some contact with Xavier Henderson and got the car doing a wheel stand. White smoke coming off the front left-hand corner of Brock Brewer's car. Doesn't seem to have affected the performance. Oh, he gets it really sideways again on the exit of turn number 1. Just as I said, doesn't look like there's any performance issues. There may be something going on with the front left-hand corner of Brock Brewer's 57 as he tucks back in again onto the gearbox of Xavier Henderson. These guys fighting tooth and nail for second place. They don't need to do anything stupid. They just need to finish this race. Xavier Henderson holding close in tight on the curb as they head up towards turn number 5. Flip the car to the right-hand side. Try and stay away from the concrete sawtooth ripple strip on the exit of turn number 5 and down into turn number 6 again. Again, Brewer looking threatening down the inside but can't pull it off. And in the meantime, Tom Begley has got past Josh Matthews, and Will Hall looking to join the back of that pack yet again. Again, coming over the hill, down into turn number 7. Xavier Henderson up the inside. 4 minutes to go, plus 1 lap for second place here. Who is going to take out second place? Xavier Henderson, car number 8. Brock Brewer in 57. You can forget about Jensen Marold. He is gone. He is at least 200 metres in front of these guys. They have been scrapping the entire race, and that's allowed Jensen Marold to drive away in car number 31. Hard on the brakes for turn number 4. They both holding on to that curb on the drive up the hill. Now they flip the car to the right-hand side. Missed the apex of the corner. It's a big curb there on the exit of turn number 5. And again, side by side, Xavier Henderson now goes defensive on the inside, and that's probably going to cost him a run up and over the hill here. So let's see whether Brewer can put this to good use. He's coming out around the outside again. Now he swaps to the inside and tries to drive up the inside of Xavier Henderson. These guys, Henderson moves back across and blocks Brewer. Now again, you can see him feigning to the right and trying to get around the outside of Xavier Henderson. Not going to work for him this time. Xavier Henderson's had a bad exit out of turn number 7, and that's going to allow Brewer another opportunity. Down into turn number 1, around the outside this time goes Brewer. Now he swaps back to the inside. He won't be able to get past until at least turn number 4. Right in the gearbox of Xavier Henderson in car number 8. Further back we got Josh Matthews. Now Will Hall has overtaken Begley. as well. So Begley back to 5, Matthews into 4. And Garrett Piper rounding out the field back there in position 7. This is a great battle happening up and over the top of the hill, down into turn number 6 for the next time. 2 minutes and 12 seconds remaining, plus 1 lap. So again, Brewer getting right into the slipstream, getting a bit of assistance up and over out of turn number 6. They crest the hill side by side. This time Brewer's in front, but has to duck back in. He'll be looking for the over and under. And now look at Xavier Henderson. He knew that was coming, moves the car over to the driver's right and stops the run from Brewer. These guys have been trying so hard. We just hope that there is no contact between these two as Xavier Henderson takes the lead out to 2 car lengths now on the way into turn number 4. That gap closes up again under brakes on the entry into turn number 4, down to 1 car length now as they go over the top of the hill. Still Xavier Henderson keeping the car as straight as possible, trying to keep that momentum up. And meanwhile, it's a great battle back here with Begley and Hall. And Josh Matthews has moved forward by about 5 or 6 car lengths on these two. Well, we have a look and wait for our leader to crest the top of the hill. He's already down here onto the main straight and looking for second at the moment. This time Brewer's been able to do it. He's moved back into second position and goes defensive on the inside. He's got to stay to driver's right-hand side at the moment. Xavier Henderson's going to come side by side with him and he'll take back second place as they go down in towards turn number 1. Henderson back into second, Brewer into third, still looking for that outside run around turn number 2. Won't be able to do it out of turn 2, so you have to just bide his time yet again. And further back, it's still Josh Matthews, Will Hall and Begley having a great race back there between those 3. As we go forward, yet again, back up onto the tail of Xavier Henderson comes Brock Brewer in 57. Let's see whether he gets a run. Both cars go to the driver's right on the exit of turn number 5. So Henderson obviously wanting Brewer to drive around the outside of him, may have compromised his exit speed this time as Brewer's already drawing up alongside of him as they go over the top of the hill again. Xavier Henderson to the inside, all defensive again. Can Brewer get the horsepower and drive around the outside? Last lap board on display as they come out of turn number 7. And across the start-finish line, Xavier Henderson extends that lead by 2 car lengths, this time across the stripe. Jensen Merrold already around turn number 5 as our second and third place are exiting turn number 1 and heading up through the bus stop section now. 2 opportunities to go for car number 57 of Brock Brewer as he closes in on the back of Xavier Henderson again. This will be one of the spots down into turn number 6. He's got to get a good run out of 5 here, and it looks like he has got a good run. Merrold already exiting turn number 6 and up and over the top of the hill. But we go back to this fantastic battle for second place. It has been on since the red light was extinguished, and waiting a long time for these 2 drivers to come up and over the hill. Here we go. This is it. Brock Brewer on the outside. Xavier Henderson down the inside on car number 8. Who is going to take out second place? Xavier Henderson and Brock Brewer. A drag race to the line, and it looks like it's going to be... Oh, that's a dead heat for my call up here. We'll have to wait and see who comes across, and it was Xavier Henderson takes the win by 3/100ths of a second, and that equates to around about 20 centimetres. That's a super close finish to that event. Event number 2. So Merrold will score 25 points for that win. Xavier Henderson will score 20 points, and Brock Brewer will receive 18 points for that. Wow, what a race. It was just what we were saying. The Formula Fords have been one of the standout categories in 2025 and 24 as well. And put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. You can't take it away from this young guy, Jensen Merrold, showing a clean set of heels to the rest of the field. And it wasn't just a win, it was a decisive win. One more of those exciting races to come later on this afternoon. We're going to go down and speak with Jamie and Demelza.
pit lane. We're here with the HQ Holdens and Ryan Davis. Ryan, you came first in that last race. You're now sitting second in the championship points. How are you feeling heading into the remainder of today?
I wish my car had an aircon, but look, no, it's a good day. We've had a good year. Mixed racing fair for once. But look, it's really close. B grade championship's close. A grade, obviously Michael's already won it, but second and third still up for grabs, so anything could happen. But yeah, looking forward to the last race.
Good tussle with Mick Woodbridge on the track. I mean, is that normally what happens when you guys get out there and have a race?
Yeah, look, it's always close. Sometimes we a bit too close, but no, it's always fair racing. We like having a beer afterwards. Rubbing's racing.
You've had a good year, really. I mean, apart from being second at the moment, with the potential of actually taking out the first spot, depending how the next race goes. I mean, talk about, you know, are you happy with the car, the way it's set this year and what you've done to it? And you're happy with the strategies you've used to go into the racing?
Yeah, look, I could always do some more race prep, but, you know, LMR for a reason. The track's actually gone off now. It's very slippery. The left-hand is horrible. But, look, it's racing, so anything can happen.
Do you pick the spots where it's getting slippery?
Turn 1, 5, 6, 7. The whole track, pretty much.
On the alphabet.
Yeah, after lunch, it went off with a bit of sun and a bit of rubber on.
Looking forward to the Nationals next year in 2026 here at Carco?
Well, look, can't wait. We're actually doing a double header to Collie the following weekend. So Michael's just saying we've had 9 cars from Queensland already say they're coming. We hopefully have 20 cars from WA here as well. So really, yeah, hopefully we'll have a 50 car.
So is there a hometown advantage by being here at Carco?
Not really, no. The over East boys, the New South Wales boys are just a total different kettle of fish. You know, they're spending 30, 40 grand on a HQ for a year. You know, we're spending 5 to 6, 7, or, you know, depending if we need a motor or not. So it's very hard to catch them.
Listen, Mariah, great. Best of luck for the last race. I hope it goes really well. Good luck. I really hope you get the championship points. It's a pretty exciting way to finish the year here at Carco Raceway.
Absolutely.
And we've got a special message right now from Russell.
Hi, I'm Russell Saw. I'm the president of the WA Sporting Car Club. And I just want to thank our volunteers and officials for helping us on every race day that we have. But because without volunteers and officials, we couldn't run a race. A lot of people have to realise how much is actually put in behind the scenes with our volunteers and officials and how they have to work long hours. They're there, they start early, they finish late. They're there when it's raining, when the wind's blowing, they're there when the sun's beating down. So we cannot underestimate their contribution to motorsport, and we thank them very, very much, and we ask that they continue. Thanks, guys.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training.
EGT, proud sponsors of this weekend, our last day of school here at carco.com.au Raceway. Hope you're enjoying the racing, whether you're here at Carco Raceway. It's great to see so many people here for our final Sunday of racing for 2025, or whether you're at home on your lounge suite or behind your computer desk, wherever you are, anywhere around the world. Welcome to Carco Raceway, and hope you're enjoying what is some of the best local motorsport that you'll see anywhere in Australia. We're moving on now to our time challenge and the Rob Janney Memorial, and our winner for race number 1 was Maddie Galton in the Honda Civic, car number 24, from Justin Chaffee in the Holden Commodore in car number 20, and Jamie Scott in the Mark II Escort took out 3rd place in that one. Of course, this one is not a speed event. It is about being consistent. The guys have locked in their lap times after their practice session this morning, and now it's all about being consistent over 5 laps. As we see Alan and Karen start to accelerate down the side straight here at Carco Raceway, and these guys and girls will be released very, very shortly for 5 laps of the Rob Janney Memorial Time Challenge event number 2 for them today. One more coming up later on this afternoon, and the very prestigious trophy is the Rob Janney Memorial. And we're going on board for this one. Car number 170 of Ivan Mikkelsen for Southern Racing suspension. As they are starting to come across the line now and receiving the green flag to start. It's Peter Towie first out onto the circuit, and then we have Justin Chaffee. And the other car that went really well, the third place getter in that last event, was just going down into turn number 1 at the moment. So we're going to go on board here with Ivan Mikkelsen driving a Mazda RX-8 GT as we head into turn number 1. And just see, this is pretty much a road-going Mazda. As he comes out of turn number 1, he'll let the car come right out to the left-hand side. Just clip the apex corner right there and then back to the right-hand side over the bus stop. And then hard on the brakes just to settle the car so you can turn it in and get some front-end grip. You want to be right up against that curb that's on the left-hand side there on the way up the hill. Then you flip it over the top of the hill here. That's the blind right-hander that we talk about here at the top of the hill. You cannot see what is going on over there, particularly if you're in a car like a Formula V or a Formula Ford. You're right down close to the asphalt, and makes things very, very difficult. As we see one of the Commodores just sliding through the inside there of Ivan Mikkelsen as he heads up and over the top of the hill, right in the slipstream. As we said, this is not a racing event, so Ivan hopefully not racing that Commodore in front of him. He just needs to do his own thing. He's already set the time earlier on this morning, and it's all about minimising the amount of demerit points, and a very clean lap from Ivan Mikkelsen. In car number 170, the Mazda RX-8, as he comes across the line and finishes that lap. Let's have a look. Mick Moylan, straight to the point with only 4 demerit points on that one. Clark is in second place on 18 points. Ellis in car number 47 on 57 points. And rounding out our top 4 is Justin Chaffee in the Gibson Motorsport look-alike car, the Commodore, just coming down into turn number 7 at the moment. Our leader on the track is Peter Towie, and he finds himself down in position 8 at the moment. Scored 140-odd points last time through. We've already had a couple of snake eyes this morning, the zeros. We'll see whether we can get some more of those happening in this event, and then, of course, later on this afternoon. As for our live stream viewers, this is Jamie Scott in the Mark II Escort, another really fierce competitor when it comes to time challenge. As we wait for the big Galaxy to come over the line, and we did see him have some issues in that previous race, so hopefully he's been able to sort those out. And no, he is crawling up and over the top of the hill, unfortunately for Mick Moylan. So briefly leading this event after 1 lap, and it looks like the car is just ambling down towards the pit area there. So there'll be some white flags on display for our drivers at the moment. An unfortunate end for event number 2 for Mick Moylan in the 427 cubic inch big block Ford Galaxy. So Peter Towie and Justin Chaffee, they're now out onto the main straight as we see Mick Moylan returning to the paddock area. So now we'll get an update. Chaffee was in 4th position and unfortunately has dropped down into P11. So that'll all change now. It's Michael Clark that now goes to the lead from Ellis. Jamie Scott still hanging on for 3rd place at the moment. The birthday boy, Sean Ellis, in car number 87 in 4th. And here comes Maddie Galton. She's in P5 at the moment after 2 laps. A 5-lap event here for event number 2. So I think that's Panizza just using all of the available asphalt on the way out of turn number 7. Going to the wrong side of the exit curbing, right outside the front of McCracken House there. So it's Michael Clark, car number 28 from Ellis in 47, and Panizza in the little Hyundai XL that raced yesterday. Currently finds himself in 3rd place. Ellis only 8 points behind now in 4th, and Jamie Scott still hanging on for 5th position. Just seeing where our fellow commentator is, and Rob Haggerty is currently in 8th position at the moment, but it's all Clark on 142 from Panizza on 276. Then it's very close between Ellis and Scott, only 4 points separating them, and 4 points back to Peter Dybel, who now finds himself in P5. So it's Clark, Panizza, the two Ellis brothers, I think they are, and then Dybel in 5. Matty Galton still hanging on in 7th position at the moment. We're currently on lap number 5. As we have a retirement, a yellow Commodore, the VN Commodore making its way back up into the paddock area. So 7 points. 28 and 9, the two Hyundai XLs sticking together up and over the top of the hill, and moving their way down into turn number 6. He just moves over and allows the 28 to drive underneath him. And that's one of the sticking points with the time challenges. It's very easy to start driving and racing with the car that you're alongside, and before you know it, you've blown your lap time out of the water, and it costs you big time on the scoreboard. So Michael Clark last time through in car number 28 only scored 7 points. There's a good one from Maddie Galton. She's gone through with only 3 demerit points. Still sitting in P6 at the moment, so she's moved up. Nobody looking at a 0 at the moment with this time. Clark 190, Sean Ellis on 284. And checkered flag on display this time through. So again, there'll be a couple of seconds delay while our computer system does its final calculations. Michael Clark on 190, Ellis on 284, and then the second of the Ellis cars, car number 47, on 328. 1 point separating Galton and Jamie Scott for 5th and 6th position, and 5 points back for 6th is Peter Dybel. It doesn't look like we're going to score any 0s in this particular event, as the last of our cars are coming across the line. We'll get a winner for you very shortly here. It's looking very good for car number 28 of Michael Clark. Justin Chaffee started off very well in the Gibson Motorsport car, and looks like he's going to finish somewhere around about the 10th position. Reinhold in 11. Joe Douglas, he won't be happy with that one. Car number 88, the Subaru BRZ. He'll finish in 12th position. Just waiting for our system to finalise the results at the moment. It looks like a good win by 96 points to Michael Clark in car number 28 from Sean Ellis. And the second of the Ellis boys in car number 47 will finish in 3rd. Jamie Scott and Maddie Galton will round out our top 5. That's the way they're going to finish here in our time challenge. We're going to throw down to Jamie and Demelza down in there in the pitch. You got somebody for us, guys?
Thanks a lot, Vaughan. Yes, we're joined by Callum Lamont, who went came 5th in the first race of today in his Formula V 1600. Callum, great race. You've got to be happy with that mid-pack, but on the same token, you were very competitive.
Absolutely. I had a bit of a spin, but managed to recover quite well. Managed to catch up and recover to 5th. So the plan for race 2 is going to try and press for a podium.
How long have you been racing Formula Vs, mate?
I've been racing Formula Vs for about 7 years or so. Started in 2019, 6-7 years, but a lot of karting before that as well.
And what made you decide to get into the Formula V category?
I've always enjoyed motorsport, I've always enjoyed racing, and I came across one of the cars on show in Langley Park at one of the events that they were doing down there with Rod Lisson, and I didn't think doing this kind of motorsport would be attainable, but finding out about the cars and finding out about how cheap it can be to go racing, yeah, I didn't really have a second thought from there.
And how have you felt about your racing this year and the championships?
it's been a little bit patchy, but it's a new car. So I've been racing a 1200 for the last sort of 5 or 6 years, and this is my first year in the 1600. So it's a big step up. It's very challenging. There's a lot more power, and I'm learning an awful lot about the mechanics of the car as well. So it's been a very steep learning curve, but hopefully it sets me up well for next year.
And who looks after your car? I mean, you've had a pretty good year this year. So who looks after your car, and how much effort do you put into the training and so forth throughout the year?
Well, for the last few years, Dave Casely's been looking after it for incredibly well, and now some more of that maintenance is falling on me, and I tend to learn about different bits of the car as I break them. But the maintenance now falls more on me, with a lot of assistance from the more mechanically minded members of the club. But I've got an awful lot of help from Alicia as well, who helps me keep it ready on race day and ready to go out for a race.
Right, Cal. Good luck for the next 2 races, mate.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. We will be right back after these messages, because there's more racing to come.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the Cool Down Lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and a hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the Cool Down Lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results, and upcoming rounds, plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship. Historic touring car racing, proudly presented by Axis Hire, Moylan Grain Silos, Perth Brake Parts, and iWrite Signs.
Access Hire prevents historic touring cars here at carco.com.au Raceway. Let's jump straight to the grid. And Brian Edhouse and Mark Cates in car number 69 on the front row. Second row will be Northey and Edwards.
2 BMWs.
Then we will go back to Bill Shipper and Ian Brown in the Cortina. Another Cortina, Nathan Hadlow alongside a Mini of Trevor Fairs. Ken Waller, one of the only racing Volvos in Australia, 142, will start alongside the Holden Monaro of Bob O'Neill. Then we have Peter Piscaneri a long way down. I believe there might have been a penalty applied there. Don Behetz in car 222, Wendy Cover, and Mel Bowden, who unfortunately didn't finish after going into the sand. Now, that one for Peter Piscaneri, from what I saw from up here, was that it looked like that he actually got in front of the safety car before the checkered flag. So Martin Dennis is with us. Can you confirm, was that what it was all about?
I actually don't know what he did, but he did go past someone when the safety car was still out, and both him and Don were pinged for basically an infringement under safety car, and that's why they're right down out the back there nearly.
Yes, they're going to have a lot of work to do in this one, but it's not too bad. There's a lot of 4 cylinders in front of them, so they should be able to round them up fairly quickly. Yeah. Although if Don pushes that big Galaxy, you'll probably start to run out of brakes and tyres at about lap 6. So it's a long way, this one.
Yeah, Don's pretty astute with how the old Galaxy handles the distance. But yes, he'll be on it. There's no doubt about it.
There's 15 minutes on this one.
Oh, wow, okay.
Plus 1 lap, so it's an extended...
It's an Enduro. I hope you've got tank full of fuel.
Enduro. So here's Brian Edhouse in that beautifully prepared car. And Mark Cates in car number 69, an equally well-presented car as well. And those guys both running on the Hoosier tyres.
It looks like it, yep, definitely. Yeah, Brian actually tried a radial tyre at Collie at the last meeting and wasn't overly happy with the result, so he's Sticking with the Hoosiers for now.
Going back to the Hoosiers.
Yeah.
Then the 2 BMWs on the second row.
Yes.
Simon Northey in the orange one and Gary Edwards in car number 94 on his left-hand side. Then Bill Shipper and Ian Brown, 92.
Nathan Hadlow and Trevor Fairs. Ken Waller. Bob O'Neill. Having a memory blank. Peter Piscaneri and Don Bahett side by side back there. Wendy Cover and Mel Bowden at the very rear.
So keep your eye on the white Mustang second from the back. This will come roaring through the field as we get off a very good start for Brian Edhouse.
Yep.
He's already 2-3 car lengths in front as they head down. But here comes Peter Piscaneri. Just about drove into the back of Kenny Waller in the 142 Volvo. And as you can see, Piscaneri's got right out of the gas now and just treading lightly as he goes through the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's when you got to cut through like this, it's you got to be careful. And it doesn't take much to take paint off, and we don't like that.
No, we don't like that. As a bit of an unwritten law that you look after each other out there when it comes to the historic touring cars.
Well, Don going around the outside of Bob. Through,
fairly even?
Yeah, that'll just be gentle. Tyres will be cold. He'll be and brakes.
Taking it nice.
Taking it easy, yeah.
And easy. Now, why has our FIV come to a stop right there on the exit into turn 4? Now he starts to move on. Here comes Brian Edhouse and Mark Cates over the top of the hill. And then Simon Northey, who's doing exceptionally well in the Sporting Car Club Championships.
Oh, Brian Edhouse has locked up the right front. So I'd say he's trying fairly hard at the moment, trying to put a gap on Mark. Certainly Simon's put a good gap on Gary.
Gary Edwards. And here comes Piscaneri.
On the charge.
He will be back up behind Brian Edhouse before you know it. He'll certainly close this gap very, very shortly.
There's Don going down the inside. Didn't quite get under Trevor Fairs in the Mini.
Not going to fly swat that little Cooper on S on the way out.
No.
Throw him out into the fence. It's Trevor Fairs. And that'd be panic stations right now. You look in the rear vision mirror and you just see this big American muscle car right behind you.
The grill and headlights.
Yeah, that's pretty much it from that height.
Bill Skipper just round Nathan Hadlow there on the outside going through 5.
And Wendy just trundling around at the back.
Yep, having a Sunday drive.
Brian Edhouse still got a good 100 metres or so over Mark Cates.
Yes, he stretched that nicely. But coming under brakes and things like this, I noticed that Mark's actually gains on him.
Well, he keeps the car a lot straighter than Brian. Brian lets it have its head on the way out and it starts to slide those rear wheels around.
Yep.
But Mark keeping the tyres underneath him at the moment, although you will see that go off towards the back end of this race.
Oh, absolutely.
It's 15 minutes, so that's a long way for a historic touring car.
Yeah, like I said, it's like an enduro, even for the drivers.
I don't think we've got an onboard camera on this particular event. It's a good battle here between Ken Waller and the Monaro of Bob O'Neill.
Kingswood, mate.
Kingswood. It looks like a Monaro. It's got the Monaro stripe on it.
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw a Kingswood with a Monaro stripe on it?
Oh, just about every one of them. Certainly.
The Cortina's a 5-second penalty for car number 95 of Trevor Fairs for a false start.
Oh, jumped.
He's jumped. And look at this gap now. Mark Cates is starting to wind Brian Edhouse in.
Yeah, he's taken 20 metres or so out of it, coming down into there.
So just a little bit of a wiggle from Edhouse, but nice and straight again from Mark Cates.
And coming up behind here is Peter Piscaneri and Simon Northey's right up on the back of. I suppose Peter's gone past Simon over the back. I'll say, gee, Simon's really got some momentum on, but he has anyway.
Yeah.
He's gapped Gary Edwards, which is sort of his next 2-litre companion. Don's coming through, of course, in the Galaxy, filling in all the gaps.
I think Don's going to stay there. I can't see him getting onto the back of Simon Northey. It's too far up the road.
Yeah, it's true. It's nothing like cubic inches, though.
No, definitely not.
In the right spots, it's got a lot of straight line speed, so it'll be interesting to see actually how close Don will get over that period of time.
That's frightening to think that those big Ford Galaxies used to run around Daytona and Talladega as part of the NASCAR series.
Absolutely.
Wow, no wonder they used to go straight through the concrete walls.
Well, Don's car from a weight point of view, is in the mid 1600s kilos. About 1650, 1660 or something like that, I think. You know, that's a fair bit of metal.
And it'd be a lot lighter than a road going one too, wouldn't it?
Only a little bit. Yeah, only a little bit.
Piscaneri coming across the line in car number 18. Northy's next, and Don Behetz is trying. He's just had the Galaxy sideways on the way out of turn number 7. And Gary Edwards keeping his BMW nice and straight. Particularly over a long distance like this one, the 15 minutes plus 1 lap. You want to try and keep these cars as straight as possible.
You look after your tyres.
Yeah.
They do let you down.
Oh, Piscaneri's starting to suffer now, and we're already on lap 5.
Yep. Pete's pushing pretty hard, and he will. And the same thing with the Galaxy. The tail's out a little bit coming in through 5 there or 4, and Mel Belden's made good progress from the rear too. He's sort of behind Gary Edwards, although a couple hundred metres.
That Cortina of Nathan Hadlow's, is that a Lotus?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, thought it was.
Absolutely.
And then Ian Brown's is just the normal pre-crossroad?
No, he's actually updated. He's running Lotus.
Oh, okay.
He's got a couple of jobs to do still to complete the task.
Because that was a pre-cross flow,
yes,
wasn't
it? Was.
Yeah.
He ran a pushrod 1500 engine in it. But he, I'm watching that with the completion of the transition.
Yep, because you being the eligibility officer for the West Australian Historic Touring Car Club, you've been doing that for a while now.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's a national role, not just local. But from a state point of view, I have been for just a couple of years, you could say.
There's a good battle coming down into turn 7 with Bill Shipper alongside Trevor Fairs.
Yes.
And you'd expect the Mini to be able to run right around the outside of this little 1600.
He stayed there.
Beautiful.
That was how brave are you on your brakes?
So now that's going to give the Cortinas a bit of an opportunity to catch up to Bill Shipper.
Yes, it will.
And we've got a 4-car battle happening here very, very shortly. We've got 5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this one.
We've got Kenny. Looks like Bob's taking the Kingswood back to the pits.
Yep.
I see Brian and Mark have got it's pretty well stable, that gap now between the two 69 Mustangs.
And they're starting to go through the first of the lap traffic, which will be Ken Waller. Car number 142. That's the 6-cylinder one, isn't it? That's the 4.
That's the 4-cylinder one. Okay. Model. That one's that car.
He's still got 2 of them.
He's got that one and the 6.
Yeah, and the 6. Yep.
And the 6-cylinder one had an engine issue, and I was talking to him earlier on, and he's actually rebuilding that now, along with the Tirana he has, which he bought recently, which had a big engine issue.
Well, that doesn't have an engine anymore because he deposited it all down the main straight here.
Yeah, believe it or not, it only wrecked 1 cylinder, if you like. So 1 conrod, 1 piston. The block's got a hole in it, the crank's no good.
Yeah.
But actually the 5 conrods which were in front of the one that went out the side were actually in fine condition.
Pretty good.
Here comes this duel between Bill and in the Datsun and Trevor in the Mini on the outside. Nathan Hadlow slipping right up behind Bill, which will probably hold Trevor out through turn 1. No, he's dropped back a little bit there, and Trevor Fairs is going to hold his own.
Here we go. Here's the little Mini's chance up through here. This is the
see where the power works.
Yeah, little Mini territory right now as they go from side to side and then up the hill.
Didn't actually change the distances there. They actually maintained the gap.
I think Hadlow should be able to gain as they go down towards 6 and then again out of turn number 6. He should have a little bit more in store than what Trevor Fairs has.
You'd think so. Nathan's a reasonably new driver in the scheme of things. He's only been running for all this season, but that's not a lot when you consider it. And so consequently hang on, just switch over to a quick look to the out track there. With you, Bowden just flew past Gary Edwards. Yeah, coming down into the turn 7.
I'm wondering whether Gary's car's actually working at 100%.
Yeah, you'd tend to think that maybe it's not.
No, because Simon Northey in the other BM, he's gone. You can't even see him.
I was about to say, well, where is he actually?
Yeah, he's up and over the top of the hill. And here's this little battle here between the Datsun 1600, the Mini, and the 2 Cortinas.
Yes. Yeah, that's a bit traditional, that is.
Yeah, it's the way it should be.
Yep, absolutely.
So Bill's doing a good job. He's keeping that distance between himself and Trevor Fairs. And there goes Nathan Hadlow. And, that was Ian Brown as well.
That was close.
Ian Brown in 72. He had to throw the car left to miss the spinning Hadlow. And, there might be oil down there.
Oh, yes, definitely. Cates is around. Someone's dumped something on the track down there.
There is some oil down there somewhere.
Yeah, Piscinary's going again. He's out having a go.
Ken Waller, the first.
Sneaking past.
Everybody just treading lightly, very lightly on the accelerator pass there at the moment.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's going to bring this race to a close. We've got 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining, and we've got 3 cars.
The safety car's out.
2 of them going to have to be recovered by our recovery team. So unfortunately, that's the way that they're going to finish in this one.
Yes, absolutely. Wow, that was. It was
that happened very quickly.
Didn't it? When Nathan went around, I thought, wow, that's odd. And then of course Ian. Obviously, there's some oil going in there because he would normally be able to turn down on the track and stay down, and he went wide as well. So therefore, he had to turn
left,
really wide. Turn left, exit stage left to not hit Nathan. It looked awful close actually.
It did look close. Hopefully, there hasn't been any contact. Nobody's got bumpers or anything hanging off, so that's always a good sign. I'm wondering whether something's let go on Hadlow's car. Got under the back wheels.
Well, there's a point. Because everybody else went around after him at speed, went around, did some rotations. So, I mean, Ian Brown nearly made the outside grass strip to carry on.
Just short.
Yeah. But like most things in that, you actually foot's on the brake, you're not actually thinking about driving away. You just you avoid the incident, and then
the wall comes up fairly quickly.
Yes.
Even though you're going through that sand, you know that if I get grip here, I'm going to accelerate again and hit the walls.
So, and you're not real sure how well the car's going to come out, which direction you're really pointing when it bounces out.
Because you don't want to throw it sideways in that sand patch either, otherwise you end up on your roof.
Well, yeah, the Jerko needs fixing.
Yeah. Unfortunate end to that race. It was just getting really good there between we had Shipper, Fairs, Waller and Hadlow and Ian Brown as well, and that was going to be a great 5-car battle for the next 5 minutes, and unfortunately that is it.
So looking at the lap times, fastest laps, 106.48 for Edhouse, 106.84 for Piscaneri, 106.76 for Mark Cates. Yeah, them boys are pretty close. If you add them all together.
Looks like Cates is going to take out 5th position, thanks to that spin. He was in 2nd, and now Piscaneri promoted up into 2nd place with Simon Northey in 3rd. Don Behet should take out 4th.
Yeah, wow.
It's funny how they all...
it changes in a blink.
It changes, yeah. In the blink of an eye. A couple of cars around, 3 cars, and it changes. Luckily, that doesn't have any ramifications for the championship, I don't believe, as far as the West Australian Sporting Car Club. As far as the under-2 leader, it may have some consequences.
Yeah. Simon was pretty close with... who was you were talking about earlier on? There was some points with Simon and...
Simon Northey. And who was the other one?
Bowden, was it?
Yes, Bowden. Yep.
Yeah, so
there was 6 points separating them coming into this morning. Now Simon's finished
had a good day.
Twice in front of Mel Bowden, who had a DNF pretty much in that last one.
Yep.
So Northey's pretty much stitched up 2nd place.
Yep. Yeah,
Stuart Young's not here. No. Mark Cates will rack up some points, but not enough to mow down Bowden.
Yep.
So that's pretty much down and done. But the winner of the 2025 West Australian Sporting Car Club Championship will be car number 79 of Brian Edhouse.
Wow.
With one race to go, he is pretty much untouchable.
Wow. That'll make him happy. Yeah.
Yeah.
After a very terrible start in the first couple of years with that car.
It's now starting to pay dividends.
It's starting to come back to him at last.
You've got to stick with it. We just had a view then of the side-on view of Nathan Hadlow's car, and that is buried quite deep on the back right-hand corner.
I wonder if he had a tyre go. It's the wrong side, really.
That still doesn't explain the other guys going around.
Well, it's got to be oil or something on the track, I think.
Our recovery crew just waiting.
Some sort of lubricant, whether it be oil or water or coolant, if you like.
We've got yellow flag at the moment, and we're 2 minutes 30 positive. So we'll probably get the... there's the last lap board being brought in. So we'll get checkered flag this time through.
Yep.
Safety car just bringing the field out of turn number 6 at the moment. But a pretty unfortunate way to finish. I think that's the second time.
Today,
2 from 2 today. Let's see whether the historic touring cars, brought to you by Access Hire, whether they can complete race number 3 coming up later on this afternoon. Martin, thanks very much for joining us here in this one. We'll see you for the last time this afternoon, and we're going to throw down to Jamie and Demelza down there in the pits. Good afternoon, guys.
The time challenge and Dave Ellis. Dave, how did you go in that last trial?
That was a lucky second. So the times were pretty close. So pretty happy with that.
Well, you've improved from the first race to the second race. You've got to be happy with that, Dave.
Yeah, I went from 9th to 2nd, so there's a win. That's a win for me, yeah.
Now, this is your first year in participating, not in a time challenge, but in motorsport full stop. So what drew you here to Carco Raceway and the WA Sporting Car Club?
Well, I bought a BMW and I thought, let's not leave it in the garage. Let's get it out on the track and see what it can do. And I am so surprised. Really, really quick. And I can have the air conditioning on.
Now, what made you decide to get into racing?
I did a couple of those trials, track days, and I just thought, gee, I really love this. And the adrenaline's just crazy. So it's me forever now.
So you basically, it was a bucket list wish. It's basically come true for you, really.
Yeah, I'm so lucky. So many people need to get involved in this. It's so much fun.
Are you impressed by the level of camaraderie that goes on in your category in particular? You were mentioning it off camera, and I thought it was a really nice aspect of it, that the time challenge guys really have got a vibe amongst themselves.
Yeah, so I've made some really good friends, and everyone wants to help. I'm the new guy on the block, and they've just been up and armed. So even just tire pressures and just small things like that, it means a lot when you're out on that track. So really, really supportive. Yeah.
In terms of the support you have for you and your car, do you have anyone that you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I do actually. I've just picked up a sponsor, which was so surprised. He sees and do parts. And he came up and was going to help me. It's so excited.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets. WA Sporting Car Club's introductory events, supported by Electrical Group Training, are the perfect way to get on track at Carco Raceway. Start off with a come and try day and progress from there.
Apologies, we did have a few technical issues just then with the transmission, but we're back. So, Dave, what we were asking you was, in terms of the support that you have for your car, is there anyone you would like to thank?
I'd actually like to thank a new sponsor that's come on board. It's Keen Auto Hus. He runs online parts for BMW. So it hasn't been made official yet, but keep an eye out, it's coming. Yeah.
Well, the great news is that it's your first year of competition, yes, and you've already got a sponsor, Dave. You've got to be happy with that. That's a great result.
That's fantastic. Caught me by surprise. We seem to gel quite well, so looking forward to the future in that one.
One more race to go. You obviously must feel with your car coming from, was it 9th place to second in two races. So one more race to go. Do you think you can take out the #1 spot?
We can only hope, but there's some fierce competition. The time challenge people are really, really competitive, and it's so much fun.
Mate, good luck. I really hope you go well in the last race. And look forward to next year as well, and maybe a few more sponsors.
Yes, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot, Dave. I'm going to go to an ad break, and we'll catch you after this.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and SETS. WA Sporting Car Club's introductory events, supported by Electrical Group Training, are the perfect way to get on track at Carco Raceway. Start off with a come and try day and progress from there. Get started today by visiting wascc.com.au/start line for more details.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group Training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/Drift West for more details. This broadcast supported by Turn 7 Media, Streamer, Real Human Photos, Unlabeled Photography, Top Step Designs, and New Start Finance Group.
Welcome back to pit lane. Now, there is a 5 to 10 minute delay on racing at the moment. Whilst the track does get clean, there is a little bit of oil out there at the moment. So we want to make sure that track is great for the rest of today and the racing. Now we're back here.
Exactly right. We're joined now by Simon Northey, who just competed in the historic touring car category. Third in the last race. So, I mean, you've got to be happy with that. You've been competitive all day.
Yeah, I've been head down, backside up, going as hard as I can.
This is the last day of competition for the year, but how was the year panned out for you in the vehicle?
Yeah, I've secured the under 2 litre state title in this car. Set 1 lap record at Collie. Haven't quite got it here. A tremendous year.
You told me off camera that you started about 2012. Was that about right? About 13 years in the game. Have you always stuck on BMWs as your choice of vehicle?
No, I've had everything from GD Falcons, RX2s, Mazdas, Lotus Cortinas, pushrod Cortinas, HQ Holdens. Yeah, I've got a bit of a reputation in the club.
I'm a bit scared to ask, what happened to the other vehicles?
Well, I've got two of them still. I've still got the Mustang and I've still got the Lotus Cortina. So I'm indulging.
You've obviously been racing for quite some time, lots of cars. Do you have anyone in your support corner?
Only my wife, who allows me to indulge in my passion. So that's mainly it. So, yeah.
One race to go, mate. You feeling confident?
Well, I'm going to get down, head down, backside up. There's got to be some fast cars behind me, and I'll be going as hard as I can.
Always love watching your stoics. Okay, good luck, Simon. Hope you have a great day. And thanks for a great year. It's been an awesome watching all the races manifest itself throughout the season.
Absolutely.
That's all from us down here. It's time for a break.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. Interested in competitive motorsport but not quite wanting to go door-to-door racing? The Tarmac Sports Series features events such as Hill Climb, Time Attack, Point to Point and Time Challenge. Find out more at wascc.com.au/Tarmac Sports.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group Training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training and Sets. Formula V Racing, proudly presented by Home Chef, Lytech Systems, BM Graphics and Promotions, Giant Mandra, Arrivo Rentals, Straight Edge Steel Frame Homes and Perth Motorsport Tyres.
Welcome back to Carco Raceway after that very efficient clean-up by our Carco officials. Thanks very much, guys. That was awesome clean-up down there in turn number 1. The Formula V's back out onto the circuit with Franz Esterbauer and Dave Casely on the front row. On the second row, we'll see Moltoni and Lloyd, then Callum Lamont, and alongside him will be Kathy Lisson, Kenny Wyatt in car number 55, and Matthews in car number 92, Block and Wilkins, Lockett and Scary, Jonathan Scary, Simon Bates, Samantha Casely, Cameron Gow, Mackenzie Gow, and Rod Litson unfortunately retired from that first race, and that has really closed up the point score as we've done a little bit of reckoning over up here after the first race, and we see Kathy Lisson now on 273 points after scoring 15 in race number 1, but that has promoted Paul Moltoni up into second place, and now there is only 7 points separating Kathy Lisson from Paul Moltoni, and if Kathy can hang on, she'll be the first female winner in Formula V racing here at Carco Racing since its inception.
Great
and
achievement.
I'm joined again in commentary by Miles Lockett. So yeah, I think I got all my facts right.
I think you did, mate. Yeah, yep. So Rod Lisson, speaking to him after the race, he was looking at his dash and the temperature actually really spiked quite high, but that sort of didn't really concern him too much. But then I think one of the plug leads actually popped off the motor. So went down to 3 cylinders, and that's what caused him to come into pit lane. So yes, he's rear of field, so expect the charge from Rod from the back. So that's going to be very, very interesting. Apart from that, everybody got away with the first race pretty well, to be honest. And it was a terrific race right up and down the field. Lots of dicing, and looking forward to this next one. Obviously, the biggest thing is turn 1, and obviously that recent oil spill. But as you said, great work from the rescue crew to get all that tidied away.
Yep.
And just got to make sure they get all through that first corner and get settled in, and hopefully we'll have a good one.
The green flag wave, red lights will come on, and away we go. It's Andrew Lockett leading the 1200 category from Isaac Scarey and Jonathan Scarey, and we are away and racing in a very, look at this, side by side at the moment. Estabauer on the inside. Dave Casely ducks in for second place, and he'll just sit there now and just bide his time. And this one, I think, is over 15 minutes,
yes,
plus
it is.
one lap. Yep.
Indeed, yes, we're already down to 11.5 minutes on this one. All the drivers started into turn 1, went straight to driver's right. So there is still a little bit of oil out there on driver's left, but everybody's through that first corner, which was great to see. And as we see the battles up and down the field, looks like Rod Liston's made up only 3 places so far. He's sort of caught up behind the back of Simon Bate and Ben Wilkins as they head through turn 5. And head down the hill for the first time into turn 6.
Yeah, now he'll start doing the damage now on the way down into turn 6, and then he's got a little bit more torque and a bit more horsepower for the run up out of turn number 6, as our leaders already starting to crest the top of the hill. It's Estabauer and Casely. Moltoni not too far off the back of them, but then we go back a long way to Lloyd and Callum Lamont, putting a move on Lloyd and gets that done. So Lamont up into 4th place, Lloyd to 5.
As the snake now starts to happen here. They're starting to stay in the draft. We've got Casely straight over to driver's right on start-finish straight, and Estabauer and Moltoni hanging in behind, and then it's back to Lamont, who's now got into 4th place from Lloyd. Then it's back to Kathy Lisson, Ken Wyatt, Ronald Block, and then it's Matty Matthews, followed by the first of our 1200s being Andrew Lockett, followed by Isaac Scarey. Then it's Jonathan Scarey. Rod is only, I thought he would have been made up a few more positions by now. He's now ranging up on the back of Jonathan Scarey as they go into turn number 4. So, not making the charge that we normally see if Dave Casely starts from the back of the field. But saying that, I mean, it's a big field today. We've got 18 cars, which is really terrific to see, and we've got, the best of the best out there today. So they're not going to make it easy for him, even though they do know he's coming.
And it's still a long way to go. As you said, we've got 9.5 minutes plus 1 lap, so we're probably looking at least another 8 or 9 laps. As Casely and Estabauer still having this battle as they come down in towards turn number 7. Yeah. It's Casely around the outside on. Estabauer hooks up on the inside curb, and that should give Casely a good run down the main straight here, although the car 80 of Estabauer doesn't lack any horsepower.
Yeah, Moltoni's going to benefit from that as well. He's actually trying to get underneath of Estabauer and, underneath Casely. Casely's run very wide. He's hit the oil and run very wide into turn number 1. So that's allowed Moltoni to range up on the back of Estabauer. So, but Casely will be back on them in no time, that's for sure.
Yeah, he likes a challenge.
He does.
We've seen him come from the back before.
Absolutely.
And get up there and start challenging for the lead as a 1200s. It's
Isaac Scarey.
Yeah,
he's got in front of Andrew. Yep.
Don't know what happened down there. I missed that in turn 1.
Look, it could have been turn 4. Could have been maybe a slight mistake from Andrew possibly. But great driving again from Isaac. We've been telling the boys to especially the Isaac boys to keep it clean. Today there's scary rules in place here, and I know Michelle and Brett march up and down pit lane every time the boys are out there, because they do give us some very good, entertaining close racing.
It's not like papaya rules, is it?
It's pretty much, yeah. There's a bit of orange in there, so you could probably call it. You could definitely call it scary orange rules in play. That's for sure.
Here comes Rod Lisson now on the back of 70 of Bruno Block.
Yep.
And I think that's Mackenzie.
That's Matty Gow. Matty Matthews, in car number 92 in the Jacer.
He's going to go up the inside.
Yep.
No, she cut him off.
Now Simon Bate has just got up the inside of Andrew Lockett into turn 7, and now he's got up the inside of Isaac. And that's put Isaac and Andrew side by side as they head out through turn number 1. Andrew thinks the better of it and just eases out of the throttle and lets Isaac through. There's really only a one-lane groove up through there, to be honest. You can go side by side, but it does get a bit dicey because there's really up through turn 4. It's just one line and one line only. Very, very wide apex. or entry into the corner, a little bit of a roll of the throttle, and then back hard on it up through turn 4 and into turn 5 to keep the momentum up.
That's it. You want to don't go into turn 4 too hard, otherwise you develop understeer and you're out off the track before you know it.
Absolutely. Now Estebao's got a bit of a margin. Here comes Casely, bang, down the inside. Oh, a bit of a brake lock up too. Moltoni's going to try the switch back. We're currently on TV screens. We're focusing on this battle with the 1200s, but our race leaders come across the start-finish line in front of us as we now on the TV coverage. Yep, back to the battle between Isaac Scarey and Andrew Lockett, followed by Jonathan Scarey, as they round through turn number 7 and head out on the next lap. 6 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this one.
Plus 1 lap. So we get through all of this and everybody behaving themselves. There goes a move from Andrew Lockett down the inside of one of the Scary cars.
That's Isaac.
And that's Isaac. So he's got that move done. Fast lap belongs to Franz Estebauer, 68.57. He's got 0.2 of a second over Dave Casely, who just goes over the top of the hill fastest in a 29.35. So very, very quick over there in the first time. Samantha Casely looks like she's returned to the pits.
Yeah, notice that. Yeah, she's showing us return to the pits. So not sure what's happened to the Jacer. So I'll get the old detective's hat on after this one and find out what's happened with Sammy.
That's a 1200 that she's
16.
running.
No, it's a 16. Yeah, it is a 16. That's Dave's car from last year before he went out and bought the AJ that he's running now from Anthony Lee's. And it gave the opportunity for Sammy to come and have a run. And she did really well this morning. I think she got down to a 1 minute 12, which is the fastest she's ever been around here, which is such a really great achievement for her, being it's only her first year of racing.
Yeah, that's excellent effort. Here comes Kathy Lisson, our current championship leader, and
she got behind her.
husband right into the gearbox as they go down into turn number 1. Oh, this is going to be a nice afternoon dinner. Bit of a chat.
Bragging rights,
at
the dinner table tonight.
But, Rod didn't do himself any favours by not finishing in that previous race, but he's trying to make up for it now. And Kathy will be making life extremely difficult for him now as she hugs her right around the curb. And if you want to get past, you're going to have to run around the long way.
Absolutely.
They crest the top of the hill. Great to see a family battle, husband and wife battling out there on the track as they disappear down into turn 6.
Yeah, 1200 battle is now back in the favour of Isaac Scarey that time around. I think he got underneath Andrew coming down the start-finish straight. As we back to our monitors now, and we see the 3 leaders coming down the hill. It's still Estebauer from Dave Casely, and then it's Paul Moltoni in the Jacer. And it's quite amazing the difference in ages of chassis here. You've got probably a 2009 chassis, I think that is, that's Franz is in. Then you've got a 2015 chassis that Dave's in. Then you've got a 1999 chassis that Moltoni's in. So it really goes to show, it doesn't really matter the age of the chassis. If you've got a good bit of horsepower behind you, you can still be very competitive.
Yeah, of course, suspension can be swapped out and changed every year or every couple of years. And, of course, there's a lot of development going on with the suspension packages with these. And look at Kathy. She's still maintaining that lead over Rod Lisson as they head up through turn number 4.
Oh, I reckon there's a little bit of shadow games here from Rod trying to get the Kathy the most amount of points. What do you reckon?
Well, there's only 1 point difference between Kathy and Rod on the circuit at the moment, because it's 25 for a win, 20 for second. Then we go 18 for third, and then 17 down to 1.
That's right.
So, yeah, she's not really going to gain anything, really. Rod should just put his foot down and drive past.
Yeah, 1 point can be very, very crucial.
Oh, here goes Dave Casely's just overtaken the lead now from Franz Estebauer for Giant Mandra. And then we go back to Paul Moltoni racing for Home Chef, who are the category sponsor for this year.
Fantastic sponsor they are.
Here we go. Here's the move on from Rod Lisson.
Oh, no, he's
not
backed
going to
out
do
of
it.
No, he's backed out of it. No, and look at Maddie Matthews. She's right in this as well. This is great to see. Kenny White next, followed by Rinnan Block, then Simon Bate recovering. Andrew Lockett still ahead of the 1200 battle from Isaac Scarey. Jonathan Scarey, I think he's got a bit of a problem because he's slowed right down for the battle. He was only a couple of about 50 odd metres behind, but just come out of turn 7 now. He's lost a lot of pace in that car, so not sure what's happening there. As I say, he was having a few brake issues in race number 1. So hopefully it's not a reoccurrence, but again, he's out there getting points. That's the main thing, because as we spoke before, the actual club championship between Isaac and Jonathan is within a point or 2 of each other.
That's cool. And Matty Matthews should be learning a lot out there chasing down Rod Lisson. It wouldn't be it's not an opportunity that comes by every day to sit behind somebody like Rod Lisson and just watch what the car's doing.
No, not at all. No. She last lap was a 10.8. So there you go. That's what she's learning straight away.
Yeah.
I think she's been in the 10s earlier today, although here comes Rod. He's going to make a move this time now underneath Kathy down into turn number 1. It's back onto our monitors, and it's still Dave Casely from Franz Esterbauer. Got very, very tasty coming out of turn 7 from the commentary box right before. Dave made a very, very aggressive move to block any sort of run of Franz coming down the start-finish straight. And that's exactly what Isaac Scarry's done now to Andrew Lockett as we look out of our commentary box window down into turn number 1. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go, plus 1 lap in this one.
I don't know whether Dave Casely changed that left rear. It was down to just about the cords. There wasn't much left in that.
I saw it early this morning too. So he likes to get his value for money out of them.
He certainly is. He'll be running down on the steel belts very shortly as they're side by side again. So Casely to the inside. Esterbauer tries to get back to the outside.
Wow.
Now he does swap back to the outside, and he should get the run on Dave Casely, although that car just comes on strong about 3/4 the way down the main straight.
Yeah, I think Franz actually just eased out of the throttle there because he's probably counting the laps down. But during the track board, he said one thing that I'm not race fit at the moment because he hasn't done a lot of racing this year. So I'm sure he's probably starting now to struggle, being this as a 15-lapper.
Yeah, of course, Franz spends a lot of time at the Power Play establishment driving their electric go-karts through the week.
Does he
always
ever?
See that up on social media every week. There's something up there from Franz Esterbauer, but he also provides some great onboard footage too from his own cameras on board his cars.
Sure does. Yeah, the battle for the 1200 still on down into turn number 1. It's still Andrew Lockett's now regaining the lead from Isaac. Third still is Jonathan Scarry, falling way off the pace, and he might come under threat now from Campbell Gower, who's now starting to claw back into the lead between them. As back onto our monitors again, side by side the leaders. Once again, and still Esterbauer, and Dave Casely decides to slot back in behind Esterbauer into turn number 7. As we are now down to 11 seconds, so I reckon we'll have 2 more laps in this one with 5 seconds to go. So another.
Oh, here we go. We are going on board with Dave Casely in car number 7 as we head down in towards. Oh, sorry, it was with Callum Lamont in car number 19. There's just nobody in front of Callum. I thought that was Dave Casely. Yeah, I thought that was Dave Casely because there was nobody in front. But now we can see some cars up towards the front there. So he hooks the right front over that little curb there, and more than likely will hang on to 4th gear through the big, long, sweeping left-hander.
Yep.
Up to the right-hand side now, across the top of the hill, and we hit down towards turn number 6. And again, you would think that you would go back to 3rd gear here, but you don't. You hang on to 4th gear all the way through this very tight corner, but it does have the camber on your side. Now he lets the car come right out to the left-hand side, and you can see he's telling somebody behind him, let's get the car in front. He's just put his hand out in front of the camera saying, let's go straight, let's go straight. So who is behind Callum Lamont?
He's actually got nobody,
now?
So I don't. He might be waving to a flaggy possibly. I'm not sure, but he's coming through turn 7 now, pretty much on his. Massive air!
Curb.
Watch this.
That was very, very close. So that was down into 3rd gear and around the final corner.
Massive air. So onto the last lap now. Last lap board is out, and Franz Esterbauer is in front from Casely. Now Casely is going to set him up here for the final lap, possibly run down into turn number 7. Further back, we've still got Moltoni followed by Lamont. Then it's a long way back to Michael Lord in 5th. Then next through is still Kathy Lisson. Now, Kathy's got back in front of husband again, so I think there's a bit of a points at play here, definitely for sure, as they round up Mackenzie Gow. And then you've got Maddie Matthews just, she ran a little bit wide there and she allowed Kenny White through. Then it's back to block, followed by Simon Bate. Battle for the 1200s is still on between Andrew Lockett and Isaac Scarry as they head into the final lap. As we watch our leaders on the monitor up and over the hill for the final time. Esterbauer's actually got a pretty decent old lead. I don't think Dave Casely's going to be able to track him down, even with the brake pedal that he has. But look at him go.
Wow, sends it from downtown.
Does he ever?
And won't be enough. He's going to come close, but not close enough.
And it's going to be 2 from 2.
Yep, checkered flag, 2 from 2 for car number 80 for Giant Mandra. You got a great cycle shop down there in Mandurah. Multoney comes across in third place. Callum Lamont, it will be next across the line. Then we have Lloyd, Kathy Lisson, maybe. We'll have to wait and see as they crest the top of the hill. Yep, so Kathy's still out in front of Rod Lisson, and behind them it will be Matthews and Kenny Wyatt.
Kenny Wyatt side by side into the final corner.
There goes Wyatt, just really late.
Didn't he send it?
Didn't.
Maddie's gone around.
Oh, she's undone all of her good work.
Oh, what a shame. And Isaac Scary's just come underneath Andrew Lockett because of a yellow flag, so that's going to give the lead and the win in the 1200s to Isaac Scary.
Oh, I think she stalled the car down there as well.
From Andrew Lockett, so in second place.
Well, she can't get a gear.
Either that or,
the big puff of smoke, it's refired.
So she'll just wait to get a clear section of track and then do a nice little flick spin.
Oh, everybody
and then,
going
the
past.
checkered flag. So
Campbell Gow not having a good day, is he? Down there in 16th.
He actually had clutch issues in the first race, so I did find that out. He couldn't actually release the clutch because it got caught in the steering arm of all things. So he had to do a little bit of bushyard mechanics to get a little bit more clearance. As we see Maddie Matthews spin the car around and head over for the checkered flag, and she'll come across the line in 16th position, which was a shame because she was having a super run, and I'm sure she'll be still pretty pleased with the effort that she's done in that one for sure.
Thanks very much, Miles. We will see you for the last race coming up this afternoon here at Carco, race number 36 for Home Chef. Of course, thanks very much to Paul Multoney and Home Chef for coming on board again in 2025. As we can see a live shot now on our Turn 7 Media, WA Sporting Car Club live stream of our Formula Classics. And they will be out on the track very, very shortly for the Bob Creasy Memorial Trophy as we throw down to Jamie and Demelza.
We are here in the pits, and with the HTC category, we have Brian Edhouse. Now, Brian, you came first in the last race, which now means you're first in the club championships. How do you feel?
Great. It's been a bit of a hard slog, but yeah, got there. So yes, unfortunately had two safety car finishes, but hey, it is what it is. So.
Brian, you've got to be impressed about the fact this is your first full season, right, with HTCs, and you're at top of the ladder, mate. This is a fantastic result.
Yeah, I think I've just consistency, I think, all the way through. So I think I missed one round earlier in the year, mechanical issue, but other than that, just been consistent.
Tell us about the Mustang, mate.
Probably got logbooked in about 2021, I think it was, and been on the track since 22. Had a few issues early in the piece, but other than that, it's been good.
You had a few issues earlier in the day, you were mentioning, but this is the only issues you've had the entire season with the car.
Yeah, today I had a few issues with brakes and got steering box things be playing up a little bit at the moment, but luckily all during the season's been good.
Now, you have been racing in other categories for quite some time. What made you decide to take the leap into the HTC category?
I always wanted to do historics, an XY or a Mustang or Ford of some sort. I've run sports sedans since 2000 really, up until 2016, 17, and I sold the ex-Glen Seaton Falcon I had, the EL, and concentrated on getting a Mustang and moving into historics. But just natural progression. I thought get something I thought it'd be a bit easier, but I'll be honest, it's a bit harder.
One race to go, mate. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, bring it on. So,
let's hope at the end of the day you're going to have the championship, trophy in your hands, which will be fantastic. Great effort, Brian. What a great year you've had.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. Yeah, and all my helpers, and that's been great. So can't complain. It's been good.
Well, that's all from us down here at the garage with Brian and his friends and his great crew. And we're going to go to a break just after this.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the Cool Down Lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and a hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the Cool Down Lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets. This broadcast supported by Turn 7 Media, Streamer, Real Human Photos, Unlabeled Photography, Top Step Designs, and New Start Finance.
Will Norman leaves our field of Formula Classics to the extinguished red light, and away we go. And car number 3 immediately to the lead with Marty Bullock alongside him. Jason Yude was started on the second row alongside Craig Thompson, David Dearden, Brian Searles, Grove, Swarbrick. And Swarbrick is back out there, so we'll see whether the Macon has got some power this time. It definitely seemed to be running around at not far off idle speed in the last race. And earlier this morning too, it looks like Glenn may have had some issues with that car. But our leaders up and over top turn 5, and it's all the Rolt RT4 of Bill Norman.
Yeah, absolutely, and unfortunately it looks like that gap has opened up again between himself and Marty Bullock on that first lap, and that doesn't ever seem to be able to close down again as the race progresses. So it's not quite so big this time, but it's still certainly about a 4 or 5 car length gap.
Oh, is that? I just thought I saw a wisp of smoke coming out of the back of Marty Bullock's car. Yes, there is. There's a lot of smoke coming out of Marty Bullock's car, so this could be an engine letting go here for the Chevron, car number 20 of Marty Bullock. So hopefully he will see that, or see something on his dials in front of him that will give him the indication that something is not right on the Chevron in second place as they head up through turn number 4.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem to be something that's constant. It seems to be very intermittent. So I wonder if it was just overfilled with oil or something like that. But nonetheless, he doesn't seem to have backed off.
No, he hasn't. And Bill Norman, like you said, he's already done the damage, hasn't he? First and second lap, Bill Norman in that Rolt RT4 just gets this gap between himself and the Chevron. And, Bullock can't seem to mow it back in.
No, 0.8 of a second quicker on the first lap, and it's all over.
There it is again.
There's the smoke again.
There's a lot of smoke down there when he turns right. So it's still
starting to come out in a straight line as well. So I think that he's probably, I think discretion might be a better part of valor with that. Put it away before you get a very expensive engine rebuild.
It's getting worse as it comes across the start-finish line, then kind of disappears, but that's probably because of the rate of knots it's doing down towards turn number 1.
Yeah, he's going to get the meatball flag fairly shortly. I think they're probably going to be preparing that down in the start-finish box as we speak, because it looks like a course will be onto that pretty quickly.
Back into third gear now for the left-hander. It doesn't seem to be affecting the performance of the car at the moment. I hope he is keeping an eye on the dials. Maybe he's still going because he knows it's overfilled and it will sort itself out.
I'll tell you who's been having a reasonable sort of dice and is being a little bit more competitive in this event, and that's car 29 of Glenn Swarbrick on the back of car 4, which is the Grove car. So he's just sort of like fallen back a bit as they've come out of turn 1, but he was right on his tail going into turn 1.
Here comes the Ailing Chevron, and it looks like it's still there. Still there.
Yeah.
And big smoke trail down the main straight for the Chevron, car number 20. But the gap between himself and the Rolt RT4 just in front of him is not really closing down, but it's not getting any bigger either. And back in third place is David Dearden. Looks like we've lost Jason Yude. Yes, and Brian Searles as well. And of course we lost Lance Carbadine early this morning.
Yeah, so unfortunately Vaughan just down to 6 cars at the moment.
Yeah, 3 cars not making the start on this one. Bill Norman, fastest man over the first part of the track, and there was a missed gear there, and that must have been Cross.
Yeah, that was Grove, and he missed the gear, and Thompson got past him going across the start finishing line. So Thompson moves
crunch.
Up. Yeah, big crunch. Thompson moves up into 4th position.
Because they're tiny little gear sticks on these cars. They're most of them mounted on the right-hand side, just above the roll bar. And they're very tiny little sticks. They're probably only 2 inches tall.
A very short throw as well.
Oh, yeah, very short throw.
You can basically almost do it just with a very, very slight wrist movement.
They come over the top of the hill, and that's Thompson, car number 182. and Grove, he's been able to. So Thompson up into 4th, Grove back down into 5, and Glenn Swarbrick rounds out our top 6.
Yeah, Phil Grove, he's done a good job today. He's kept this car, Craig Bradkey car, going all day, and he's lost that position though, and he's starting to lose a little bit of ground on Thompson as they come down the back straight towards turn 7. Thompson well and truly moving away from Grove now.
And Dearden's been able to pull away from Thompson. That's probably the biggest gap that we've seen between those two all day. And that car, the ex-Bradkey car there of Grove, he's as close as he's been all day to the back of Craig Thompson.
I reckon that the track's lost around about a second since the lunch break.
Yeah.
So and that's indicative also by the fact that these cars are only in the 61s now. Well, they were in the 60s in the previous race, 60-second lap bracket. So yeah, the track has lost around about a second.
But that oil smoke from the back of Marty Bullock's car, it's definitely calming itself down. It's still there, but it is nowhere near as bad as what it was. So they're probably just an overfill there for Marty Bullock in the Chevron.
You'd certainly hope so, and Marty's experienced enough to be able to see where all the needles are hanging on the gauges, so he's obviously got no indication inside the car that there's a problem.
They're down into turn number 6, just about all of the cars over there as they start to appear up and over the top of the hill. David Dearden's the first one over the top of the hill, and then Craig Thompson, and then we go back to Grove in car number 4.
Yeah, just getting lapped there, as on the screen we can see car 29, the Macon, being lapped by our race leader and about to be lapped by our second place sitter as well, and there he goes. And they're heading down to turn 7 once more.
Well, this is Marty Bullock's opportunity, because that's happened in the previous 2 races, is once Will Norman starts to get up to the lap traffic, that's where Bullock starts to get a hand over fist on the advantage. Try and get right into the rear wing of the Rolt RT4 in front of him as they head out through turn number 2, 3 and into 4.
And with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left, I think you'd have to say that Will Norman's got one hand on the trophy that they're trying to win today, which is of course the Bob Creasy Memorial Trophy. So yeah, he's got one hand on that already, having won the 2 first races, and he's leading comfortably in the 3rd race.
I'm not sure whether it comes down to the final race or it's over the point score, but regardless, it's going to be Will Norman in car number 3 as he comes out of turn number 6. Very rarely do you see that car go sideways.
No, you don't see that car moving around the track very much at all. It's always very straight driven and well driven by Will. Of course, brought the car here to Western Australia several years ago now.
Well, just as we say that, he gets it all sideways coming out of turn number 7.
Yeah, it's called the commentator's curse.
Yes, he's hit the inside of the apex there. It's a huge, if you get to go for a walk ever around the track here, it stands about 3/4 of a foot high. It's quite large, and you don't want to hit it in one of these open wheel cars.
No, you hit it in a little lightweight car, then you go for a nice little bounce. We saw that yesterday with the SFR cars. And who clipped it, a couple of them clipped it and went for a fly through
it was Chris Reindler yesterday.
Yep. So right on cue, Will Norman decides to make liars out of us, but that's okay, he can do that. So he did have the car for sale for some time. I'm not sure if he's decided not to sell it now or whether it is still for sale, but he did have the car for sale for a while, and then he's gone on 2 or 3 more championships with it. So maybe he's decided that he likes the silverware and he's got space for it in his living room or something. In the pool room.
In the pool room. He's coming over the top of the hill, and again, this will be another opportunity for Martin Bullock, who is definitely closing that gap. So 2 slower runners in front of Will Norman. He drops to driver's right, drives past Craig Thompson, should be able to take Dearden as well.
And that's actually going to be to the advantage of Norman rather than disadvantage, because that traffic is going to end up being in Marty Bullock's way site, as he comes up to turn 4. So already past that is Will Norman. And their fastest lap times are within 0.02 of each other. So Norman's done a 1:01.03 and Bullock's done a 1:01.05. So how's that for close? Yeah. Again, if they hadn't given up that advantage in the first lap or 2, then we would have seen a good race.
Yeah. So they're down over the other side of the track at the moment, and unfortunately there for Marty Bullock, getting caught up behind Dearden and Thompson, and that's probably cost any shot now, because we're down to just about 60 seconds plus 1 lap.
Lost an absolute mile. Look at that. He's not even in sight at the moment as the race leader comes over the top of the hill. There he is there. He's lost, well, he's at least doubled the distance between himself and Bill Norman during that negotiation with that traffic.
So the battle is on again now between Dearden and Thompson. Thompson being able to get in front of David Dearden in the red car on driver's left, car number 33.
Yep, the Reynard.
And he's looking for a run up the inside
He's
here into turn
just
number.
about do it.
Oh, no way.
No, the gate was well and truly open, but he didn't quite have the pace to get into it.
No, I'd be more worried about understeering straight into the side of Craig Thompson, who was driving around the outside. Maintains third position on the circuit. Car number 182 with 33 right under the rear wing.
Yeah, that's definitely where the interest is in the race, isn't it? Is this battle for third place at the moment, and those guys have also done very close lap times. Their fastest lap times have been 68.0 for Thompson and 68.5 for Dearden, so they're definitely in the same postcode as far as lap times go. And they're heading down into turn 6 now, and looking at Dearden, he's just closing up slightly under brakes as they turn in and hit the apex now, and then they start coming out the other side, so they'll be getting the power to the ground. And let's have a look at Dearden. He's well and truly in the slipstream now, so can he do something as he comes over the top of the hill? I think he may be just a bit far behind, and that car of Craig Thompson's got a bit of grunt too.
It certainly has, but under brakes, Dave Dearden closes right up. Last lap board on display for Will Norman. And can David Dearden do anything about car number 182 as they come down the main straight? I think in a straight line, this short blast down the main straight here, David Dearden's definitely got the speed over Craig Thompson, but there's, I don't know whether Thompson gets it down to the ground better coming out of turn number 6, and he's able to get that little bit of an advantage. And again through there, you can see him squirt away. And a bit of a blip on the throttle on the entry into turn number 4.
Race leader down in turn 6 has just lapped the make-on for a second time in the event, and he's now going to start making his way on the long drag up the back straight towards the top of the hill. And here he is in sight now at the top of the hill, and he's going to come down to turn 7 for the final time, and he's going to take 3 from 3.
And that gap really closed up to 50% of what it is at the moment, and then it's drifted right back out to there again. But 3 from 3 for the Rolt RT4 of Will Norman in car number 3. Takes the win from 20 of Martin Bullock. Next across the line will either be Craig Thompson or David Dearden, and it looks like it's going to be Thompson hanging on. But David Dearden gets a good run. He's going to have a shot at him up the inside here, but he won't be able to do it. So it will be Thompson in third place from Dearden in fourth. Next across the line will be the ex-Ayrton Senna car, and previously owned by Craig Bradkey, and now in the hands of Grove, car number 4.
Yep, Phil Grove, and he's just finished coming across the line now in 5th position, and that's all of our finishes because Glenn Swarbrick has already crossed the line, having been lapped a couple of times in that event.
Certainly has. So we are going to take a very short break here at carco.com.au Raceway. We'll be back with our next category out on the circuit, which should be our Holden HQs, brought to you by our naming rights sponsor this weekend, Electrical Group Training. Stick around, lots more championship races to come your way this afternoon here at Carco Raceway.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training.
We're joined now by Mackenzie Gow, who just competed in the Formula V. Is it a 1200 you got there?
Yes.
Mackenzie, 1200. And you're not really happy with today's results at all, Mackenzie. Tell me why.
I've got a new motor, which it's only, I think this is my second round with the new motor, still running it in and fine-tuning it. Just playing with the jetting at the moment, trying to get that right. It's running a bit lean at the moment. So just, fine-tuning it and trying to keep up with the pack.
Bit of bad luck, especially on the last day of competition. I suppose you'd love to finish the year with a bit of a flurry of wins or a flurry of good placements. So, but you've had issues throughout the season as well you've had to contend with.
Yeah, look, it hasn't been the best season, but we're still up there in the championship. I'm not down the bottom, so I can't complain too much. After my season last year was really good, so few unlucky mechanical failures this year, but is what it is.
But you've still been competitive though.
Yeah, reasonably.
Now, you aren't just one of the racers here. You also work in the office full-time. You're organising the cool-down lap. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we've got the cool-down lap on the 8th of November, so that's our end-of-year awards night. It's looking to be a really good night. Lots of tickets have been sold, lots for the kids to do. Yeah, so hopefully the ticket sales increase after this weekend and everyone knows the championship results. But yeah, it's looking to be a good night.
And how can they go about getting tickets for the event?
Just jump onto the WA Sporting Car Club website and the link's on there.
Give us a bit of a breakdown of what people can expect at the cool-down lap. I mean, they're going to have entertainment there. They're going to have, obviously, have you got an idea of what the catering is going to be like for the night?
Yeah, so we've got a spit roast buffet for the night. There's lots for kids to do. There's a bounce house, simulators, garden games. We've got a guitarist coming as well.
Julius Lotero, is that right?
Yeah, yep. And then we've got some novelty awards as well, which will be good. After today's racing, I think there'll be a few more votes coming in for them today.
Yeah, but it's a great way also to celebrate all the work that the volleys and the admin team have been putting into this club over the season too.
Yeah, 100%. A lot of work goes in by everyone. Yeah.
Now, I believe there is a bus as well. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so there's a free bus from Clarkson Station, so people can catch the train in, saves people having to drive. So yeah, you just select that when getting your ticket.
Fantastic. Now, next year, looking forward to getting back out onto the track?
Oops, sorry. Yeah, hopefully next year's a little bit better. We'll do some more testing throughout the off-season, do some more training. I've done some coaching with Rod Lisson in his Audi TT, which was really good. Practice the lines and stuff in that. So that was definitely a good opportunity. Hopefully do some more of that and, yeah, improve the lap times.
And in terms of your support, do you have anyone you'd like to thank for this season?
Definitely my mum and dad. My dad's over there working on the cars now. Couldn't do it without him. Last year he missed half of his season to help me, and this year he's actually raced and is finishing second in the championship at the moment. Yeah, and then all those who come and support me every race, like my grandparents. We've got family friends who come out every race. So yeah, thanks to all of them, and then obviously the sponsors as well.
So regardless of the results this year, you're already preparing for next year's assault on the championship points.
Yes, definitely. Starting to get those sponsorship proposals out and doing some more driver training, and yeah, hopefully, yeah, get ready for next season.
Is the driving mentoring really expanding your ability? You really feel the results coming into play when you get back in the car?
Yeah, 100%. After doing that coaching, I dropped 2 seconds. So just from that coaching, yeah, jumping straight in the Audi, getting out the car, swapping helmets, getting straight in the V, putting it straight into practice, it was really good.
So apart from Formula Vs, have you got any aspirations to go into another category and try something else when it comes to motorsport?
Look, I'd never say no to trying something else, but the Formula V category is really great. It's more like a family than a category.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah, everyone helps each other, and it's a family sport. Like, we race with Dad. My brother will be racing in a year and a half when he's old enough, so it's definitely a family-orientated sport category. So, yeah, I'm happy to stay where I am for the moment.
That's fantastic, Mackenzie. Thank you so much, and good luck for the final race of today.
Thank you so much.
That's it from us right here at Pit Lane. We will be back after these short messages.
And we've got Brian Searles to hand over this amazing trophy.
To the back of Craig Thompson now. That gap has halved in the last lap.
Yeah, so
to the back of Craig Thompson now. That gap has halved in the last lap.
Yeah, so 16 seconds now between first and third position, and 2.5 seconds between first and second, and yet they're doing similar lap times. The fastest lap of the race had a couple of Indy cars, but he's also got several other cars in his garage as well that he could drag out, and it'd be great to see some of those out on the circuit.
The last time we saw Russell, I think he lost it.
And fastest lap of the race by Will Norman. So yeah, he's seen that Chevron in the Ford 2000. Clear him as they come out of turn 5 and head down. Going to be back to car number 94, and that's Jason Yude coming across the line now in the Tiga Sportz 2000.
One lap down.
One lap down, absolutely. Craig Thompson's next across the line, and that wasn't too far adrift from them as well, so they were all a lap down as well. Dave Dearden in 5th place, and Phil Grove's already crossed the line. We're just waiting for Brian Searles and Glenn Swarbrick to close out our second Formula Classic free formula event for today.
Because they have one more coming up this afternoon. And a Grant Ord gets the best of the start this time from Ryan Davis. Ryan's going to have to run around the outside, so he's going to keep some momentum up here down into turn number 1 for the first time.
He's going to tuck under.
Yeah, well, they're trying to look for a run here. Look at this, they're already starting the bump drafting. Straight into the bumper of Grant Ord to push him. It's still Grant Ord in car number 4 from 49 of Ryan Davis.
Might have turned it up just enough because he seems to be a bit more in touch with the boys out the front there this time. So he's looks like Ryan's settled into it now.
Here comes Woodbridge in car number 74 again down the inside of Grant Ord. He won't be able to get in front of Davis this time around. Michael Howlett, yeah, he's all over the back of these two in front of him. And this goes well for Davis because he's extended the lead. Now it's Woodbridge up into second. And it's going to push Grant Ord back to 4th if he's not careful here.
Michael's got the inside run into... Grant's got the inside run going into 4. So
you watch Mike behind him. Dennis goes to the middle of the track, which is a bit unusual, and that's going to allow a run up the inside for Stuart Kenny, and that's exactly what he does. So side by side over the top of the out of turn number 6, and now the long climb. We're already doing 120 kilometres an hour in a Holden HQ as we pull out of turn number 6. And just have a look. Mick Woodbridge has taken over the lead. 143, 147, 159. So, yeah, nearly 160 kilometres an hour down the hill in a Holden HQ.
Yeah, and that's we can get a little bit
over to the right-hand side. Mick Woodbridge does the same. Here we go. And Russell on the inside. And look at the run here right behind. He's tried to get up. There's a bit of contact there.
Too, so.
Yeah, there's a bit of contact there on the exit. So that was Dennis Russell on Stuart Kenny. Kenny and Russell, they're side by side as they come over the top of the hill. And this is going to be a drag race to the finish here for these guys. But our leader crosses the line. It's Ryan Davis, who takes 25 points from Mick Woodbridge in car 74, who will take home... It's Ryan Davis, who takes 25 points from Mick Woodbridge in car 74, who will take home 20 points after this one. And there's a great battle here. Kenny's got in front.
Contact.
Dennis Russell all sideways and just about drove into the side of Todd Faulknell on the way out of turn number 7.
And fiery Phil Breen, he's holding in the front there, so he's done well.
Yeah, he's going to hold off this 4-car train as they come through, and that would be Brad Butler in 76, 67. Very much for hanging out with us on your Sunday. So we're just going to have a look at a bit of a look at Dave Kent's car number 45. The exhaust is hanging right out of the bottom of that car. So Lucky Racing and a very even start as both of our front-running cars head down into turn number 1 for the first time. Brewer looking for a run around the outside. He's just understeered a fraction, and that's allowed Josh Matthews to come right up alongside of him. And Xavier Henderson now gets to the inside of Josh Matthews and goes into 3rd place. And really sideways on the entrance was Xavier Henderson. Jensen Marold, 3-car lengths already as they head up and over the top. Outside, and it goes back to the inside again, moving from left to right, filling both of those mirrors of Jensen Marold. And meanwhile, Xavier Henderson right up into the gearbox of Brewer. There was just about contact there through into turn number 1 this time. He's not going to fall for it and go defensive as Xavier Henderson does that. He moves over and fills the mirrors of the 57. Down into turn number 1. It's starting to close up and get very, very tasty here at the front of this field. It's top of the hill and down into the bowl again. And Xavier Henderson puts us stuck in a fierce fight. Xavier Henderson to the inside. Brewer to the outside. Brewer again to get held out wide this time, and that's allowed Xavier Henderson up the inside. They both move to the inside of the track, and a Brewer again down the outside. He's got to try and get to the inside of the race circuit, but Xavier Henderson just holding his line. Very fair driving for both of these drivers as they come down and over the stripe again. We have 7 minutes plus 1. As per race number 1, Jensen Marold, he is gone. He is halfway down into turn number 6 as our 2nd and 3rd place getter. White smoke coming off the front left-hand corner of Brock Brewer's car. Doesn't seem to have affected the performance. Oh, he gets it really sideways again on the exit of turn number 1. Just as I said, doesn't look like there's any performance issues. Then in the back of that pack yet again. Again, coming over the hill, down into turn number 7. Xavier Henderson up the inside. 4 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. So let's see whether Brewer can put this to good use. He's coming out around the outside across and blocks Brewer. Now, again, you can see him feigning to the right and get around the outside of Xavier Henderson. Not going to work for him this time. Xavier Henderson's had a bad exit out of turn number 7, and that's going to allow Brewer another opportunity. Down into turn number 1, around the outside this time goes Brewer. To drive around the outside of him may have compromised his exit speed. Long time for these two drivers to come up and over the hill. Here we go. This is it. Brock Brewer on the outside. Xavier Henderson down the inside on car number 8. Who is going to take out second place? Xavier Henderson and Brock Brewer. A drag race to the line, and it looks like it's going to be... Oh, that's a dead heat for my call up here. We'll have to wait and see who comes across, and it was Xavier Henderson takes the win by 3/100ths of a second, and that equates to around about 20 centimetres. That's a super close finish to that event. Event number 2. So Merrill will score 25 points for that win. Xavier Henderson will score. Yep. He's already 2 or 3 car lengths in front as they head down. But here comes Peter Piscaneri. Just about drove into the back of Kenny Waller in the 142 Volvo. And as you can see, Piscaneri's got right out of the gas now and just treading lightly as he goes back up behind Brian Edhouse. Before you know it. Yeah. He'll certainly close this gap very, very shortly.
There's Don going down the inside. Didn't quite get under Trevor Fairs.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/driftwest for more details.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group Training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
HQ Racing WA is brought to you by Electrical Group Training, Odysseus, and West Coast Car Transport.
And for Electrical Group Training, our Holden HQs down here on the dummy grid, ready for their rolling start. And this one will be over 12 minutes plus 1 lap. As I said, brought to you by Electrical Group Training. I've got Troy Kent with us again, driver of number 3. And we saw in race number 1 earlier this morning, Michael Howlett doing some zigzagging down the main straight. He has stitched up the 2025 West Australian Sporting Car Club HQ Championship. He's taken that out by 21 points, but the battle is on between Mick Woodbridge and Ryan Davis. Ryan Davis, as we go into this last race, is 4 points in front of Mick Woodbridge. As far as our B-grade drivers, it's Phil Breen that has got a 1 point advantage over Troy Faulknell in the Orange 24. And a big shout out to Brett O'Keefe, tuning in from Texas in the USA, enjoying a holiday over there in the US, in Mr. Trump country. And thanks for tuning in, Brett. I hope you're having a nice middle of the night over there. And I can let you know that you have stitched up 3rd place in the B-grade championship for 2025. Well done. And Troy, your dad, Dave Kent, he takes out Rookie of the Year for 2025.
Yes, so plenty happening in the field there. So I think this one's going to be a bit of a cracker of a race because it's just the win it and bin it scenario now, I think.
Well, you were just saying off air that Michael Howlett has turned the wick up on that yellow and white car number 34. He'll be starting on the second row. This is a rolling start, so that'll be an advantage to everybody, really.
Yeah, so those who've got the good grunt coming out of turn 7 on the rolling start usually get a really good run into turn 1. So it'll turn it on for the start with the rolling start.
How's this front row? Car number 49 of Ryan Davis for Kevrek, and alongside him for Jack's Garage is Mick Woodbridge. That's going to be a cracker of a start.
Yeah, those two, I tell you what, we might have some real close fun here.
And second row will be a Grant Ord, who's having a great day in car number 4. Incidentally, leader of the day so far is Ryan Davis on 45 points, Grant Ord on 43 points, and then we go back to Mick Woodbridge on 38. As I said, Michael Howlett starting out of P4. Then we have Stuart Kenny on the next row, and alongside him is Dennis Russell. We have Todd Faulknell in car number 24 alongside Philip Breen, and that is the 1-point battle for their championship for the B grade. Then we have Brad Butler, Laurie Marsh, Mark Alfonsi, Dave Kent, Peter Marsh and Kyan Butler round out a stoked field here, ready for the EGT race over 12 minutes plus 1 lap with a rolling start.
Yes, and a bit of a shout out to Peter Marsh. This has been pretty much the first meeting he's had where he's finishing races and seeing checkered flags since his big crash.
It's not finished yet.
He's seen a checkered flag so far, so we're doing well.
He has seen 2 of them today so far, so 2 out of 3 ain't bad. As we got a good shot now of our dummy grid from our Turn 7 live stream and the WA Sporting Car Club live stream. Car number 49 for Kevrek is Ryan Davis, and he's got it all to do with this slight margin, a 4-point margin over the guy that's going to be on his outside, car number 74 of Mick Woodbridge. So great, and more congratulations to Michael Howlett. He's taken out another championship. That's got to be about 3 or 4 on the trot, I would say.
Yeah, I think this makes 4, and I think that brings him even with his dad, actually, in championships. So, yeah, the Howletts seem to breed winners.
Yeah, they certainly do. I don't know why we are having a bit of a delay at the moment, but we should get going very, very shortly. Circuit looks to be clear now of all of our recovery teams. There's nothing happening over the back section of the circuit. So we will just be waiting a tad longer for the start of this Holden HQs. So is there talk of more people coming back into the category next year?
Yeah, so there actually is. So I've just we actually caught up with one of the guys. He bought David Byrne's old car. So he's looking to come into racing next year. So he'll start next year. Brian Pangler's looking to make his return. He's had a bit of a time off. He's been flat out with work and stuff. So there's a few other drivers looking to come back in. So we're trying to shake them out of the works, and the more we should be looking somewhere near 20 car grids next year. So leading up to the Nationals, that's great.
Yeah, that'd be great because you've also got Adam Butler up there in Darwin who's probably tuning in for this one as well. So g'day, Adam.
Yeah, and, come on, Adam, bring it down. We want to see you come have a play.
We want to see Mr. Whippy back out on the racetrack because that is a very quick car, and Adam can pedal it pretty good too.
That thing's great. There was actually 1 year Jamie Finesse took his car out for him in one of the rounds, and he just absolutely blazed the category, left them all behind. So that car is lightning fast, and yeah, I've always seen Adam Butler's car just flying, and he did really well in Darwin when he raced there for our Nationals as well, so he was in the top 10 there. So he's a quick guy and he's got a quick car.
So the HQ Nationals coming to Carco Raceway, is it right in the middle of winter? Are we going to be expecting some rain during that HQ Nationals?
No, it's going to be more towards the end of part of the year, so we're sort of looking... We're trying to get it to line up with a good schedule so we actually do get a decent amount of good weather. So, yeah, hopefully it'll be clear weather.
All right, so we're just seeing who we are on board with. It's the third car out on the circuit, and it looks like we're on board with Mick Woodbridge.
Oh, no, it's Grant Ord by the looks of it.
Just trying to see. Yes, it is Grant Ord for Proficient Plant Maintenance. So we'll get a good view here of this battle between Woodbridge and Davis. It's happening right in front of him. And, of course, we'll have Michael Howlett on the right-hand side of the car as they come out onto the main straight and accept the red light off And away we go racing. So not too much longer. The car's just making their way through turn number 6 at the moment, trying to get some temperature into all of those tyres, because it's certainly on. It's you don't have a chance to settle down in this one.
Good and on this one, I'll tell you what. And see, we get grid up nice and early there, so they can come over the hill, get in their formation, ready for this rolling start.
These guys down the back need to put their foot down and catch up to the rest of them. Look at the first 5 or 6 rows looking very nice.
Yeah, last couple starting to come in now, which is great. So they should be in by 7. And then, yeah, it's just going to be on for turn 1.
Alan and Karen are clear of the circuit, so we will be getting going very, very shortly here for electrical group training over 12 minutes and 1 lap. This is the Holden HQs for the last time in 2025. Your new champion on the second row, but it's far from over when we talk about second and third. Red lights on, now they're off, and away we go. And a very even start for the 2 cars out in front. The blue car of Davis, the green car of Woodbridge around the outside. But look at Grant Ord. He's trying to sneak up into 3rd place. We've had an oil spin down there earlier today.
Grant's got the grunt out. He's coming out nice, firing. He's got onto Mick Woodbridge already.
Oh, he's cut Mick off too. Mick's had to go bush over the turn number 2 there, but now has the priority entry into turn number 4. But look at Grant Ord, just holds the car out wide.
Turn 4. That's beautiful.
And drives right around the outside of the 74. They're side by side further back in the field as they head up and over the hill.
Actually started making his way up on Michael Howlett there too. So, yes, Stewie's on a bit of a move at the moment, so he's had a good start.
Right down the back is Kyan Butler rounding out the field. Look at the distance that Ryan Davis has got on Grant Ord, who's been in that fight with Mick Woodbridge. And then we go back to Kenny, I think that is.
Stuart Kenny, and
he's
then
got
Michael
in front.
Howlett.
So Michael Howlett's tune-up hasn't worked at the moment, but maybe that car will come on strong towards the end of the race. As they come down into turn number 7, it's Davis for Kevrek. He's got 4 car lengths over Mick Woodbridge. And we go back to Ord and Kenny, then Howlett, and then starting to drop away is this battle for the B-grade championship with Phil Breen and Todd Faulknell.
Todd's gotten in front of Dennis now, so he's going to look to try and get the power down. He's got a quick car today. He said he's just been battling himself in the car today.
He's got those type of problems.
Yes. So, yeah, a bit of a refocus and try and he wants to try and get in touch with the front pack again.
So Davis, the distance between himself and Mick Woodbridge is starting to close up. It's down to about 2 car lengths now in the Holden HQs. 3rd place is Ord, then Kenny, Howlett, Faulknell, Russell, Butler. The Brad variety, Mark Alfonsi, Phil Breen, Kyan Butler in 62, who's made 3 or 4 positions in that last lap. Then Dave Kent, Peter Marsh and Laurie Marsh round out the field.
Looks like Laurie's got an issue. He's just going through the S's there very, very slowly. So
well, hopefully he'll pull off and turn right.
Yeah, I'm hoping he'll.
That's exactly what he does. That's good, because otherwise we'd have to call a safety car and that'll upset this race.
Here comes Mick.
Mick Woodbridge gets a great run out of turn number 6 and drives down the inside of Ryan Davis in car number 49. Ryan concedes and he'll look for the over and under here as Woodbridge gets it all sideways, and that's the opportunity that Ryan Davis needed. Straight down the inside and back into the lead. Car number 49 over 74 and 4.
And Grant Ord's got the run going down the straight, so he's going to pressure Mick straight away. Stuart Kenny's followed through, and it looks like Michael Howlett's going to take up the back run of that one.
Troy, we've got some onboard footage here from the 3rd car.
That's Grant Ord.
That is Grant Ord, and he is right all over the back of Mick Woodbridge as they head up through the S's here.
He's going to start the Morse code soon.
Yeah, that will happen probably about now at the top of the hill here. They all start to close up as they go across the top of the hill. Davis is out to that 2 car lengths again as they come across the top of the hill, and Ord trying to do something about Mick Woodbridge, and Michael Howlett right into the back of Stu Kenny in car number 72. It's a long line of HQs down into turn number 6 to reel off another lap here at Carco Raceway. Davis doing a good job at the moment from Mick Woodbridge, and Grant Ord for 3rd.
Looks like Michael and Stewie have got a really good run out of 6, so they're going to come back into the battle onto Grant Ord soon. So Grant's got a really good run going into 7, so he's getting right up on the bootlet of Mick Woodbridge there to give him a bit of pressure, and he's caught up to Davis now, so he's riding the boot of Davis, and Grant's going to put it put a bit of a move on him by at least turn 2, I reckon.
So Michael Howlett into the back of Stuart Kenny at the moment for 4th and 5th position as they head down in towards turn number 1. And Woodbridge again starts this massive swaying from left to right to try and fill the mirrors of Ryan Davis, and that's actually cost him about 4 car lengths this time. If we go back to Ord in 4th, Stuart Kenny up into 4th, and then Michael Howlett in 5. Long way back now to Dennis Russell and Todd Faulknell, and then we go back behind him to Brad Butler and Mark Alfonsi.
Yeah, good little battle going on between Dennis Russell and Todd Faulknell there. They've been changing positions like every lap at the moment, so I don't think they're quite finished with what they're doing.
No, as we pick them up on our live stream as they head down in towards turn number 6. It looks like Michael Howlett's put a move on Stuart Kenny down there, and he has. He's got it done on the entry. So he's into 4th place now. So now it is Davis, Woodbridge, Ord, Howlett and Kenny.
Kenny's coming back now, so Kenny's got a good run. So he's got the power going down in the hill, which Michael said he was suffering a bit. It's just under brakes. Who's got the bigger brakes?
And it's Stuart Kenny in car number 72
and
that
under
wins
goes
that.
Michael.
And here's this side-by-side battle. I think Ryan's come out of the corner a little bit better than Mick Woodbridge, but if Mick can stay there, Ryan Davis,
he's going to go down the inside.
He can't get across. Ryan's hung out to dry here, and Mick Woodbridge going to drive right up the inside. But saying that, Davis fights back around the outside, and he's got to hold it here because he'll have the entry into turn number 4, and that'll hang Mick Woodbridge out to dry. And here's the opportunity for Grant Ord and Michael Howlett. Howlett round the outside in car number 34, rounds up the car of Ord and might be even in a position to have a crack at 74 very shortly. As they head up and over turn number 5. Still, there's the move there. Howlett out up into 3rd position.
This is anybody's race today. It has been an amazing race between these guys all day.
Well, we did say that Howlett's car looked like it was going to come on towards the back end of this one. We've got under 4 minutes and 1 lap remaining here, but it's Davis by 3 or 4 car lengths over Mick Woodbridge.
Michael did suggest that his car seems to come on a bit stronger in the last part of the race, so he's definitely turned it up a bit, and it looks like it's starting to come on now. I think his tyre temp might be in right where he wants it, and he's getting it to handle all right, and he's definitely getting the run out of the corners now with the power down the straights.
He certainly is, because he's all over the back of Ryan Davis now, who's lost pole position or first position to Mick Woodbridge as they hightail it down towards turn number 1. Woodbridge on the inside, Davis on the outside, and Howlett. He's trying to
he's starting to put the pressure on now on Ryan Davis.
Bit of a rear lock-up there for Michael Howlett on the entry. Then we go back to Grant Ord, Stuart Kenny, and a long way back and out of this argument is Dennis Russell and Todd Faulknell.
So where they sit right now, this really puts the pressure on who comes out the best at the end of this race.
Yeah,
so
because
overall points.
As far as the win, it'll go 25 points to Woodbridge and 20 to Ryan Davis, but that will be enough for Mick Woodbridge to get over the top. As we go back on board again and have a look at this exciting battle down into turn number 6, and look at Howlett round the outside of Davis. So Davis goes back to 3rd. Wide. Now he comes back out, gets a better run than Howlett out of turn number 6, goes back into 2nd place, and now Grant Ord moving side by side with Michael Howlett as they come up and over the top of the hill, and he's gone and got 3rd place back from Michael Howlett.
He will be back on those front 2 in no time because he's got a really good run, and there he goes in under brakes.
Kenny up the inside of Michael Howlett, so Michael's lost 2 positions in the space of 1 straight here at Carco Raceway.
And here comes Grant. He's gotten right back up in tune with these boys at the front, so he's right back on Ryan Davis now, so he's going to start pressuring again. He wants to get the win today. He's really excited. It's been a while, so he's looking for a good finish now.
This racetrack has definitely lost over a second of pace since our lunch break. We're down into the 17.7, so that's nearly a second and a half away from where we were first thing this morning. At Mick Woodbridge now out in front by 2 car lengths over Ryan Davis. So we go back to Grant Ord, Stuart Kenny and Michael Howlett again having a look around the outside. He's not going to do it around the outside there, although we did see a Formula Ford go around the outside up there earlier today, but that's when the track had some grip. It's starting, as I said, it's starting to lose its grip now and go away with all of this direct sunshine.
Here comes Ryan coming back on Mick Woodbridge, coming out of 6. So
Davis, he's going to get the run up the inside here, and that's a good move from Ryan Davis. That'll put him right alongside Mick Woodbridge. Now it's the horsepower up and over the top of the hill. Who has the best horsepower on board this HQ? And at the moment,
as well, he's jumping up next to Stuart Kenny as well. So everybody's having a crack.
Yeah, Mick Woodbridge is going to get hung out to dry here from Ryan Davis, and that'll allow Grant Ord to close up. Kenny and Howlett side by side, and these guys side by side. Woodbridge will get granted with the lead on that lap, and he tries to move across on Ryan, but Ryan's holding his ground. Going to make Woodbridge in the 74 run around the outside. Not going to happen. There is no grip out there anymore, and that's allowed Ord to get within 1 car length of Mick Woodbridge. We're starting to drop away now is Stuart Kenny and Michael Howlett.
Yeah, that little battle that they're having is bringing them out of that front pack. But they're having a good little Barney there themselves, so it's anyone's position 4 at the moment.
Back on board with Grant Ord as we go across the top of the hill. We're right in the boot lid of Mick Woodbridge in car number 74. We are in 3rd place in our onboard camera as we go down towards turn number 6. Thought there might have been room for a sneaky move up the inside there for Grant Ord, but he's decided against it. Now he's going to try and get the power to the ground. There's the gear shift up into 3rd gear now. So we wait and see what can happen. Can he get pulled up and over the hill? There's some hand signals going on with Woodbridge to say, let's stop fighting. Let's do something about Davis. And that's exactly what they've done. They've separated. And look at Woodbridge, goes from driver's right to driver's left, and Grant Ord around the outside of both of them, trying to get around there, and has to get back on the anchors and slot back into 3rd place. Last lap board on display. We're still running around in the 17.7s. Davis back to the lead now from Woodbridge. Ord, Howlett up to 4th, Stuart Kenny for 5.
Dennis and Todd Faulkner seem to be still going at it, and I think Dennis has got himself into a rhythm now, so he's holding off Todd Faulkner well, and back to Brad Butler and Fonzie behind there having a little battle, and then we've got Phil Breen, Kyan Butler and Dad Dave Kent. So everyone's having a little bit of fun out there today.
As far as the championship, Ryan Davis must stay where he is to take 2nd place. If Mick Woodbridge gets in front of him, Mick will grab 2nd in the championship by 1 point, and the movers on side by side on the entry into turn number 6. Woodbridge slides the car right into the door handles of Ryan Davis. They're going to come out side by side through turn number 6. Woodbridge to the inside, Davis to the outside. Now Davis has got to get back over to driver's right and block the move for Woodbridge. I don't think it's going to happen, and look at Ord, he's right in there as well. Down into turn number 7 for the last time. This will decide 2nd place in the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championship. Who gets the better run? Out of turn number 7, it looks like the blue car of Davis is going to grab it, and he does. He does take the win by 3/100ths of a second over Mick Woodbridge for 2nd. Then we have Grant Ord in 3rd, Michael Howlett for 4th, Stuart Kenny, Russell in 6th, and Todd Faulkner for 7.
And just a note, Michael Howlett has put down the fastest lap in this race.
He did, a 17.4, which is a 1.5 seconds away from where we were in qualifying earlier on today. As you said, the track conditions starting to go away from us here at carco.com.au Raceway. But a fantastic race there. And just to reiterate, the WA Sporting Car Club champion for 2025 is the yellow and white car out in front. Car number 34 of Michael Howlett. In 2nd place, by our reckoning, will be Ryan Davis, and he takes the 2nd place over 3rd of Mick Woodbridge in car number 74. Wow, mate, that was a great way to finish 2025.
They really turn it on, and so I see there that Peter Marshall's gone over the line. He's finished his race, so he'll be a very happy boy.
3 from 3.
3 from 3 with his new engine and the setup in his car, so he'll be happy with that.
So they'll probably go into the 2x2 formation, and see Ryan's got his hand out of the window there, just slowing everybody else down and allowing Michael Howlett to come over the hill in first place.
Doing the big salute, as they always do at the end of the year.
They come.
So there's our state champion out in front of Michael Howlett.
And second and third right behind him on the road and also in the championship. So a fantastic way to end 2025. As they come past you down there in turn number 7 in McCracken House, put your hands together. Multiple state champion Michael Howlett takes it out again in 2025. Yesterday we were allowed to see some burnouts yesterday, and unfortunately Michael has missed his opportunity there. All the other guys were stopping and allowing the burnouts to happen yesterday, but Michael's missed his opportunity, and we'll have to wait to 2026, see whether he can repeat it again for the 5th time. But that was the electrical group training Holden HQs. Troy, thanks very much, mate. We'll see you in the new year. And we're going to take a short break here, play some advertisements, and we'll be back very shortly for the final race of the year for Formula Ford. They're next here at Carco Raceway.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets. WA Sporting Car Club's introductory events, supported by Electrical Group Training, are the perfect way to get on track at Carco Raceway. Start off with a come and try day and progress from there. Get started today by visiting wascc.com.au/start line for more details.
Welcome back to carco.com.au Raceway, and for the final time this year, the standout open wheel category in the Formula Fords will be out on the track very, very shortly. And by our reckoning, up here in the commentary box, we have Brock Brewer sitting on 285 points. He is 13 points in front of Jensen Marold, who is only 2 points in front of Xavier Henderson. And those three guys have been battling very, very hard all through the year, and particularly in that last race, which was an absolute lung buster. So we'll see what happens here in the last race of the year. Nobody needs to do anything silly. They've all have to finish. If for some reason Brock Brewer does not finish this race, he will not win. He does need to finish this race, and if he can finish it, he should stitch up the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship. As I said, 13 points advantage to Brock Brewer over Jensen Marold in car number 31 on 272, and then Xavier Henderson, and that's where the battle should be between Jensen and Xavier on this one. So 1 minute siren has been blown and the cars are leaving pit lane right now. This is going to be an absolute unbelievable race, I can just tell. And what a fantastic way to finish season 2025 for our Formula Fords. Smaller field than what we are used to, but it's a quality field, as we've seen these top three cars getting away. But then there was a great battle between Josh Matthews, Begley and Hall in that previous race as well. And Garrett Piper, a newcomer to Formula Fords, he will come up to speed no doubt next year. And then we also have Jason Yude that's not here this weekend as well. And hopefully we receive the return of Tom Chapman. Andrew Van Leeuwen also not here this weekend as well. Andrew probably doing some duties over there on the Gold Coast. But yeah, certainly a few cars short this weekend, but it has done nothing to stop the excitement of this open wheel category. all goes quiet over this side of the circuit at the moment. Everybody down there doing some big weaving and some burnouts to try and get some tyre temperature. On the front row, it will be Jensen Marold in car number 31 and Xavier Henderson. They're going head-to-head for second and third place in this championship. On the second row, car number 57, the current points leader by 13 points coming into this last race of the year is Brock Brewer. Alongside him, the yellow car of 65, Josh Matthews. Then we have car number 3 of Begley, William Hall in car number 55. And rounding out the field, car number 6 of Garrett Piper. We said Glenn Swarbrick already doing quite well in the silver category cars and has taken out the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship already, so no need for him to be out there. He's been out there running around in the Formula Classics today. Final preparations being done by our drivers, a few little burnouts. Try and get the last little bit of temperature into these tyres, and also the pressures, so critical with these cars. Do you have a car that comes on strong from the word go and then tails off towards the back end of the race? Or do you have a car that is constantly improving as the race goes on? The car gets quicker and quicker. We will see very shortly. All will be revealed here for the last time in 2025. Formula Fords on the grid here at Carco Raceway. Green flag on display, red lights lit, and away we go. And it's a good start from Jensen Marold in car number 31. Xavier Henderson straight across into second place. Brock Brewer for third and Josh Matthews for fourth. And already we see William Hall trying to run around the outside of Begley. Begley takes over that position and gets into the back of Josh Matthews. These two out in front, Jensen Marold and Xavier Henderson. Jensen's had the speed over the rest of the field all day today. Xavier trying to run with him early in this one. They are bolting away from Brock Brewer, who has to do nothing but finish this race. Stay out of trouble and finish this race, and he will be our 2025 champion for the West Australian Sporting Car Club. Marold and Xavier Henderson are breaking away from Brock Brewer, who's in fresh air at the moment, with Josh Matthews and Begley behind him, and William Hall falling off the back of the field. As Begley looks to put a move up the inside of Josh Matthews, he can't get it done. And it's still Jensen Marold that gets credited with lap number 1, with Xavier Henderson right in the gearbox down into turn number 1 for the second time. Of course, this one over 12 minutes and 1 lap. Jensen Marold up through turn number 4, the bus stop area. Hard on the brakes through the big left-hand sweeper up and over the top of the hill here at carco.com.au Raceway. And then out in fresh air in third place at the moment, the 57 of Brock Brewer. Behind him, Josh Matthews, Begley, Hall and Piper. And nothing much happening down there in turn number 6 at the moment, with Xavier Henderson running very, very wide, and that's allowed Jensen Marold to bolt up the road. He's got nearly 100 metres on him, and now Brock Brewer up into second place. He's got past Xavier Henderson, and Henderson closes right up onto the back of Brewer, looking for a run through to grab second position. 25 points for the winner, 20 points for second, 18 for third. Down into turn number 1. It's still 31 of Marold. Brewer in second. Xavier Henderson in third. We go back a long way to Josh Matthews, who was running right up there into fourth place, but a lot closer to the back of Henderson and Brewer, but really starting to slip back as he's coming under some attention now from Begley and Hall. As they're over the top of the hill and down into turn number 6. And it looks like Xavier Henderson has just gone down the inside of Brock Brewer and taken over second place yet again. And side by side, Brewer fighting back around the outside in the 57. Xavier Henderson up the inside, late on the brakes in car number 8. Retakes second place. Brewer in the 57 in third. Then we have Matthews, Begley and Hall. Across the line and down into turn number 1 to reel off lap number 4. Still Jensen Marold, a great turn of speed, a 62.3. He's been very, very constant in the high 61s and early 62s all day. And that car running very, very sweet out of the fast lane stable at the back of the paddock area. And Xavier Henderson's made a little bit of a mistake there on the way up to turn number 4, and that's opened the door for Brewer. They're again side by side as they head down in towards turn number 6. Xavier Henderson comes right across the front of the 57 and cuts that move off for Brock Brewer. So again, back into third place goes Brock Brewer. It's Marold from Henderson, Brewer, Matthews, Begley and Hall. Side by side again for second. And Brewer this time able to get in front temporarily as Xavier Henderson down the inside does the over and under, and he will drive down the inside of Brock Brewer in third place on the outside of the number 8 of Xavier Henderson, who will slide up into second place unless Brewer wants to argue the point and go around the outside, which he doesn't. He's just got to sit there. And Josh Matthews now starting to look a little bit more threatening. 13 points was the margin between Brewer and Jensen Marold coming into this race. Jensen looking to score 25 points here at the moment, and Brock Brewer looking to score 18 points as it stands at the moment. But they're really starting to get together now. We've got a group of 4 cars all together down there in turn number 6. Still Xavier Henderson in second, Brewer in third. Josh Matthews now looking for a run up the inside, but he's blocked by Xavier Henderson, and that's going to allow Brewer a good run down the outside. But again, under brakes, Xavier Henderson. Unbelievable braking capability of car number 8. Brewer goes to the inside, so does Henderson. He's going to block that line. And again, Josh Matthews looking for a run through as Brewer moves back over onto the defensive line on the way into turn number 1. So it's still status quo, although Josh Matthews is starting to look very racy now on the back of the 57. Right behind them is Begley in the 3, and they've dropped off William Hall in the 55. The white car starting to fall off the back of this battle pack for second place on the circuit and the WA Sporting Car Club Championship for 2025. 3 minutes and 15 seconds plus 1 lap to go. Probably got another 3 or 4 laps in store here for our premier open wheel category, the Formula Fords. Up and over the hill again, side by side again, Xavier Henderson down the middle of the racetrack, making Brewer take the long way. Look at Begley right up behind Josh Matthews. There may have been a little bit of a touch there. Xavier Henderson goes defensive again, down the inside. Brewer to the outside. He won't have enough horsepower to drive around the outside this time as Xavier Henderson really late on the brakes, keeps it nice and tight up against the curb on turn number 1. Gets a great exit, lets the car float out to the right-hand side on the exit. Matthews hanging on for 4th place at the moment with Begley in 5. Line astern as they go across the top of No Name. We are on lap number 7, 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this one. And this battle between Xavier Henderson and Brock Brewer, unbelievable, happened in the race number 2, and it's just continuing in this race, in race 3. But now Josh Matthews' car is coming on strong. He's right behind Brewer. Now he drops in behind Xavier Henderson, and look at Begley down the inside as well. We are 3 wide down into the braking area at turn number 7, and this is going to get very nasty if this continues. And we got Brewer to the outside, Henderson to the inside again. Matthews goes inside, and Begley around the outside in P5. Forget about Jensen Marold, he's gone. He's running around in 61.8s, and the next one, Brock Brewer, a 62.8. So 1 full second faster than the rest of the field is Jensen Marold at the moment as they head through the left-hander, up and over the top of the hill again, through the blind right-hander at the top of Carco Raceway. And again, now Brewer's looking very threatening. He tries to go down the inside again. And Xavier Henderson, time after time, just goes to the right-hand side and stops that move, which will compromise him on the exit of turn number 6. This is the opportunity for Brewer. They've moved away from Josh Matthews by 1 or 2 car lengths. Side by side again. 3 wide, if you don't mind, coming down the hill this time. Brewer temporarily up into second. Xavier Henderson again goes very, very close to the curb. Here's a run from Brewer down the outside. Matthews to the inside. Brewer up into second. Begley up into fourth place now. Xavier Henderson into third. And Josh Matthews now overtakes Begley and takes 4th place back again. So this is moving backwards and forwards big time here. A 2 car length advantage now to the 57. We are down to 22 seconds. We will get the last lap board next time through. Up and over the top of the hill. And it's Brewer starting to extend that lead. He's out to 2 car lengths this time, down into turn number 6. Doesn't have to go defensive at all. And as I say that, Xavier Henderson just blows straight up the inside of Brock Brewer. So again, Brewer back into 3rd place. He goes side by side again over the top of the hill, trying to drive around the outside of Xavier Henderson. He gets a little bit of an advantage here. Here comes Henderson again up the inside, and we get a compromised run. And Josh Matthews now goes up the inside of Brewer. So Brewer's moved back into 4th position now. Josh Matthews coming on strong, looking around the outside of the Xavier Henderson. This is the last lap. 2.41 kilometres to go to decide the champion for 2025. And Josh Matthews up into 3rd place, and Begley all over the back of Brewer now in 57. Xavier Henderson 2 car lengths in front of the 65 of Josh Matthews, then Brewer, and right behind him car number 3 of Begley. Over the top of the hill, down into turn number 4. They are line astern at the moment. Although Brewer's tried another move, and I think he's just gone up the middle of Josh Matthews, so maybe an overtake down there. We'll have to wait until they come over the top of the hill. But our leader is car number 31 of Jensen Marold. But look at this battle for 2nd place. Brewer down the inside. Begley up into Xavier Henderson into 3rd. In 2nd place, he'll score 20 points and take the championship. Great drive for Brock Brewer in car number 57, takes 2nd place, and that will be enough to stitch up the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championship for 2025. Car number 57. In 3rd place, Xavier Henderson, a fantastic race with Brewer for the last 2 races here of 2025. Josh Matthews got a little bit stiff there. He was coming on strong towards the end of that race. Car number 65 in 4th place. Begley will finish in 5. William Hall in 6. And Garrett Piper rounds out our 6 runners for the WA Formula Ford Championship here at carco.com.au Raceway. So coming... So as they come back into the pit area, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Car number 57 of Brock Brewer takes out the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championship from Xavier Henderson and Jensen Marold. I believe Marold will get 2nd. Xavier Henderson will come home in 3rd. Fantastic Formula Ford racing all year being put on by these young guys. We're going to drop down to Jamie and Demelza.
We are right here with the HQ Holdens for a massive celebration now that we have the championship. So we are here with Mick Woodbridge. How do you feel after that season and race?
Pretty exhausted, to be honest. That's the hardest I've ever come to come 3rd. The racing with Ryan today has just been fantastic. Grant Ord, that's a little bit different. Try to push me off, but I'll deal with him after. But no, I'm good. we're all in good spirits.
You guys, Ryan, you guys have got a great battle going on the track, which is fantastic. It makes for great viewing, especially sitting in the audience. So how did you feel throughout the season? You think there's going to be a chance for next year that you'll be able to take him out and not becoming getting a lesser placement than what he's receiving at the moment?
Look, we try so hard over the last 5 years. These guys have lifted their game, so we're sort of pushing them to catch us, and now that they're catching us, we've got to try even harder. So I don't know what I've got for next year, because that was everything I had today. So these guys, I'm going to try, but I can only do what I can do.
Mick, congratulations on a great season, mate. Really, a great year for you, and you've got something to look forward for 2026, some great motivations.
Yep, that's for sure.
Thanks a lot.
Absolutely.
Let's talk
Now
to our second place getter
got
for the
second place with us
Ryan,
right
come here in the middle here, mate.
Ryan.
Well done. Second place. You got to be stoked with that. You kept Mick out of another placement again.
Well, he tried, but I did better. He taught me the old dog tricks when I was young, 17 years ago racing. So, yeah, I know his tricks now. He moves under brakes and he just don't look in the mirror and you'll be all right.
It's been a good for you, mate. You must be happy with the car. You must be happy with the strategies when you get out on the track.
Yeah, look, it's all turned out well. To get second, did have a DNF at one stage. Someone's playing my Tootsies. But, look, it was a good year. Thanks to my family, sponsors. Perfect year.
It's been great, mate. You guys have got a great club going, and the vibe between you guys is outstanding.
Hopefully we'll have another 2-3 cars next year. Obviously the Nationals here, double up at Collie Motorplex, so it's going to be good.
Well, congratulations for this year, and good luck for next year as well.
Absolutely.
Let's talk to Michael now.
Let's talk to Michael. Come through.
Michael,
congratulations.
First place getter. You must be stoked.
I am very stoked again. I didn't think I would take out this year. It was pretty competitive, but some events sort of helped that happen on track. But it was I don't know, coming in towards the end of this year, I had the incident in Sydney. I was in the spare car coming in, but managed to make it happen still. Got to the end, and I just can't believe I actually won this one again.
Great result this year, but the Nationals are coming next year. You must be focused on that for sure.
Definitely am, but I want to try and get my main car back up and going again. This car's not too bad. The Sperry's not too bad. Actually found some bits I like on this one more than the normal car. But yeah, my car will be fixable. It will be fixed probably for early next year, and we'll be back in it again.
Is there anybody regarding the club's overall sponsorship you want to thank, especially on a day like today?
100%. So EGT, Electrical Group Training, sponsoring us this year. They've done great. We're hoping we keep them on board in future as well. But they've been fantastic for us. We also have West Coast Transport, Tyre Co, who sponsored this round. They've just helped us make this year and this media coverage for you guys happen and all that sort of thing.
Fantastic. Now, I believe they're about to do a very wild celebration, so I think, Jamie, we should get out of the way.
This is exactly what happens in motorsport when you win, Michael. Okay, guys, are you ready?
Up to you.
Let's do it. Let's fire it up with Michael. Come on, let's do it. Congratulations to Michael, Ryan, and Mick in particular. Here we go. Well done, guys. It's back to...
Now that it's...
Well, my him down here. We're going to hand you back to Vaughan.
Thanks very much down there, Jamie and Demelza and those HQ guys. They know how to party all right. They're the most sociable motorsport club you will ever find, particularly over here on the West Coast. As our time challenge are already out on the circuit, and they have completed the first lap, and it's Carroll in the Commodore on 22 points from Justin Chaffee and Joe Douglas having a better run early in this one. Ellis in car 47 in 4th, Jamie Scott in 5, and Maddie Galton in 6 after a good start this morning. She's running down in 6th in this one at the moment, but a long way to come. Unfortunately, Mick Moylan in the Big Galaxy not taking part in this event, as Peter Toey first on the track goes over the line with Justin Chaffee not too far behind him. And what's Chaffee done? Oh, another 46 there for Chaffee and a 44. So he's on 100 points at the moment, but it's still Carroll. We need to wait for Carroll to come past and update the scoreboard. Jamie Scott moves up into 2nd, Joe Douglas into 3rd, Maddie Galton's made a big move up to 4th and then straight back down to 5. as Justin Chaffee blasts his way into 4th. Now up into 3rd is Justin Chaffee. 8 points last time through for Carroll. So a very good runner in car number 55 at the moment. And just having a look what he's driving. He's in a Holden VN Commodore, Brad Carroll. As we pick up with Justin Chaffee on the circuit at the moment. This car raced in the saloon cars yesterday and now doing time challenge duties today. Where is Rob Haggerty in our MX-5? He's currently in 8th position at the moment, but it's still Carroll on 30 points after 2 laps from Douglas on 66 and 90 to Chaffee, 93 to Matty Galton, and then 123 to Jamie Scott. So as they're starting to come across the line now, Chaffee down to 5, Scott up to 4, Galton up to 3rd. Now Rob Haggerty's improved his position, now up into 7th at the moment. Joe Douglas now starting to slip down. Matty Galton, she's the big mover, up into 2nd place. And as soon as I say that, Jamie Scott moves up into 2nd place, Chaffee into 3rd. Oh, it's really starting to move around here. The board's starting to light up. 9 points only for Peter Dybel in the AU Ford Falcon. Car number 63. Hasn't really helped him. He's still sitting down in 11th place at the moment. So we'll get a little bit of a break in the traffic here. We'll be able to get a bit of an update on our score. It's still Carroll on car number 55 on 60 points. Justin Chaffee in 2nd. Joe Douglas in the BRZ Subaru in 3rd. Jamie Scott, the Mark II Escort in 4th. And Ellis, car number 47. That is a BMW M4. And he is currently in 4th position. Rob Haggerty moves up another one, up into 6 now. Matty Galton starting to fall down. Haggerty up to 5, Galton down to 6. And there's a perfect score there for Peter Toey. Currently in 12th position, first out on the circuit. And that is Snake Eyes. That's 3 of them today that we've seen. Now that will help towards the back end of this one. But Carroll doing an outstanding job after 3 laps, has only accrued 72 points as he just goes past now and accrues 12 on that one. A good one there for Young Hills in car number 7, only 10 demerit points. Logged in with a 13.6 and goes through with a 13.5. So only 10 demerit points for the 14-year-old car number 7. But it's still Carroll on 72, from Chaffee on 132, Joe Douglas 184, Rob Haggerty now moving up into P4, and checkered flag is on display, so they are on their last lap. So this is going to go right down to the wire, as for all the other championships here at Carco Raceway this weekend. It's Brad Carroll, car number 55. Can he hang on? Take a win here in the 3rd race for the Rob Janney Memorial. A very prestigious trophy for our Time Challengers competitors. Everybody wants to get their name on this trophy. So they're starting to tail off now. Here comes Jamie Scott across the line, and he's one of the contenders. Starting to sit in 3rd place at the moment. Oh, he's blown it. He's gone down to 6th. Rob Haggerty up to 3rd now, with only 5 demerit points that time through. Very close. Justin Chaffee goes through with only 6 demerit points. 2 points for Peter Dybel. Great driving from all of these guys and ladies in the time challenge event. So the last of our runners starting to come across the line. I think we've got 3 more cars to go. Car number 87 of Ellis, the birthday boy, going across the line. He's sitting down in 15th at the moment on 920 points. And that looks like the last car has gone across the line. So we'll just wait for our final calculations to take place. But it's looking very good for Brad Carroll in car number 55 from Justin Chaffee. And Rob Haggerty looks like he is going to take out 3rd place. We're going to quickly jump to an ad break. We've got some HTC, the historic touring cars, brought to you by Access Hire. They're next out on the circuit here at Carco Raceway.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training.
party to wrap up the racing year, the Cool Down Lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and a hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the Cool Down Lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results, and upcoming rounds, plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship. Historic Touring Car Racing, proudly presented by Axis Hire, Moylan Grain Silos, Perth Brake Parts, and iWrite Signs.
Results finalised for Time Challenge, and it was Brad Carroll from Justin Chaffee, and Rob Haggerty takes out third place. He'll be stoked with that one, and we'll have to wait and see who wins overall the Rob Janney Memorial Trophy, and that will take place in McCracken House around about 30 minutes after the conclusion of the last race coming up this afternoon. Please come and join us up there at our members area and have a few quiet beers and catch up with some people that you probably don't get to catch up because you're too busy here at carco.com.au Raceway. For Access Hire, we have our historic touring cars down on the dummy grid at the moment. The 1 minute flag not too far away. And the 1 minute siren, we've already got the safety car out on the circuit, so we'll be good to go very shortly here. And of course, we've still got plenty more to come this afternoon. We've got historic touring cars about to come out, and one more race coming up for the Formula Vs, brought to you by Home Chef. As we check out our grids here for this one, it's going to be a cracker of a race with Brian Edhouse and Peter Piscaneri on pole position. Simon Northey and Don Behetz in second row. Then we have Cates and Bowden, Gary Edwards and Bill Shipper, Trevor Fairs and Kenny Waller, then Wendy Cover, Nathan Hadlow and Ian Brown unfortunately had an excursion in that previous race, and Bob O'Neill down the back in the Kingswood car number 7. I've just seen the results for the Rob Janney Memorial Trophy, and it looks like it's going to go to Michael Clark driving a Hyundai XL on 54 points, and then we have a tie for second between Justin Chaffee and Madison Galton, and then 1 point behind them as well was Jamie Scott. So our top 4 separated by 3 points, and that's fantastic, and I'm sure that Rob would be a big smile on his face up there looking down on Carco Raceway. What a sensational way to celebrate Rob Janney. And of course, we're coming to you this afternoon and every day up here at Carco from the Rob Janney Broadcast Studio. Joining me again is Martin Dennis. Martin, what's been happening? Who dropped the oil down there in turn 1?
No oil.
No oil?
No oil. Exactly, coolant.
Coolant, okay.
So you'll see missing from the field is the Lotus Cortina of Nathan Hadlow.
Hadlow, yep.
It actually split the bottom radiator hose.
Oh, okay.
And that's what happened. So that's why he got into the corner so far before he went around. Back wheel skipped onto his own coolant. And the other guys, sort of as they went to turn in, couldn't.
Yep.
And went off into the sand trap. So Nathan was out. Also, Mark Cates out. His clutch has failed. I see Ian Brown's out there again. He was fixing some steering bits that got changed shape in the sand trap. And
changed shape.
Wendy hasn't gone out. She has a slight problem with the EH, so she decided to leave it.
Right. There's down the back, Bob. Is he out there in the Kingswood?
I think Bobby went out, yep. He was sort of contemplating whether to or not, but I think it looked like he was getting in the car to get geared up. So
That's good.
Yep.
So a few missing.
Yeah, a couple missing.
That's all right. It'll still be a Mustang front row, as we've come to get used to now with our historic touring cars. Ed House, and alongside him, car 18 of Piscaneri.
Yeah, so you've got a 68 and a 69.
And then a BMW from Germany.
Yeah, Simon in his Beamer. That's
or Bavaria.
yeah, to be exact.
Yes, and alongside him, all the way from America, Don Behetz in the Ford Galaxy.
Yeah, the big aircraft landing carrier.
Next, well, we'll have a hole in the field there for the 69 of Kate's, and then we go back to the little Mini of Mal Belden.
Yeah.
Gary Edwards in another Bavarian masterpiece.
Yeah.
Bill Shipper. In car number 30. Oh, yeah, I'm starting to get tired. Car number 30, the Datsun 1600.
Yep.
Trevor Fairs in the Mini. Kenny Waller in the Volvo. And then
Wendy missing. Then we've got Nathan, Wendy and Nathan both missing. So there'll be actually a full row missed there.
Yeah,
and then
Bob rounding out the field.
Yeah, Ian and Bob on the back markers.
Okay, so it looks like maybe a bit of confusion here down in the pits. Bill Shipper's just moved from one side of the circuit to the other.
Remember which side of the track he's supposed to be on. That looks pretty right now from the way they've lined up.
So it looks funny with that big hole. There's a couple of big holes there.
Well, there's a big. There's just that one grid completely. That was both Wendy and Nathan sitting back there. Would have been back there.
And Mark Cates missing alongside Mal Bowden.
Mal Bowden. Yep.
So green flag at the back of the field. Red light will come on, and the Rebs will rise here for the last time in 2025 for Access Hire. The historic touring cars, and look at the start from Peter Piscaneri, but now that he's hit second gear, Brian Edhouse just drives straight up the road.
Yep, Brian spun a bit more at just that initial, and then he got rolled off and away he went. Definitely, and obviously gear ratios and stuff must be different between the cars, and it makes a big difference in that first 100 metres.
Good to see the Galaxy up into third after fighting back from that poor start in race number 2.
Starting down the back further. That's right.
And then we've got the Mini Beamer of Simon Northey and Mal Bowden in the Mini as they crest the top of the hill, and it all goes quiet.
Bill Skipper was behind him as they just got out of sight.
We won't get a representative lap time on this race, on this lap. We'll have to wait till the next time through.
It's interesting that the safety cars have actually stopped what they did off the edge of the track.
Yeah, they've been doing that all day. I think they're just waiting in case there's an incident down the other side there, because if they pull off here, then they've got to get back up there. And it's a new protocol that Motorsport Australia have introduced as Brian Edhouse squares it up, comes out of turn number 7, a little bit crossed up on the exit, and so was Piscaneri, but that's going to happen when you've got 500 horsepower under your right foot.
Yep.
And then, of course, you've got the Galaxy, the 427, some 7.2 litres of Ford goodness under the bonnet of that one.
Yep.
And then we go back to the starter motor for the Ford Galaxy with Simon Northey in the little BMW.
Yes. Certainly 427 cubic inches, but there's a lot of weight with it.
Yeah, certainly is. And Mal Bowden having a pretty lonely run there. He's a long way in front of Bill Shipper, who's coming under a bit of pressure from Gary Edwards.
Yep, I would expect Gary to zoom past Bill going down into 6th. Certainly, or up the hill at least, out of 6th.
Over the top of the hill and down the hill for the first time. So this time through we'll get a lap time. We've been noticing that in the HQs they were a second and a half slower than what they were in qualifying. We've had direct sunlight on the track since about 11 or 12 o'clock today, and the racetrack's certainly starting to go away, and we've had a few oil downs and we've had coolant down as well. So certainly not handling the adhesion side of things.
Right, there goes Gary. He's just passed Bill coming over the hill and down into 7. Just 2 litre against the 1600 is always going to work.
Yeah, just seen a bit of a brake lock up for Brian Edhouse too on the way into turn number 1.
Yeah, right,
But a good gaggle of cars back here with Gary Edwards and Shipper, Fairs, Waller, Ian Brown,
in there,
and Bobby O'Neill. He's not dropping off the back of the field here, so again, he's going well early.
Taking his angry pills.
Bob doesn't get angry. Much?
No. No.
He's got the little 4-cylinder, little 1500 in front of him.
Yep, well, 1550 actually, it's a Lotus. That's Ian's probably taking it a little bit easy because they were just messing with the steering a bit after that sand excursion. and just making sure that it all feels right.
As I remember the steering on those Cortinas, it's a mixture of rods and joints and
bits and pieces. Yeah, you actually rely on the sway bar to actually get the front wheels in place.
Yeah, it's like a big H from memory.
Not my favourite thing here. Brian just locked the wheel again then.
Yeah, so maybe there's a flat spot developing on the Ed House Falcon out in front.
Mustang, yep, absolutely.
Falcon. It's an American Falcon. Yeah, the Mustang of Brian Edhouse, a beautifully presented car, and as Martin was saying earlier on, it got off to you couldn't ask for a worse debut for that car, being clobbered.
Yep, and he's certainly after a couple of years of pain, it's sort of now running. He's had a pretty good season this year. Obviously, he's obviously in the top of the points, which also helps.
He will be.
I see that Piscaneri had gained on him a fair bit in that lap, so it'll be interesting to see how they go when they come out of 7 over the top.
I don't see Piscaneri's name on the WA Sporting Car Club Championship points.
Oh, right.
Oh, here he is. Yes, he is. He's in 12th.
Okay, yeah.
Because he has missed a few.
Yep, missed a few.
Certainly missed a few, and then there's been a few mechanical issues along the way for Peter.
Yep.
Which is part and parcel of historic touring car racing.
Well, at the beginning of the year, he had a bit of panel beating to do.
Yes, with Stuart Young.
No?
Oh, with you.
You and he cleaned me up.
Oh, that's right, yes. Yes, there was that one.
Yes, that was in February, end of February there, and it took a little while to get the car back up again.
Peter Piscaneri's trying to get onto the back of Brian Edhouse.
And through the tighter parts, he certainly wheels him in, but once it gets to the up over the hill, the extra cubic inches and so on of the Blue 69 of Edhouse takes over.
Certainly does, although this time under brakes. Piscaneri catches up under brakes too, so he's got a good set of brakes on that Mustang.
Oh yeah. In fact, the Mustangs probably basically all have the same brakes on them.
The down into
through
turn 7, and it was 50 metres. Now it's back to about 30 metres.
20, yep.
20.
Yeah.
And then it'll stretch out again. We saw this like an elastic band effect happening yesterday in the racing here at Carco Raceway.
Absolutely.
But I think he's actually closing in, and he is. Piscaneri sets the fastest lap with a 66.6, 4/10 of a second quicker than Edhouse.
He's going to got a car length between him and Brian Edhouse.
Well, this is going to get very good very quickly. We've got 2.5 minutes and 1 lap to go.
Yep. Brian could be just driving to a pace too.
He doesn't have to do anything stupid. He's got the championship in the bag as far as our reckoning.
Yep.
And looks like Simon Northey will hang on for second.
Yep.
Mel Bowden, not sure about third place because he did have I think he was, or was he credited right at the back because he did actually get going again. So I'm not sure on that one, but we can call first and second, and it is Edhouse over Simon Northey, and Simon would have to be stoked with that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
New car, and he's gone away from the V8s and gone into the Bavarian Motorworks car.
Yep,
and takes out second.
He actually enjoys the Beamer in the sense that it's very easy to race, very easy to maintain, and physically it's a car that you can load and unload, and like a lot of us, he works on his own at the track. You don't need a cast of thousands, so to speak.
No, he started off with that Mazda RX-3, and that was nothing but trouble.
The RX-2, yeah.
RX-2,
he actually had Falcons before that, XYs.
And then he went into a couple of Mustangs, a right-hand and a left-hand version.
Yeah, and he's still got the left-hand version in the shed.
That's the green one.
Yep. And then the Lotus Cortina, which is still in the shed as well, and the Beamer.
That's John Harwood's old car.
John Harwood built the Cortina. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, it'd be good to see that back out because that was a rocket ship, that one.
That's a very nicely presented car.
But you wouldn't want to scratch it because it is so nicely presented. As we had a change in the lead now here, Martin.
Oh, wow.
With 46 seconds to go, and Peter Piscaneri has got over the top of Edhouse, and he should be able to hang on. He did set fastest lap last time through. What's he done this time? It was a 106.6, and now it drifted out to a 107. No, sorry, 106.6. Still fast time for Peter Piscaneri, but he has dropped it out a full second slower, and he was able to get in front.
Eddhouse has dropped back 2 seconds. So okay.
Now they're coming up on the lap traffic now.
Yeah. And some of this will be Brian will be going, yeah, no worries, mate. If you want to go.
Yep. It's not going to affect his point score whatsoever.
Doesn't need to get into a tussle.
Which is unfortunate, because if Peter had been here for all of the events and had a good run, he'd be right up there in the far as the points.
They would all be arguing over the last point. That's how it works sometimes.
That was very close on Ian Brown's car.
Yeah.
And Bob does the right thing and just about runs down the grass to get out of the way.
Stays out of the way.
So this should be last lap coming across the line now. We're 25 seconds to the good, and Piscaneri starting to light up those rear tyres.
There it goes, last lap's out.
Last lap, 2.41 kilometres to go for our Access Hire historic touring cars, and that will bring to a close their 2025 championship year.
With support from Oil and Grain Silos, Perth Brake Parts and Alright Signs. Get a plug in for our wonderful sponsors, supporters.
Don Behet's still hanging on for third. He's running around in 109s.
Yep.
A 109.3, and his fast lap was a 109.1. So that's very consistent, that car. It hasn't dropped off at all.
Yeah, Don, extremely consistent. Been pedaling the car for a fair while. He knows exactly what it'll do. So that's right in the window there.
A little bit loose going through turn number 4. But that's quite acceptable for something that's that big, that wide, and that heavy.
If your tail overhung the axle that far, mate, you've got to wiggle.
Yeah, it's like a dining room table hanging over the back axle and then protruding out towards the car behind you.
Yep.
As our leaders out onto the main straight for the last time. Car number 18, Peter Piscaneri takes a good win from Brian Edhouse, who takes home the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championship for 2025. And we wait for our second place runner to come across the line and in the championship, and that is Simon Northey in this little orange BMW. Behetz goes across in third place. Northey for fourth, but takes out second in the championship for 2025. Next should be Mel Bowden. Here he comes in the little Mini.
The Flying Brick.
A very, very lonely race out there. Nobody in front, nobody behind.
Very hard to pace yourself when it's like that.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's when you start to lose your concentration too. There's nobody around you and you're alert, and then all of a sudden you start to just have a bit of a relaxing Sunday drive, and something goes wrong very quickly.
Anyway, he's got through that great.
So Gary Edwards will be next across the line, and the second of the BMWs just coming out of turn number 7 now.
Surprised that Gary wasn't a bit quicker today. I know the last meeting he ran at, he was right on pace, so he must be a bit off.
What's he run around? 14s. His fastest was a 13.6. So 73.6. And then Bill Shipper in the Datsun 1600. He was set a 14.4 was his fastest, and then finishes with a 16.5.
Yeah.
So definitely the track's starting to go off.
Yep. Track, tyres, all that sort of stuff.
Everybody else is now completed. We saw Trevor Fairs. He's pulled off at lap 6. So we must have missed that one.
Yeah,
Ian Brown 1 lap down, Bob O'Neill 1 lap down, and Kenny Waller 1 lap down. Martin, thanks very much for joining us in 2025. We'll see you again at the Christmas party and then again in 2026. Thanks for your help this year.
Thank you very much, Vaughan. It's appreciated, mate.
We're going to throw down to Jamie and Demelza.
Here at the garages at Carco Raceway, and we're joined by Alex Hills, who's just participated in the time challenge. And Alex, this is your first time on Carco Raceway. You're only 14 years old. How did you feel about your first experience here?
Yeah, I'm pretty grateful for this opportunity. My dad's put a lot forward for me to do this. Today went very well. Very successful day. Good lap times, so I'm very happy.
Really, your parental support's one thing when you're just their son, but when it comes to support, when it comes to a vehicle, there's a lot of effort involved, isn't there?
Yeah, lots of effort to get this car ready. So we're lucky to get it ready for this weekend.
And you came up through the go-kart system, and you're still going to apply yourself to that at the moment to sort of get your skills up to par. But how do you feel driving in a car on a track like this? It's vastly different to go-karting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very different, but I've gotten used to it pretty quickly.
Now, you were saying that you've had some friends who actually made you get into the go-karts. Can you tell us a little bit about what made you fall in love with the sport?
Just the speed and the thrill of it. I love the racing, the competitiveness. It's very fun.
Fantastic. And I'm going to assume we're going to see a lot more of you next year?
Yeah, definitely be focusing on the XL Cup next year.
Fantastic. Well done. That's absolutely extraordinary. 14 years old. He turned 14 years old this week. And now he's here at Carco Raceway. We have so much more. Well, we have maybe one. We've
got one more race
to go. One more race. I wish we had so much more to go. We will be right back with the final race and the rest of what is to come, a wrap-up of this season.
Time for a break. Back soon.
After this.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. Interested in competitive motorsport but not quite wanting to go door-to-door racing? The Tarmac Sports Series features events such as Hill Climb, Time Attack, Point to Point and Time Challenge. Find out more at wascc.com.au/Tarmac Sports.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group Training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training and Sets. Formula V Racing, proudly presented by Home Chef, Lytech Systems, BM Graphics and Promotions, Giant Mandra, Arrivo Rentals, Straight Edge Steel Frame Homes and Perth Motorsport Tyres.
Lamont on the second row. Lloyd, Listen, Rod Listen in 71. Kenny Wyatt, Block, Bate, Isaac Scary, Andrew Lockett, Wilkins, Jonathan Scary, Cameron Gow, Matthews, another Gow, and Samantha Casely hopefully has made it back out there. Yes, she has.
Yes, she has. Yep. Dropped a plug lead in the previous heat, so that put her out, unfortunately. Now, Paul Maltoni's going to be pit lane starter. He's got an issue with starting in first gear, I believe. So he's going to be pit lane starter, and now we've got a whole heap of silly buggers going on the start-finish line because we're also missing Kenny Wyatt. I don't know what's happened. He just put his car's up in the garage, so I don't know what's going on. So we've got a couple of cars out of position here, to be honest.
And as far as the championship goes, mate, I'm not even going to put a name to it now because Paul Maltoni was looking good, but now he's had to start from pit lane.
I think it was 4 points. I think I was calculating ahead in terms of with Kathy in front. They head into turn one, very, very tight between Caseley and Franz Esterbauer through turn one, back to Lamont. Then it's back to Michael Lloyd. And then Kathy Listen, Rod Listen, Renan Block. Then it's back to Simon Bate, Isaac Scary.
I didn't think Caseley was going to stop then. He just very late, and he's run very wide, and that's allowed Franz to run around the outside of him.
Yeah, sure has. Now, I think on board where it says actually Paul Maltoni, but we're not actually on board with Paul Maltoni at the moment.
It is Paul Maltoni, so this is...
no,
sorry,
definitely
it's
not. No, it's Paul's only just he's right at the back of the field. So
it's
Callum
Lamont. Yep, car number 19.
Yep, so he's right up behind the two front runners here. So let's see how Callum goes in this one. He may have found the magic little sweet spot in that car as we see Casely pull out from the draft underneath Franz Esterbauer into turn number 7 and makes the pass quite comfortably. Very early in the race yet, so you don't really want to start getting into battles, that's for sure. As we look further down, the battle for the 1200s is already starting to heat up. We've got Isaac Scarey. He's actually starting to get away from Andrew Lockett, and now Jonathan Scarey is ranging up on the inside of him. So, good start by Isaac Scarey. He's actually got the team car in front of him being Simon Bate. So Jonathan Scarey's now just slid into P2 in that battle. So let's see how that battle develops over the course of the next 7 minutes and 1 lap.
Yeah, so Andrew slid back a few positions there in car number 14.
Yeah, he said coming in off the circuit that the engine was making a bit of a funny noise, and he immediately went, I'll push rod. I went, no, please not again, because that'll be the third one in a meeting. But the engine was too hot for me to actually take the rocker gear off and have a look. But it seems to be tracking along all right. But look, let's just see how he goes on for the remainder of this one.
Yeah, as Casely uses all of that concrete apron. And then some, and that's going to allow Franz Esterbauer to get right into the gearbox as they come up and over the top of the hill, down in towards turn number 7. We've still got 6.5 minutes plus 1 lap on this one, and it's Dave Casely in car number 7 from 80 of the giant Mandra John Fowler,
Jason Fowler's
Jason
car,
Fowler,
yep.
sorry. In car number 80, Lamont in 3rd, Lloyd for 4th, and Rod Lisson and Kathy Lisson are our top 6.
Indeed, yeah, back to the 1200 battle. We've got Simon Bate going down the inside of Isaac Scarey now. Jonathan's now joining in the party. That car, I believe, had an issue with some spark plugs in the last one as well. So we've been having a few spark plug issues in these cars today, but they seem to have fixed that little gremlin, and that car number 44 is starting to truck along really nicely. Andrew Lockett dropping off the back of these two, unfortunately, so whether there is a little bit of an engine issue with that one, not sure. Paul Maltoni now starting to range up on the back of Ben Wilkins as they sweep through turn number 5. As we switch our attention on the monitors to our race leaders, and it's still Casely running a very wide line compared to Franz Esterbauer. 4 wheels out on the apron that time. Yeah, absolutely. So you can sort of see how much it's actually lost him over the top of the hill, and Franz had a great run and is now going to come down the inside. Who's got the bigger brake pedal? And it's Casely trying. Oh, it's close. Both cars sliding on maximum adhesion, but come through side by side. This might allow Callum Lamont to get back into the fight if these guys still keep punching side by side as they head down into turn 1.
Rod Lisson in 4th place at the moment. 5th is Lloyd. Then Kathy Lisson, who went into this race on top. And we were all having our fingers crossed that she was going to be able to take this out, because she would become the first woman to win at the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championship here since the inception of Formula V way back when.
Crikey, I'm trying to think now, probably late 80s, I think Formula V started over here, so it's certainly been a long time coming. She hasn't had the best of years, but she's had a very consistent year, and it'll be just reward for her to take out this title, that's for sure.
It certainly would be, and her challenger was Paul Maltoni, and he's had to start from pit lane, and we see him now in 12th position. So Kathy up into 6th, and Maltoni in 12, and we believe she had 4 points.
I think so, I think working the numbers, she had a 4-point lead coming into this one, so Paul pretty much had to finish well and truly ahead of her, but obviously this now swings it back into her favour, being he's having to come through the field, and there's quite a distance between her and Paul's got a wall of cars to try and get through now. He's got 2 1600s, 2 1200s as they come down into turn 7, so it's going to be a very, very hard task for Paul to get through this little gaggle of cars and then get on to set sail after Kathy, and then try and make a few more positions on her. So so far so good, looking pretty good.
Probably 5 laps to go, but as you said, he's too far back. He's just nailed 1 or 2 then on the run down in towards turn number 1. He's still got 3 more to deal with in front, and then about 3 kilometres to catch up to the back of Kathy Lisson. So, it's made it hard for him. Unfortunately, missed the start and had to start from pit lane. And what was that issue with the clutch?
I think he was talking about that he was having a struggle getting it into first gear, so he didn't want to risk being at the very front of the field and have a stall. So, look, I mean, that's really great.
Smart thinking.
Very, very smart, from Paul. I mean, look, Paul's a seasoned racer, run many categories, Formula Ford, Formula V, obviously he runs Tarmac rallies. So he's a very smart guy, and it was a really, really very, very good decision that he actually went to other people down in pit lane and actually said, look, can I please be a pit lane starter because I don't trust my car off a standing start. So
well done.
Really great.
And he's probably sacrificed his championship for doing that. But for the good of the sport and for the safety of his fellow competitors, a good decision from Paul Moltoni.
No, he's just dived down underneath of Renan Block as they head into turn number 7. So he is now up to position number 7. So he's now 1 position behind Kathy. But we're now down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds plus 1 lap. So in that time.
Well, having a look at our point score, it's Estabauer on 70. On 65 is Casely. And then 50 is Moltoni.
51 for Lamont as well.
For Lamont,
Maybe in third.
So that's for the round points. But as far as the overall year, Kathy Lisson has a 1-point advantage at the moment over Moltoni in this particular race. That might be enough.
Absolutely.
It might be enough for Kathy to hang on and take this championship. We'll be able to confirm that at the trophy presentation later on, which is going to be all excitement to see whether we have our first WA female champion.
For sure. Yep.
Awesome. There'll be big celebrations at the Lisson house.
Yes. Well, the family have just rocked up for this final heat, and they'll be cheering Mum on well and truly. As we see Simon Bate, a very nice move down the inside of Maddie Matthews. Maddie had a few gearbox issues after her spin in the final, the previous heat, but between Dave Casely and her father Ed and a few other Formula V people managed to get that car back on track, and she's progressing very, very well. Let's lap times 1:11s again, so she's doing great. Let's look at Sammy Casely down 1:15s on this one, so she was hoping to try and match her 1:12s from race 1, but still a few more laps to go, so let's see if she can get it down to that sort of marker.
Yeah, the track has gone away too. Since lunchtime it's really started to peter off.
Yeah, a few all downs and things like that certainly haven't helped, but
and the sunshine, all the clouds. We had clouds this morning and now it's bright sunshine all day.
Certainly is. As the leaders come down into turn number 7, it's still Estabauer from Casely and swinging through with 48 seconds to go, so I reckon we'll have at least another three more, maybe 3 more laps to go in this one. Callum Lamont still a good third position, then it's a long gap back to Rod Lisson, then it's Michael Lloyd, he's still got Kathy Lisson at bay, then it's Moltoni. Look at Moltoni, he is flying, he's well and truly whittling down that margin back to Kathy Lisson. Then it's back to Maddie Matthews, followed by Renan Block and then Simon Bate.
Oh,
then
there's
the 1200
a spin.
battles. Oh, that's Maddie Matthews again.
Yeah.
Yep, same corner, unfortunately. So she's unloaded the car. Let's hope she can get it fired and get it underway again. The battle for the 1200s is starting to heat up. We've got Jonathan scaring there down the inside of Isaac into turn number 1. And Andrew Lockett's now managed to get the margin down as well. Maddie's, she's underway again, which is really great to see. She'll pluck a couple of gears and underway, so we'll still remain under green conditions.
So if she's having selection problems, that probably explains why these spins are occurring. It's unloading the car.
Exactly, yeah. She's struggling to get from 4th down into 3rd gear as the race leaders come down the hill underneath Mackenzie Gow. Wow. Goodness me, the closing speed on that would have certainly woken Mackenzie up, but she's a very good driver. She knew that they were coming. The blue flags would have been there for her.
Occasionally around the outside, regains the lead. We are down last lap, board on display. Right. So a 68.3 and a 68.2 for our fast runners. So they're pretty comparable to what we had this morning. We were down
they were high
68s.
7s. Yeah, they were high 7s this morning. So
only half
definitely the track has dropped off. Look at the 1200 battle as we come down the hill here now. We've got Andrew Lockett trying to make a move down the inside of Jonathan Scarey. Oh, side by side again. Gives him plenty of racing room on the exit of the corner, but it's still Isaac in front. These three are absolutely having a ding-donger, and isn't it absolute beauty?
It sure is. It's good to see Andrew moving back up towards the front. Of course, he hasn't raced all year.
No.
And taken a year away from the sport.
That's right. And obviously the race here is actually between Isaac and Andrew because they're both tied on points coming into this race. Whoever wins this one is actually going to win the round.
Oh, have a look at here with our 1600s.
Yeah, coming over the hill side by side.
Estabauer on the inside, so he's in prime position here. But will that falter coming out?
Casely so deep.
He's not going to. Well, yes, I think he is. He's going to have the momentum to run side by side.
It's going to be dead heat.
Estabauer and
wow. Franz Estabauer by
10 centimetres.
0.0137.
1/100th of a second.
Great race, fellas. That was absolutely superb.
That would equate to around about 10 centimetres. That's
pretty
awesome.
much, half a nose cone, and they're both high-fiving each other. Now the battle for the 1200s. Actually, Isaac Scary's managed to get away from the battling Jonathan and Andrew Lockett as they head into turn number 7.
Round the outside.
Yeah, round the outside, but it's going to be Isaac Scary who's going to take out the day, and isn't he happy about that? Well done to Isaac Scary. From Andrew Lockett back to Jonathan Scary in second and third for the day, so some terrific driving from the 1200 drivers as well. Back to Ben Wilkins, then it's back to Campbell Gow in position 14. Matty Matthews recovering from a spin. Sammy Casely and Mackenzie Gow is going to round out the field. And unfortunately, Kenny White was a no-starter in that one.
Well, Kathy Lisson has finished in 6th position and Paul Moltoni has finished in 7th. There will only be 1 point separating those two, but my reckoning, if Kathy went in 4 points in front, she's now 5 points in front, and she may take the championship, but we will confirm that.
Yeah, let's confirm that.
I'm not going to open my mouth or shoot my mouth off. I will wait until we get some official results.
It will be absolutely mega, and I'm sure I think there's already a bottle of champagne down in the pits ready to be released, if that is certainly the case. But certainly put your hands together, folks, for fantastic driving from our 1600 and 1200 drivers. That's been a mega year from Formula V.
Yep.
And it's been a pleasure being up here with you, mate, calling it all year.
No worries. Thank you very much, Miles. It's been fantastic to have you up here again in season 2025, and look forward to more Formula V racing happening in 2026. We're going to take a short break. Our live stream viewers going to have a look at some fantastic replays of what has transpired here at carco.com.au Raceway. Stick around. We've got our wrap coming up very shortly here from Carco Raceway.
So out of it, coming down into there.
So just a little bit of a wiggle from Ed House, but nice and straight again from Mark Cates.
And coming up behind here is Peter Piscaneri, and
particularly over a long distance like this one, the 15 minutes plus 1 lap, you want to try and keep these cars as straight as possible.
You look after your tyres.
Yeah.
They do let you down.
Oh, Piscaneri's starting to suffer now, and we're already on lap 5.
Yep.
Good battle coming down into turn 7 with Bill Shipper alongside Trevor Fairs. And you'd expect the Mini to be able to run right around the outside of this little 1600.
He stayed there.
Beautiful. So Bill's doing a good job. He's keeping that distance between himself and Trevor Fairs. And there goes Nathan Hadlow. And that was Ian Brown as well.
That was close.
Ian Brown in 72, keeping that distance between himself and Trevor Fairs, and there goes Nathan Hadlow, and that was Ian Brown as well.
That was close.
Ian Brown in 72, he had to throw the car left to miss the spinning Hadlow. And there might be oil down there.
Oh yes, definitely. Cates is around. Someone's dumped something on the track down there.
There is some oil down there somewhere.
Piscaneri's going again. He's out having a go.
Ken Waller, the first
sneaking past.
And racing in look at this side by side at the moment. Estabauer on the inside. Dave Casely ducks in for second place, and he'll just sit there now and just bide his time. And this one, I think, is over 15 minutes plus 1 lap.
Indeed, yes, we're already down to 11.5 minutes on this one. All the drivers started into turn 1, went straight to draw.
At least another 8 or 9 laps. Has Casely and Estabauer still having this battle as they come down in towards turn number 7. It's Casely around the outside. And Estabauer hooks up on the inside curb, and that should give Casely a good hour. Doesn't lack any horsepower.
Yeah, Moltoni's going to benefit from that as well. He's actually trying to get underneath of Estabauer and underneath Casely. Casely's run very wide. He's hit the oil and run very wide into turn number 1. So that's allowed Moltoni to range up on the back of Estabauer. Fantastic sponsor they are.
Here we go. Here's the move on from Rod Lisson.
Oh, no, he's not going to do it. No, he's backed out of it.
Now he does swap back to the outside, and he should get the run on Dave Casely, although that car just comes on strong about 3/4 the way down the main straight.
Yeah, I think Franz actually just eased out of the throttle there because he's probably counting the laps down, but during the way off the pace, and he might come under threat now from Campbell Gower, who's now starting to claw back up and over the hill for the final time. Estabauer's actually got a pretty decent old lead. I don't think Dave Casely's going to be able to track him down, even with the brake pedal that he has, but look at him go.
Wow, sends it from downtown.
Does he ever?
And won't be enough. He's going to come close, but not close too for car number 80 for Giant Mandra. You've got a great cycle shop down there in Mandurah. Multoney comes across in 3rd place. Callum Lamont, it will be next across the line. Then we have Lloyd, Kathy Lisson, maybe. We'll have to wait and see as they crest the top of the hill. Yep, so Kathy's still out in front of Rod Lisson, and behind them it will be Matthews and Kenny Wyatt.
And Kenny Wyatt side by side into the final corner.
Oh, there goes Wyatt, just really
wow.
late.
Didn't he send it?
Oh, didn't.
Oh, Maddie's gone around.
Oh, she's undone all of her good work.
Oh, what a shame. And Isaac Scary's just come underneath Andrew Lockett because of a yellow flag, so that's going to give the lead and the win in the 1200s to Isaac Scary.
Oh, I think she stalled the car down there as well.
From Andrew Lockett, so in 2nd place.
Well, she can't get a gear.
Either that or, yeah.
Oh, the big puff of smoke.
Didn't he send it?
Oh, didn't.
Oh, Maddie's gone around.
Oh, she's undone all of her good work.
Oh, what a shame. And Isaac Scary's just come underneath Andrew Lockett because of a yellow flag, so that's going to give the lead and the win.
Marty Bullock alongside him. Jason Huge was started on the 2nd row alongside Craig Thompson, David Dearden, Brian Searles, Grove, Swarbrick. And, Swarbrick is back out there, so we'll see whether the Macon has got some power this time. It definitely seemed to mow it back in.
No, 0.8 of a second quicker on the first lap, and it's all over.
There it is again.
There's the smoke again.
There's a lot of smoke down there when he turns right in the start on this one. Bill Norman, fastest man over the first part of the track, and there was a missed gear there, and that must have been Cross.
Yeah, that was Grove, and he missed the gear, and Thompson got by our race leader and about to be lapped by our 2nd place sitter as well, and there he goes. Great ribbon and well driven by Will. Of course, brought the car here to Western Australia several years ago.
Car on driver's left, car number 33.
Yep, the Reynard.
And drifted right back out to there again. But 3 from 3 for the Rolt RT4 of Will Norman in car number 3. Takes the win from 20 of Martin Bullock. Next across the line will either be Craig Thompson or David Dearden, and it looks like it's going to be Thompson hanging on. But David Dearden gets a good run. He's going to have a shot at him up the inside here, but he won't be able to do it. So it will be Thompson in 3rd place from Dearden in 4th. Next across the line. Now they're off, and away we go. At a very even start for the 2 cars out in front. The blue car of Davis, the green car of Woodbridge around the outside. But look at Grant Ord. He's trying to sneak up into 3rd place. We've had an oil spin down there earlier today.
Grant's got the grunt out. He's coming out nice, firing. He's got onto Mick Woodbridge coming out nice, firing. He's got onto Mick Woodbridge already.
Oh, he's cut Mick off too. His Mick's had to go bush over the turn number 2 there, but now has the priority entry into turn number 4. But look at Grant Ord. Just holds the car out wide.
That's beautiful.
And drives right around the outside of the 74. They're side by side further end of the race. As they come down into turn number 7, it's Davis for Kevrek. He's got 4 car lengths over Mick Woodbridge. And we go back to Ord. And Bridge gets it all sideways, and that's the opportunity that Ryan Davis needed. Straight down the inside and back into the lead. Car number 49 over 74 and 4.
And Grant Ord's got the run going down the straight, so he's going to pressure Mick straight away. Stuart Kenny's followed through, and it looks like Michael Howlett's going to take up the back run of that one.
Troy, we've got some onboard footage. Go back behind him to Brad Butler and Mark Alfonsi.
Yeah, good little battle going on between Dennis Russell and Todd Faulkner there. They've been changing positions like every lap at the moment. It's just under brakes. Who's got the bigger brakes?
And it's Stuart Kenny in car number 72
and
that
under
wins
goes
that.
Michael.
And here's this side-by-side battle. I think Ryan's come out of the corner a little bit better than Mick Woodbridge. But if Mick can stay there, Ryan Dale position or first position to Mick Woodbridge as they hightail it down towards turn number 1. Woodbridge on the inside, Davis on the outside, and Howlett. Oh, he's trying to
He's starting to put the pressure on now on Ryan Davis.
Bit of a rear lock-up there for Michael Howlett. And the movers on side-by-side on the entry into turn number 6. Woodbridge slides the car right into the door handles of Ryan Davis. They're going to come out side-by-side through turn number 6. Woodbridge to the inside, Davis to the outside for Woodbridge. I don't think it's going to happen, and look at Ord, he's right in there as well. Down into turn number 7 for the last time. This will decide second place in the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championship. Who gets the better run? Who gets the better run? Out of turn number 7, it looks like the blue car of Davis is going to grab it, and he does. He does take the win by 3/100ths of a second over Mick Woodbridge for second. Then we have Grant Ord in third, Michael Howlett for fourth, Stuart Kenny, Russell in 6th, and Todd Faulknell for 7.
And just to note, Michael Howlett has put down the fastest lap in this race.
He did, a 17.4, which is a second and a half away from where we were in qualifying earlier on today. As you said, the track conditions starting to go away from us here at Carco. Xavier Henderson straight across into second place, Brock Brewer for third, and Josh Matthews for fourth. And already we see William Hall trying to run around the outside of Begley. Begley takes over that position and gets into the back of Josh on him. And now Brock Brewer up into second place. He's got past Xavier Henderson. And Henderson closes Xavier Henderson, and that's going to allow Brewer a good run down the outside. But again, under brakes, Xavier Henderson. Unbelievable braking capability of car number 8. Brewer goes to the inside, so does Henderson. He's going to block that line. And again, Josh Matthews looking long. He's right behind Brewer. Now he drops in behind Xavier Henderson. And look at Begley down the inside as well. We are 3 wide down into the braking area at turn number 7. And this is going to get very nasty if this time down.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training.
And with that, it brings us to the end of the 2025 season here at Carco Raceway. How are we here?
The time has just evaporated this year, hasn't it, really?
It really has. It really has. But what a season it has been.
And what a day today, Vaughan, as well. I mean, talking about 12 categories over the weekend, 6 categories today. So let's kick it off. Let's have a bit of a bit of an appraisal of exactly what we experienced here, for the day 2 of the round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship for 2025. Let's start with the Formula Classics.
Formula Classic for our mobile museum on wheels, and it was a great win by Will Norman, taking out the Bob Creasy Memorial Trophy today. Very prestigious event named after a multi-state race car champion back in the day. And Bob, another one of our members here at the WA Sporting Car Club, sadly missed, but we do remember him today with the Bob Creasy Memorial.
And the races in the Formula Classic category was absolutely fantastic, wasn't it?
Yeah, we
really competitive.
Had Marty Bullock in second place in the Chevron, trying to catch up with Will Norman in the Rolt RT4, but too good was Will Norman, taking 3 from 3, with Marty taking 3 lots of second places.
Incredible. Let's go to HQ Holden's. They were having a hell of a celebration.
Oh, what a celebration they were having.
The edginess between Ryan Davis and was it Mike?
Mick Woodbridge?
Mick Woodbridge, yeah.
Been going on for years, and that is the most sociable motorsport club you will ever be a part of. As you see, they're down there with the champagne, the shoeies, and it's only going to get worse here in McCracken House very shortly.
And of course, Michael took out the championship this year.
Yeah, Michael Howlett taking over another one. I believe that was 4 in a row now for Michael Howlett, driving the spare car after his car was destroyed a couple of months ago in the Nationals. Ryan Davis for second, and Mick Woodbridge takes home third in the WA Sporting Car Club Championships.
And the HQ Holden crew, they're absolutely hanging out for next year, because it's going to be the Nationals held here when it comes to HQs. They just can't wait.
I will have over 30 cars here next year for sure, possibly around the 40, and that alongside of our improved production Nationals also here at Carco next year, 2026. Don't miss it.
From HQ Holdens to Formula Ford, how did the category go today with the 3 races they experienced?
Going into the last race, it was all to do for Brock Brewer. All he had to do was finish that last race and clock up the points, and he did it. He came home in second place. That's enough points to secure his first WA Sporting Car Club Championship. He's been at it for 3 years, and well done to the young guy.
But of course, he wasn't safe at the start of the day. He could have actually lost if he didn't get a place in all the 3 races.
Yeah, that's right. He had to finish each race, and as we say, motorsport is one of the cruelest sports on the planet. If there was a DNF, he would have been out the back door, and Jensen Marold and Xavier Henderson were only separated by 4 points coming into today, and that closed up to around 3 points. So, very, very close at the top of Formula Ford.
It's a bit strange to commentate a time challenge, because really they're actually racing themselves, aren't they? Yeah. So, I mean, how did you feel about the time challenge that was run today for the 3 races?
Oh, great. I was lucky enough to win the state championship some time ago when Noah just finished the arc. But to see those guys do it, they go out there in their practice runs, they nominate a lap time, and then the idea is over 5 laps, 3 times through the day, they have to hit that lap time. They'll get penalised for going faster, but they get penalised also for going slower, but not as much as by going faster. So we've seen some zeros, some snake eyes. Today we've seen 3 of those.
Is that rare?
It's exceptional driving because it's 2.41 kilometres. There's 20 other guys and girls out there, so you've got to negotiate them, hit the brakes at the same time, change gears at the same time, apply the same brake pressure at the same mark every time. It's a sport or a discipline that was mastered by the great man himself, Peter Brock, winning Bathurst 9 times.
Incredible. Now, let's talk about historic touring cars, one of my favourite categories. More particular, for seeing all the great cars out there and everybody giving them a good flog. But can I just say that the Mustangs are just so superior when it comes to historic touring car racing?
Yeah, earlier on today we had the first 2 rows. There were 4 Mustangs, 3 fastbacks, and then the 65 of Peter Piscaneri as well. But it was all Brian Edhouse. He came in today on top of the championship points. He's had a couple of wins today and a second, and that's enough to secure his WA Sporting Car Championship for the historic touring cars.
Finally, winding it up now with the final category we can discuss is Formula Vs. That's always, again, another great club, right, with a great vibe between all the competitors. But when they're on the track, between the 16s and the 12s, they're going berserk, aren't they?
Well, we've got something very special happening right now. It's still a provisional result, but it looks like we have our first female winner of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship since the inception of Formula V here at Carco Raceway.
Fantastic.
That is Kathy Lisson. So it is still to be confirmed, and we'll confirm that very shortly in the trophy presentation here at McCracken House. But if that is the case, it's a first for Carco Raceway.
So, Vaughan, we've come to the end of the season. We've got 2026 to look forward to, but we've also got to wait. We should be celebrating the fact we've come to the end of the season. No one's got hurt. There's been a bit of damage to a few cars and a few egos and so forth, but really it's a time to sort of join together, come together and actually celebrate what this wonderful, the WA Sporting Car Club is all about, really. It's just a bunch of great people loving the category of cars that they're participating in. And so what are we looking forward to when it comes to getting social with this mob?
We are, and Jono, I think you need to come with me because we're going to go have a walk around the club just to show you exactly where this cool down lap is going to be. Now, it is going to be on Saturday, the 8th of November from 5:30 to 9 p.m. right here at Carco Raceway, right in here at McCracken House. Now, tickets are $30 for adults, children are $15, and official and first place winners are free. The celebrations are happening in here just like they will for the cool down lap. Now, there will also be end of year presentations, a winner's car display, activities and entertainment for the kids as well. So there's heaps and heaps to go. And as we heard from Mackenzie a little bit earlier today, there will also be a bus that will be travelling from Clarkson train station to bring people here as well. So it is definitely something to celebrate what has been a fantastic year. But Jamie, I also think we need to highlight what each of our favourite biggest moments that we have seen of the year as well.
I'll start with you, Demelza. What's your biggest
one moment. Sorry, the one moment of the year. Do you know what? I don't necessarily think it was a moment, and I'm probably going to get the director down my ears going, I'm not listening, but I think the Excel Cup, the entire category this year has just been absolutely sensational. There has been so many races. It has been absolutely thrilling to see. The back and forth between those drivers, it's just been just amazing to see. And going into next year, we just heard Alex Hill's 14-year-old say he was going to go into the Excel Cup next year. We've got a new contender in there as well, so who knows what's to come from that category.
Well, what about yours, Vaughan? What was your favourite moment this year? Moments?
Well, my favourite moment wasn't actually out on the track. It was introducing live streaming through Turn 7 Media and having Demelza and yourself here at the circuit. You guys first-timers, you've now seen what motorsport's about. You've seen the family lineage that happens here at Carco Raceway. But Shane and the guys back at Malaga there, and you guys and all of my commentary team this year, I think we've taken motorsport in WA to the next level, and looking forward to 2026 where we go another level and take it to the world.
I'm glad you said that, because I really do feel that this has really blossomed as we've gone along. We've learned our trade, so to speak, on camera. But, the way it sort of embellishes the stories about why people are so committed to motorsport. As you said, the family lineage, all the history with the family, from grandparents to their children to their children. Yep. It's an incredible situation, really. 3 generations in some families, and definitely 2 generations in other families as well. So I'm just glad that you guys have appreciated all of the family aspects of motorsport.
We've just also been told that Shane is demanding a motorsport moment as well.
Okay.
Just to put you on the spot.
All right. My motorsport moment for 2025 would have to be this weekend. Some of the best racing that we've seen here at Carco. Championships, lap records yesterday morning in the first race by a production car, a Camaro, into the 62s. But this whole weekend, championships up for sale this weekend, and the guys and girls were driving hard. It was an awesome weekend.
I agree, totally. And I suppose it's my turn to talk about my moment.
It is your turn.
Well, my moment that I thought was absolutely next level was seeing your face in a drift car going around the track, and the expression. You got in the car, you were so cool and demure, as you normally are, and as soon as the race started, the GoPro told the real story. And I've never seen panic and fear like it on anybody's face. There was an Academy Award performance, I can tell you.
I think it was the halfway through with the she's still alive, she's okay.
But it was an experience of a lifetime for you, at least.
You know what, and I will tell everyone, go and do it. It was something absolutely phenomenal, and I'm really, really thankful that I had that opportunity to be able to do that.
Well, if the opportunity ever comes my way, I'll definitely be going to Chemist Warehouse to get some incontinence pads before we start the racing, at least.
The Turn 7 Media always have a highlight reel at the end of the year. I reckon the star of the show will be Demelza.
Yeah, on the bloopers reel and the actual highlight reel, one or the other. Listen, it's been a wonderful year, guys. I really, really appreciate the camaraderie and also the effort and the energy that you put into this, as well as our wonderful on-site crew, which are quite a number of people to mention. And also, let's mention the fact that all the people back in, as you say, Malaga, in the director's chair, the producer's chair, with Shane and so forth. So we really do appreciate what's been going on here for this year's streaming service. And again, for the next year, look forward to maybe more of the same. Some really great racing.
That's
and hopefully we'll be more improved in our situation. But it's been a really great experience, and I really appreciate it.
Also, on that, a big thank you to the board here at the WA Sporting Car Club. All the officials, everyone who has gotten involved, gotten behind us and the live stream as well. We wouldn't be able to tell all these amazing stories without their help and their support. So it has been absolutely incredible. Thank you to everyone who has been able to allow us to share the motorsport industry here in WA.
Okay, thank you very much. And on behalf of Demelza, Vaughan and myself and Shane back in the office and all the Turn 7 media team, have a great night. Look forward to seeing you in 2026 here at the WA Sporting Car Club.
We're going to replays to see exactly what 2025 was like.
It's William Norman, who's heads down in the the RT4 Rolt, and just in front of Marty Bullock, and then it's back to Dearden, who's managing to get in front of Jason Yude.
And 12 minutes plus 1 lap, and these guys...
you don't want things to break on them. because that can cause obviously lots of other problems. So yeah, most of these guys are pulling these cars almost back to a bare shell. You see twin cam engine, and I remember as a little boy up here in the very early 70s, and we were talking today about the trophy that these guys